का अजाब है। ए हमारे रब, अगर हम भूल जाएं या खता कर बैठें तो हमारी गिरफ्त न फरमाना। गुनाहों से दरगुजर फरमाना और हमें बख्श दे और हम पर रहम फरमाना। तू ही हमारा कारसाज है, बस हमें काफिरों की कौम पर गलबा अता फरमाना। वमा अलैना इल्लल बलाग।
Thank you, Mr. Jawad. I would now like to invite Ms. Nazafreen Saigal Lakhani to the podium to deliver her address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Senator Sherry Rahman, Chairperson Parliamentary Forum on Population, distinguished speakers, honored guests, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Dawn Media, it is my honor to welcome you all to the Pakistan Population Summit, Restoring the Balance, Building Futures. The population challenge we face today is existential. As of 2025, Pakistan is home to more than 256 million people, making us the 5th most populous country in the world. Our population is young, with a median age of just over 20 years. While this should be a powerful advantage, it is also a serious responsibility. Our growth rate of over 2.5% remains amongst the highest in South Asia. At this pace, Pakistan could cross 300 million within a few years and may approach 380 million by 2050. This rapid growth is not just a number. It directly affects the lives of our people and the future of our country. It places immense pressure on our healthcare system, especially maternal and child health. It stretches our education system, leaving millions of children without access to quality learning. It increases the demands for jobs, for housing, for clean water, for sanitation, for transport, and for energy. Without careful planning, rapid growth weakens per capita income and slows our ability to improve living standards. Globally, the contrast is stark. Many Asian countries have slowed population growth through education, women's empowerment, and access to health services. In much of the Western world, populations are stable or declining, allowing greater investment per person in health, education, and infrastructure. Pakistan's fast growth, without parallel investment in human development, makes it harder to deliver basic services and harder for families to move out of poverty. And yet, with challenge comes opportunity. Pakistan stands at a crossroads with a large and growing population, a sizable youth cohort, and rapidly evolving socio-economic realities. If we provide every child with at least kindergarten to year 12 education and offer vocational training to upskill our youth, we will not only strengthen our own GDP, but also position our human capital to support other economies facing a population implosion. This young, skilled workforce has the potential to transform Pakistan's destiny, to build real economic strength, and to elevate our standing on the global stage. The decisions we take today on health, education, gender equity, and economic development are investments in Pakistan's future. They can yield results in as little as 5 years and have a powerful compounding impact. If even one person in a family is able to attain economic prosperity, they can lift their entire household out of poverty. Over the course of this summit, we will hear from some of the nation's leading voices, those shaping policy, advancing research, driving development, and defending the rights and choices of our citizens. Together, we will explore how Pakistan can restore balance in its population growth, empower women and young people, and ensure that development is inclusive, sustainable, and equitable. At Dawn Media, we believe deeply in informed dialogue, credible information, and public engagement, and in taking positions rooted in the long-term interest of Pakistan rather than short-term convenience. This summit reflects those values. Across the next 2 days, through our newspaper, television programming, and digital platforms, we will bring you ideas, detailed reporting, expert analysis, and focused storytelling so that the conversations here reach people across the country and help shape a more informed national debate. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants for their willingness to share their insights. I also extend our sincere thanks to the Federal Ministry of Planning and Development, the Federal Ministry of Health Services Regulation and Coordination, and the governments of Sindh and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, as well as our partners for their commitment and leadership in advancing this critical initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the issues of population, development, and governance affect every Pakistani. Let us work together to defuse this population time bomb and turn it into our country's greatest dividend. Together, we can restore the balance and build a future where opportunity, equity, and prosperity are within reach for all Pakistanis. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Naz Afreen, for setting the tone of the conference. We would now like to invite Senator Sherry Rahman to the podium for an inaugural address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. The Dawn Group's CEO, you're the CEO now, Naz Afreen, Segal, and MNA Shaista Malik, eminent former ministers, Farooq Sattar, excellencies, the diplomats here, friends from the media, and most importantly, our development partners. I don't mean in a financial way, but those who have been holding the candle up in times when no one was interested. And for that, I must recognize the Population Council, for which the Population Council is run by Zeba Sattar. And I do want to give her the credit for keeping the conversation going when no one really was interested. So thank you for convening this, the Dawn Group. It looks like we have a silent partnership on being the patron of subjects no one really cares about at large scale. But I'm wrong here, obviously, because people do care. All those in the room are here because they care. And I think that in itself is a token and mark of, give us a mark of appreciation, to remember that these are subjects that are growing steadily closer and closer to our hearts and minds. But what's the challenge, ladies and gentlemen? I hear that a minister is missing, so I told Naz Afreen, if I may use your first name, because I worked with your mother in the Dawn Group, that we are, well, the upside is that we have more time to talk candidly. And here, not that I think ministers shouldn't, they should, and that's what makes any discussion so compelling. I had assumed there will be some kind of, because the planning minister was here, some kind of scene setting, which he's very good at doing, on the data that is driving the pressures on climate change. But I'm going to pepper some of the discussion with that, and let's see if we can stay engaged on the subject and not bore you all this time of the morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, how have I become interested in population? Because, well, it's something that we've all been talking and reading about. And 7 years ago, I wrote about 3 ticking time bombs for Pakistan. Unchecked population growth was one of them, water scarcity, and, of course, climate stress. In my view, they are no longer ticking. They have noiselessly exploded around us. They've already done the damage that they needed to do. Let's look at water. Water is scarce, and it's 2025. I remember shouting from Parliament that Pakistan will be water scarce, not just stressed by 2025, according to the UN. Here we are at 2025, and we haven't thought about the huge amounts of water that are missing in our communities and our cities for our citizens to use safely and conveniently. I see it as a fundamental right. Climate obviously is at its frontline heat in Pakistan, as we are the most vulnerable country globally from 2022, according to the Global Risk Index. Now, population growth, in my view, and I'm sure everyone agrees, has passed some kind of a danger line. Why I say that is it because it means you have the figures in front of you, 251 million, and those glaze our eyes. Just break it down a little, it means 6 million more people every year. Now, of course, we love people. We love our people. We love children. We love births. We mourn our deaths. What goes around here is the pressure on our resources. The word balance has been used in the title of the summit, in its subtitle, and I think that's where we need to find our pivot. Where do we find our pivot, and why we say that this is such a crisis now is because we need to wonder why so many of our children go hungry. Malnutrition is a big number here. We also need to then ask how will our health clinics already in deficits service the sick, the needy, the women and the children needing urgent care, or why we have 26 million children out of school. You see, these are very important numbers, and added to that, Ms. Nasafreen, Ms. Sehgal mentioned the youth bulge. Pakistan talks about this demographic dividend non-stop. At which point does that dividend become a challenge? When you are not able to provide the 1.5 million jobs needed per year. That's a huge number of jobs. 1.5 million jobs needed per year because the population is also growing. This youth bulge is unaccommodated, is looking towards a future where even if they have a degree, they are unable to find the jobs they need. So, these are things that we need to think about in terms of how the population growth is taking us, where it's taking us, and what pressures it's putting on our economy, on our per capita incomes, and of course, the lived reality of people, especially the 45% that are now under the poverty line. These are not my figures, these are the World Bank's. Now, with our economic growth dragged down by climate shocks and institutional frigidity, let's not pretend that is not the case, we are not able to lift millions out of the poverty that I spoke about. Quite the opposite. If GDP gets impacted at 8%, like it did in the 2022 floods and a lower percentage in the recent floods, population numbers stretch those losses further. There's simply more people to save, more people to shelter, more people to feed, house, clothe, and save from the diseases that arise from waterborne standing water that we see then. But, this goes on. Climate change exacerbates all. It's like a multiplier, but then so is population. All threats, all challenges. And then that brings me to consider, I remember saying this to Zeba Sattar long ago, that we must be the only country proving John Malthus and his doomsday predictions, right? I mean, probably the economists will disagree, but basically what he spoke about, because obviously inequality comes into the mix, and so does technology. That's how countries have leapfrogged their population. They have exceeded their economic growth rates above their population. So what Malthus basically said in a nutshell was that if the two rates converge, you've got a real problem. And then eventually, the 20th century and the 21st century proved John Malthus wrong, except right here. If you have a 2.6% growth rate, population growth rate, and your GDP rate hovers around that, it did for many years, and it keeps coming down when there is a climate shock or there's another kind of disaster, you then have the two converging. So, when population growth matches or outpaces GDP, you have a serious structural problem. It presses down on all macroeconomic indicators, and it creates what I call a scarcity crisis. So unchecked population growth creates a crisis of scarcity. You and I don't feel it. We are obviously sitting in Serena Hotel, which has reverted to using plastic bottles. Ahem, management, side note, which it shouldn't be, and we can talk about why. But here's what's going on here. We are in an affluent, or rather, arc of elite privilege. We are not feeling the pressures of the population burden or unchecked growth. And when you talk to a person who has 6 children in his or her family, they say, well, we need the children. Yet, they find that the mouths are far too many to feed. In that situation, I call the scarcity vector becoming gendered immediately, because the population crisis is also not a regular crisis. It's not just a plain structural crisis, it's a gendered crisis. It is experienced most by women and also by vulnerable women at the bottom of the social pyramid. And now that social pyramid is 45%, right? So, because when there's not enough food on the table, the food goes to the boys in the family. Mothers do this. Now, I'm talking to you about what happens in communities and tables where the mouths are too many to feed, because this is what it's about. If you can feed your population, if you can give them clean water, and you can build their resilience for the future, then you will be able to guarantee them the jobs, your economy has the bounce. Right now, our population is at 241.5 billion, since the presentations are not here. And I'll say that this makes us the 5th most populous country in the world, right? Now, 2.55 is the annual rate. I would suggest it's 2.6 at the very least. When we're sitting at dinner, we think it's 2.7, because a lot is not accounted for. And so each year, we're adding 6 million more Pakistanis to very overstretched systems. Those schools aren't out there, those clinics aren't out there yet, right? So if this growth continues unchecked, the demographic pressure will nullify per capita GDP as well. At a growth rate of 2.7, wherever you go, every citizen will feel very little improvement. They will not feel the improvement in their lives. So even a 1% increase in population growth reduces per capita income at 35,000 rupees annually. Now, that's a very big number. There's been a lot of talk about why we are not able to understand how our future is going to be flatlined. I think we do understand it, but we have not figured out what is a priority. This is a development and daily priority to me, like climate change, like providing water. And I want to tell you how they all interconnect, my ticking time bombs, which have exploded. We're already water scarce, the bell was tolling, and we are now one of the 3rd most water-stressed countries in the world. None of us here probably experience water scarcity, but that is not how it is lived as a reality in large swathes of Pakistan, including even affluent communities. And if we continue at this rate, which when our population will reach 315 million in 2050, then you're going to need 60 million acre-feet more of irrigation, just irrigation water, to keep the country moving. We don't have the storage, we don't have the capacity right now. So, there's no rocket science. We have to reduce our consumption. Pakistan is one of the most high-consuming water countries. Our usage of water and therefore its waste is probably the 4th highest in the world. So before we start rushing to the limits of saying, why haven't we got these huge dams, which are a thing of the past? Huge dams no longer get the consortium financing, they have huge runover costs, and they displace communities, and they also stop the run of the river. You have 2 large storage dams, and they they generate tidal, and the energy experts will tell you more, and in any energy conversation, this can be addressed. But the pressure on water, which I feel you cannot talk about the population without talking about water, is really about who bears the burden. The stress on women, the stress on scarcity. Why do I bring women up again? Because they are carrying the water. You don't all have it in your taps. In Pakistan, 72% of a woman's day, of 3/4 of women in Pakistan, is taken up carrying water. Shocking, isn't it? But please look at the statistics on the world over, Africa and other communities, especially rural communities. The women are carrying water for miles on end. That also goes for high urban density populations and cities where water is carried from a central tank because it just isn't available. Or say, for instance, in Ormara and Balochistan, there'll be one pump in the center of the village. So you're going to, this is how it's experienced outside our heated rooms. And that's the important conversation here, because unchecked demographic growth will outrun our water resources. It imperils security, food, as well as water infrastructure, and the public health capacity to cope, to actually emerge resilience, because resilience becomes too much of a buzzword for everyone to use wherever they want, convenient. But it's linked to things like having the sanitation in your neighborhood, the schools in your neighborhood, the hospitals in your neighborhood. It's linked literally to development per capita. And that's one report that I will be bringing down in a month or so. The vulnerability index has been done by the Population Council, well done, Population Council, and we'll be bringing a resilience one soon, how to actually measure that. So food, climate, and poverty are all impacted. You know, we now have children that are, 40% of children under 5 are stunted. Again, this is simply because of malnutrition. And one more thing, because women, their mothers, are not able to make the health choices that they need to, or on spacing of births, or how to find the food to feed their children, or how many to have in the household, because they cannot feed all the children, including boys. So you have this crisis, and it usually does not get addressed or linked like this. It is entirely linked to unchecked population growth, and of course, the non-access to critical resources, including food, water, schooling, all of this. But food and water and malnutrition are making this happen. And the women's ability to say, we cannot continue to bear 5, 6, 7 children. Okay, because their bodies are the front lines for decision making. And this has to be addressed squarely. I also want to talk a little bit about how the job market will be impacted, or rather the lack of jobs. We have a 7% unemployment rate. That's high. And we have then young people graduating, unable to find the jobs, and then you see the serial discontent. What that does is it raises discontent in the state's ability to provide them a climate where employment is easily available, where their household won't lose 4% of their savings every time there's a health trauma. It's much more, or there's a climate, the rain takes their roof out. So people lose, households lose huge percentages of their savings and income. Their disposable income is restricted when there are many mouths to feed, and there's a health trauma, or there is a climate shock now. And those are the most recurring in Pakistan's current realities. Any economist will tell you how much impact one health shock makes and sets back a family of, say, 5 to 6, because, well, it is a family of 5 to 6. What can you do right now? But what you can do is start understanding that is not a neutral demographic trend. It's a public health crisis borne by women and children, and of course the men who have to provide. Now, what that does is it compromises reproductive rights. I will get to the part of what needs to be done, but what we do need to understand is that there is demand for the C word, for contraception. Contraception prevalence rate is what you need to talk about, okay? CPR of another kind. We always think of it as the life-saving CPR, the cardiovascular CPR, right? Less people have heard about contraceptive prevalence rate. That's what you need to talk about, because contraceptive usage is what will lower the birth rate, the fertility rate in our country, which is extremely high. It's the highest in Asia. Now, what that does, the inability to have contraception available easily, cheaply, we will come to why that needs to be cheap, and accessible as a family decision, it makes women constantly bear the burden of pregnancies that their family is unable to provide for, or they are. So every 50 minutes before we finish this session, a woman in Pakistan will die due to pregnancy or childbirth complications. She will not have access to a health facility, and perish the thought, and the thought is not perished at all, you will have a climate shock. In 2022, it seared on my brain that 650,000 women were giving birth or facing pregnancy on life rafts, or if they were very lucky, under a plastic tent, a tarpaulin. Plastic is a bad word. So here we have a seriously gendered crisis, 50 minutes. So you then have women facing trauma. You have 11,000 maternal deaths after that. And we have child brides. We have child brides who cannot speak in their family environment where decisions are made for them, or a husband who has the prerogative of male privilege, which is bestowed on them in their homes by their families, and the young brides can't meet that challenge. So 1 in 6 women in Pakistan were married as children. How will they make health decisions, you tell me? This is a reproductive health crisis also. And that is why we keep pushing in Parliament, in Sindh, and wherever province we can. Now, all provinces have to do this. I think we only have Punjab coming up soon. I'm certainly not going to finish in 2 minutes. I only have Punjab coming up soon, and I think KP. The other provinces have all gone, Sindh, Balochistan, and thank God, Islamabad Capital Territory, it took 20 years, has finally passed the Child Marriage Act. So children, you are a child until you're 18 for your driving license, for voting, but not for being married, okay? So the age of maturity counts in the reproductive health choice you make. She will also be better educated, obviously. Female literacy also counts, to be able to say, well, I think that we need to space our births. And what has been helpful, so the good news here is that the Council of Islamic Ideology has actually given this their sanction. They have. It's not religion or that kind of, it's more cultural taboo holding people back, holding families back, that this is a decision of some, other power. No. These are decisions made in the here and now, and the Council of Islamic Ideology, please repeat this everywhere, has said that births should be spaced. So I think we have all the cultural tools which should help us meet the actual unmet need for contraceptives, which is right now only 17%, but it's still there. That's the unmet need for contraceptive. But the demand for contraceptive usage also has to go up and be created. Now we can talk about how that needs to be done, because this is important. The current contraceptive use is only 34%. The CPR will therefore hover at this unhappy scale. So you can do 5 or 6 big things. I'm not going to suggest intractable issues that will take another 5 years. It shouldn't, in terms of, structural matters like population not being part of the NFC mix. That's, of course, one of the things that needs to be looked at, but there are many things that can be done. One of them, and since we are in Islamabad, at the federal level, I have to thank the Prime Minister for putting together a task force on which some of us serve, and also giving it attention. First of all, it needs national attention. Very basic, but that's what it needs. It does not need just one population council to carry the torch. The state at the highest level must give it its focus, attention, and heft, okay? So that's started, but what else do we need from the federal government? I would say that we would need the population fund. There is a population fund, funded. We need that fund funded, even if it's 10 billion, because that's what it is supposed to be funded at immediately, but not just stick it there and park it as part of the PSDP. Ring fence it with allocations for the most vulnerable districts. That's where you will find the money well spent. You can identify 40 districts or 20. The task force can do it, the population council can do it. That's the first thing. We also need him, the Prime Minister, to eliminate the tax. I think it's 18%, Zeba, if I'm not mistaken, on contraceptives, right? That's already been done, I'm told, from pressure around the table, but we need it to be notified. Contraceptives need to be cheap and easily available and not taxed, okay? This is a fundamental right. So that needs to be done. The decision's been taken. Family planning, all provinces should pass, but that's coming too far. Then integrate family planning into, social protection programs like the Benazir Income Support Program, Sehat, Sahulat, Aghosh, Mamta. There are many. Each province runs their own. That if they integrate that, we will see some traction. And some level of national coordination just at the federal ministries, health, education, women's development, social welfare, and climate resilience. Please include the water and climate ministries in these consultations, right? So other than a whole of government approach, the data-driven interventions, etc., what do we need from the provinces and also from the center? The one thing that can change the game is reintroducing a scale-up of what is known, very boring, but Lady Health Workers Program. This will completely change the balance on the ground. I say this because, there is proof that the birth rates went down when the lady health workers were at critical mass. And I say this not because, Shahid Benazir Bhutto brought this about, and Shahnaz Wazir Ali is sitting here. She was her partner in doing so. It made a huge difference. The lady health workers are able to go into homes, access the inner, sanctum of a household, even if there's parda, and have discussions with the family. So you locate agency with the woman, but also advise the man of the family on the virtues and on the benefits of spacing births and having less children. When that happens, you automatically see traction. You see the families reaching for birth solutions, birth spacing, and contraception. So we have numbers also. Somebody will share it with you, I'm sure. But we now have a situation where the lady health workers are shrinking. Some of the provinces are maintaining them. They're even making them the polio vaccinators. These lady health workers have become the polio vaccinators. So they're really the backbone of the entire health service here, and it needs to be expanded with mobiles, and the federal government needs to do one thing. It doesn't need to worry about having a population ministry. Please don't add ministries. Please don't. Just tell your information minister, we are allocating this budget for you, and do a population and family planning blitz in the language, in the national language. The provinces then go down and start going into their local dialects and vernaculars, start putting this on phones, on Androids, on anything. And you will have yourself a campaign that goes into your doors. There are NGOs who will provide question and answer services, again available on your unsmartphones in the villages. And that's where you will have access to healthcare, to reproductive choices, and that phone is then, that recording is then played to the whole family, where it's a remote district you can't access. You know, there are many NGOs, I can refer them all to you, who will do this and who won't necessarily charge. So you build public-private partnerships at the provincial level, and you ask also faith leaders, when you do the national campaign, the faith leaders, you know, the Maulanas and all of that, when they make a Friday sermon, to speak about this, because some brave faith leaders are able to. And I say brave because this requires a little bit of courage. People don't even want to talk about contraception. So that's the key word. CPR has to be pushed. And it will find remarkable acceptability everywhere. And to all health ministers of all provinces, I would say they need to amp up their campaign in the communities and even offer no cost, absolutely no cost solutions, like one province is offering even vasectomies to men who are taking it up. But there are many solutions which I'm sure will be unpacked here. But the main one here from federal is fund it, fund that population fund, don't tax the contraceptives again, and if so, notify the one already that you've agreed to, build the momentum, build a national momentum. The provinces will follow. They will see the benefits. As you have noted, Sindh and KP are already doing so. Sindh is very active, and the health minister will be here. She's been even making local videos in Sindhi and Urdu to transmit the message, and we find that it has many takers. So if we don't want our futures to be flatlined, for our children to be able to go to schools already, as I said, 26 million are out of schools, and find the healthcare, the women to find the healthcare that they need, for families to put food on their table, simple things like that. You will be talking about Malthus later. That's what you need to do. And I really want to thank the Dawn Group for, again, being the patron saint of what I call subjects no one cares about, like me, and taking forward a national conversation which is entirely necessary. The climate change conference was excellent too, and I heard someone trolling and asking, what outcomes were there? It is not your job to provide outcomes. The outcome makers are all here. Your job is to provide the public and national conversation, and thank you for doing that. I hope we continue to address this subject at the highest level. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sherry Rahman, for your insightful address outlining the critical balance between population growth and our scarce resources. Now I'd like to invite to the podium MNA Shaista Pervez Malik to deliver a quick address. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and a very good morning and Assalamu alaikum. It is my honor to be standing here and talking on something very, very important and something very close to everybody's heart who are sitting here. Here, the policymakers, the development partners, experts, and community leaders will be talking about a very important issue. And Sherry Rahman, I think, has laid the stage for all the discussions that will be carried on in the different panels in the coming 2 days. I feel that you're sitting here, your participation reflects our collective resolve to address population challenges and strengthen family well-being. I thank you all for being here, and I especially thank the Dawn Media Group for taking up all the challenges that we are facing and making people aware of what are the challenges. And of course, Population Council ki Begum Sattar Sahiba, who's been taking up this issue for the last so many years, who's persistent, and her persistency shows that we are coming to a near resolve. It has been accepted at the highest level. The Prime Minister is conscious of the fact and appreciates and recognizes that how important family management is, and everybody is on board now. What I feel that it is no more a demographic issue. It is linked with our economy. It is linked with our well-being of the people. It is linked with the future of our children. It is linked with everything a country is judged by. Population management is an important issue. The political will is there, but should now be turned into action, I feel. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan is conscious of the fact that how important population management it is. It is directly linked with our well-being. But I want to leave a food for thought. We need to de-link the National Finance Commission award from population as primary basis of allocation. We have to de-link it because we have to see what the human development bars are. And when you link it with population, the Finance Commission is, I think, misled and misguided. So one thing very important which I want to mention is, in which I think we should be discussing and debating in our panel discussions, is that we have to de-link the Finance Commission from population. And that is important. The fast-growing population is putting a lot of pressure on our resources, hospitals, schools, and jobs, and climate resilience. And leadership realizes and recognizes this. This resolve must be turned into a clear population strategy. And strategy shift should be seen and visible. Sherry has given a very detailed, comprehensive issues that needs to be tackled. I think we will be discussing them in our panel discussions, and as said, it will be a productive discussion and results will come as policy makers, as legislators are sitting here in the audience. I think we will have something concrete by the end of this. And thank you very much once again. I don't want to go into details because everything has been discussed now. Threadbare discussions will be done in the panels. And thank you very much, Dawn Group, and the Population Council for coming up with this good summit. Inshallah, we will be looking forward to a productive discussions in the coming sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Due to sudden changes in his travel schedule, Professor Ehsan Iqbal, the Federal Minister for Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, was not able to attend this session in person, but has sent in a video message. I would like to request you all to please turn your attention to the screen to view it. Thanks.
Development partners, colleagues from government, academia, civil society, and international organizations. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. It is an honor to address the Dawn Population Summit, an important national forum at defining moment in our journey. I commend Dawn Media Group, the Population Council, and all our development partners for convening this dialogue on an issue that will shape Pakistan's destiny more than any other. Pakistan stands today at a historic demographic turning point. According to the latest NIPS projections, our population will be around 240 million plus, is expected to reach 370 million by 2050. It is a defining challenge for our future stability, prosperity, and competitiveness. To put this in perspective, every single year, Pakistan adds almost the entire population of New Zealand, around 4 to 4.5 million people. Nearly 64% of Pakistanis are below the age of 30, and over 100 million are in our workforce. This immense demographic energy, if left unmanaged, risks turning into social and economic pressures, and we can already feel the strain. Among the most painful expressions of our demographic challenge is the high prevalence of stunting in our children. Nearly 40% of children under 5 are stunted. In several districts, stunting exceeds 50%. Countries with high stunting lose 2 to 3% of GDP annually due to low productivity and impaired human capital. A stunted child earns up to 22% less over a lifetime. This is not a health issue alone. It is a national productivity crisis, a human development emergency, and a direct threat to Pakistan's long-term economic strength and sustainability. I want to acknowledge the commitment of the Prime Minister, who has placed stunting and population management at the highest national priority. Under his leadership, the government is moving towards emergency, multi-sector action integrating health, nutrition, education, social protection, water, and local government systems. At this summit, we must ask ourselves with complete honesty, do we want a generation of illiterate, stunted, malnourished children, or a generation that is well-fed, healthy, educated, skilled, and creative? In a world where brain power of nations determines their competitive advantage, it is not population size, but population quality that drives national progress. Countries win the future not through head counts, but through the strength of the human capital, through educated minds, healthy bodies, skilled hands, and creative thinking. Therefore, Pakistan's priority must be fewer children, but better outcomes for every child. For decades, population was viewed narrowly as a health matter. This fragmented approach showed little progress. In reality, population dynamics shape employment, skills and education, food and water security, urbanization and housing, climate resilience, fiscal stability, innovation, and above all, national security. Countries such as Bangladesh, Vietnam, Iran, Indonesia achieved rapid prosperity by aligning population policy with economic strategy, women's empowerment, and education reforms. Pakistan is now moving decisively in that direction with two-pronged strategy. One, rights-based, accessible family planning services. Through the Ministry of National Health Services and provincial departments, we are focusing on expanded access to modern contraceptives, strengthened supply chains, trained counselors and community outreach, improved provincial service delivery, behavior change communication. Our principle is clear. Every woman must have the right to voluntarily high-quality reproductive health service. Two, forward-looking planning and development strategy. At the Ministry of Planning and Development, we are embedding population and human capital at the heart of national economic policy. Our initiatives include Population Emergency Framework submitted to the Prime Minister, National Strategic Framework on Population and Development, updated NIPS population projections, a unified national knowledge hub integrating PBS, NIPS, NADRA, health, and education data, data for development, platform for real-time monitoring, rollout of Udan Pakistan, a digital ecosystem for family planning, supply chains, and citizen access. Work towards a reformed NFC award aligned with demographic and service delivery realities. Ladies and gentlemen, these reforms move Pakistan from fragmented responses to a cohesive and integrated national strategy. Under Udan Pakistan, the 5Es framework, exports, e-Pakistan, environment and climate change, energy and infrastructure, and equity and empowerment offers a bold roadmap for national transformation. But none of the 5Es can reach their full potential unless Pakistan simultaneously addresses population growth, nutrition, and human capital development. Exports need a strong, productive workforce. Digital Pakistan demands cognitive skills and quality education, both undermined by stunting. Environment and climate resilience require reduced pressure on natural resources. Energy efficiency depends on moderated demand linked to population. Equity requires every child to begin life with nutrition and good opportunities. Population management is therefore the foundation of Udan Pakistan, not a parallel agenda. Pakistan has limited but powerful demographic window. The next 25 years will determine whether we rise to prosperity or remain constrained by unmet human development needs. If we reduce unwanted fertility and stunting, empower our women, modernize service delivery, invest in education and skills, align population policy with economic planning, then Pakistan's demographic curve can become the engine of a new era of national renewal. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is fully committed to this transformative agenda, but success requires national consensus, provincial ownership, and societal responsibility. Let this summit mark a new beginning, from conversation to coordination and partnerships, from concern to commitment and delivery, from vision to implementation, and from isolated projects to national transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, population is the central axis on which Pakistan's future prosperity will turn. What we do today will determine the destiny of generations. I wish the conference very success. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you. This concludes session 1. We will now be moving forward to session 2, titled Restoring Population Balance by 2050. This session focuses on strategies for achieving a balanced population trajectory in Pakistan by the year 2050. Leading experts will present research and insights on demographic trends, policy frameworks, and interventions needed to ensure sustainable development. Our participants for this session are, no worries, do you need this? Okay. Our participants for this session are Dr. Zeba Sattar, the Country Director, Population Council, Pakistan, Dr. Hanid Mukhtar, Fellow Consortium for Development Policy Research, Dr. G.M. Arif, the former Joint Director, Pakistan Institute of Development Economics, and Sam Waldock, the Development Director, British High Commission in Pakistan. I would invite them all to come on stage. The chair for this session and the keynote address will now be presented by Dr. Zeba Sattar, the Country Director, Population Council.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning. I'm sorry we are running a bit late, so this session will be rather compressed, but we wanted to get across to you some of the facts and figures behind what we've been talking about today. I hope somebody will be, okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say that in 2015, the UNFPA and Population Council and Ministry of Health Services organized a similar summit 10 years ago, and we thought that we had turned the curve and the needle had moved, but clearly not. So we are still hopeful, the fact that, and we are very, very happy that Dawn News has really taken this initiative this time. Of course, there are a lot of supporting partners, but the idea is still the same. Pakistan has to contend with important demographic issues, all mentioned by our keynote speaker, Ms. Sherry Rahman, and of course by Shaista Saiba also. I just want to say, why have we really centered our whole theme around the balance? It is because it is important to have a national narrative. This has been endorsed by the Federal Task Force set up by the Council of Common Interest. And this is what we've been talking about here, really something that is accepted within Islamic principles. It has been supported, totally endorsed by the Council of Islamic Ideology. And the balance really is about responsibilities. The state responsibility, the balance has to be restored in terms of societal issues, the balance between resources and the numbers of people in Pakistan, and responsibility of parents also to set up decide on their ideal family size based on what they can provide in terms of rights and responsibilities to the wives, mothers, children in the family in particular. Why we start by this whole premise that we are not in balance and we need to restore the balance. And we have to prove that we are out of balance. We certainly are when it comes to looking at where we are in terms of regional figures. We can see that we have no sound. Sound ka to main nahi kuch kar sakti, I think, because apart from talking louder, maybe coming closer. Okay. We are clearly out of balance in terms of where we are standing in terms of other South Asian neighbors. You can see that our growth rate, whether we accept the 2.5, which was the intercensal growth rate, or what we think as the estimate, the mid-year estimate from the Pakistan Demographic Survey of 2020, which was more around 2%. Regardless of that, our growth rate is double that of our neighbors. Naturally, everyone in this room knows what that means. Next. We are also out of balance compared to what we ourselves planned in 2002. Pakistan's only and first population policy that was accepted by the then cabinet had it evolved out of a very optimistic scenario, was mentioned earlier in the 1990s, starting from 1988 to about 2000, Pakistan did experience a very rapid fertility decline because of all the factors like the Lady Health Worker Program, the government's own commitment, Pakistan's own commitment to the social action program, to social sectors in general, and to reducing fertility rates and population growth rates in particular. So we had a golden period and we had a policy, and this is what we projected in that policy, that we would reach what we call replacement fertility of 2 children per woman by 2020. We were on track to do so. But of course, we failed. And the result is that we had 18 more people in the 2017 census than we imagined that we would have, and 37 more million by the 2023 census. Next. The cost of inaction, as we call it. Pakistan looks very different to what we had planned in 2002. Next. This is what our age pyramid was on the left was supposed to look like. We were not just 37 million less. The age pyramid resembled more what we call a middle-level economy, and we would be well on our way to our demographic dividend. We almost assumed that we would have a demographic dividend because of the lower dependency ratios. But in contrast, what we have in the 2023 census is before you. It's a very, very young and challenging age structure. Next. If we don't care about development indicators, we only care about economic development, surely we do care about lives of Pakistani women, men, and children. Infant mortality and child mortality remain high, but also the numbers multiply because of the population size. And I think we must care about this statistic that instead of the 2.7 million children that die every year, we would at least be able to save 1.4 million of those children if we had had the 2002 policy roll out the way we expected. We would have saved that many lives. Similarly, next, we would save at least 3,800 maternal deaths. So I think the message is the same in all my slides. The cost of inaction is huge. Next, I'll just use the one on out-of-school population. We made a lot of effort to increase our in-school population. We've gone from 22.7 million to 45.9 children who are in school. Pakistan has made a huge effort, but next it's all frittered away because basically we've had huge population growth, and we would not have had we would have no children out of school with similar levels of educational effort. Now I'll skip the next slide and go on to what I recommend as the policy directions. I do want to put up this slide and spend 1 minute that we cannot, and I think the minister in his recorded speech just said that, population is not just about changing population and demographic trajectories alone. I think all these sectors, in fact, more require attention. Above all, education. I think primary education and secondary education, especially for women, but for all. I think health in our health sector has basically not delivered family planning services at all, or minimally so. So naturally, family planning has been something on the side. I think it has to be integrated. The female workforce is very substandard in terms of their training and in terms of their numbers. And women's empowerment, I think it was mentioned by Shari Rahman Saiba. I think until and unless we empower our women, actually if our women were empowered and if we had a full primary education enrollment rates and we had double the number of women with secondary schooling, we wouldn't have what we call our population problem. And I think employment is something that my colleagues are going to talk about, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Next. If I can say that there's one ask from this audience, or I hope an outcome of this conference, it is to really underscore what we decided in 2019 as our Council of Common Interest goals. They were accepted by the federal government, by provincial governments, to bring down population growth rates to 1.1% by 2030. I feel optimistic it can be done, but without the political intent and executive decisions and financing, it's just not going to happen. But if those things come together, I think we can achieve that. Next. Similarly with fertility, as you can see that we were coming down much faster and we have slowed down. That rate can be restored, and I think we can come down to 2.2 by 2030. Only and only if we decide that that's what we want to do. number 3. These are all policy decisions that are already accepted. They've been, the cabinet knows about them, the provinces know about them. So next would be, sorry, I've lost my sequencing, but I think maybe this is the most powerful slide that I can show you. This is research that we have done with the Guttmacher Foundation, which shows that amongst there are about 12.7 estimated pregnancies per year in Pakistan. About 6.7 million of these are wanted and planned pregnancies, but as many as 6 million pregnancies, the ones in orange, as declared by women themselves, are either mistimed or not wanted at all. If we have a strong family planning program, we could really remove or rather reduce those 6 million unwanted pregnancies and really focus on the other 6.7 that we could ensure in terms of better maternal mortality rates, child survival, etc. So this is what women want. This is what families want in Pakistan. And that is why I am confident that if there is an intent and a good family planning program, well-funded, with good quality services, there's no reason why Pakistan should be in the quandary. It's really, I think that we as a community have failed to provide that family planning program. We cannot blame people for it. Next. Coupled with that has to be an emphasis on an education emergency. I won't go into the whole literature, but it is really a proven thing in the demographic literature that if you have a generation that is fully enrolled in primary school, it's very, very unlikely that the demographic transition won't follow. And I think for that reason, but above all for reasons because it's a constitutional clause, it really means basically that if we trudge along, we are still going to have only 64% or 62% boys and girls in school. But if we just double the shifts of school, if we have female teachers in school and have co-ed schools, I think parents will have no problems. It's not the out-of-school population is huge, not because parents don't want their children to go to school. It's just that, again, it's a failure. I wouldn't want to point to any particular government for all the past few governments to really get up and say, this is an unacceptable figure. We have to do this and move forward. Next, please. I think, again, I will not really dwell much on labor force participation rates because they will be taken up by subsequent speakers, but just to point out, if there is a gap, the hugest gap that can be seen is that of the female workforce and actual labor force participation rates. I don't think any country can move ahead and talk about even reaching a demographic dividend or even reaching its full potential if only 24% of the women are employed in the labor force. And the gap is millions, about 50 million women who would be willing to work, they are in the working age population, but are not currently in the labor force. I think that has to be addressed through special quotas, through special microcredit programs. Other countries have done it. Cambodia has done it, poorer countries done it, Nepal has done it. So I don't think we are talking about anything outstanding that needs to be done. My final recommendation is something that we have a huge surge over working age. Next, please. Working age population in the making, and additional jobs are required regardless of whether we reduce our fertility. We're still faced with daunting numbers that are just standing to enter the labor force, and some sort of skill program that matches and job opportunities. You already have a very high unemployment rate. We will be in a real demographic economic crisis. So let me end by saying that I think that, next please, that I hope that the finance minister will be here soon. I would like, hopefully, the representatives from the Planning Commission to really take this up, and we will take it up also directly with SN Iqbal Saab, that we really need to declare some sort of human development emergency for the next 5 years. However, if we are going to meet the SDGs, unless some of these, or at least most of these things happen in the next 5 years, I think we'll be really very ashamed to even attend that conference. We'll be way, way behind. We have to reduce fertility, eliminate at least the unwanted births and unplanned births, which I told you are in the millions. Ensuring universal primary education and removing at least half of the out-of-school population. If we don't do this in the 5 years, we're just frankly never going to do it. And double women's participation in the labor force, and of course improve the skills and do different skilling and not the kind of higher education we have today. Last but not least, I think this will require, I know Sherry Rahman Sahib has stopped of it, but last slide, please. Structural reforms will have to be made. I think UDAN program sounds very good, but I think we are proposing, it's Dr. Arif's idea here, a sixth pillar, which should be a sixth E, empowering people, and it should be about human development. The NFC that meets day after tomorrow, or 2 days' time, has to talk and is going to talk about the reduction of weightage to population, and instead talk more about an offsetting fund to top up or to reward the provinces and regions for achieving and help them achieve key development indicators such as reducing the out-of-school population, reducing infant mortality, especially improving female secondary education. And I think the Population Commission/Council that the Prime Minister has already decided to set up, I think this can administer the whole program and also manage the fund that Ms. Sherry Rahman talked about. Thank you very much. I stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Zeba Sattar, for your informative presentation. I would now like to invite Dr. Hanid Mukhtar, Fellow, Consortium for Development Policy Research, to present his insights.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. For the last few days, I was fretting about that I had a lot to talk about and only 7 minutes to do that. And now I'm told that I don't even have 7 minutes. But that's okay. A huge thank you to Senator Sherry Rahman. She said probably all that I have to say, except for some hardcore data facts which I will present very quickly to you. The chart that you see on the screen is the trend in per capita income of Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India. And as you see, a few things. Pakistan per capita income has been growing at the rate of 3.6% per year. So our standard of living is still increasing despite our very rapid growth in population. But if you look at the trend, in 1990, Pakistan per capita income was 56% higher than that of India and almost double that of Bangladesh. You fast forward it to 2024, Bangladesh is 53% higher GDP per capita than Pakistan, and India is higher by 71%. So if you find these trends very surprising, let me add to that surprise that in 1990, China had a per capita income which is half of that of Pakistan, and in 2024 it had 4 times the per capita income of Pakistan. As you can see, the gap is increasing and increasing at about 3% per year. So if you want to call that relative imbalances have been increasing very rapidly. And that gap, 3% gap, is 70% because of higher GDP growth in Bangladesh and India, and 30% because of their lower population growth. So if we attribute this gap to population, that 30% means nothing because that's just arithmetical calculation and nothing else, because that's a direct effect of population growth. There's ample research available which suggests that population growth also impacts our numerator, the GDP growth. And there are multiple pathways from which the population growth impacts GDP growth. Next slide, please. I would just pass on these because Senator Rahman has talked quite in detail about the per capita availability of water and per capita availability of agricultural land, which we all know is declining very sharply. The agriculture census for 2024 just came out, and it suggests that 25% of the farms in Pakistan are now below 1 acre, and 78% farms are below 5 acres. And there are much wiser people than I sitting in the hall today who can tell you the economic implication of this fragmentation. But I'll pass on this and move to the next slide, which is just taking a change in tack. It is the fiscal resources available per capita. I would not dwell too much on the revenue side. I'll talk more about the expenditure side. Because this expenditure is basically telling you the amount, both the quality and the quantity of public infrastructure and public services that are provided per capita. 1993, we were all about the same level. Bangladesh was a bit lower. Pakistan, India was at the same level. 2023, India is about 3 times, spending 3 times, public expenditure being 3 times that of Pakistan per capita. So even if we don't see too much of difference in public infrastructure quality and quantity in India and Pakistan today, watch out, next 5 years, they are going to leapfrog us like anything. Next slide, please. Now coming to the other pathway from which the population impacts GDP. The first entry point for the population to impact GDP is the saving rate. We all know when the population increases, even at the household level, if you have more mouths to feed, the first impact is going to be on saving and even on investment at the household level, whether that be investment in their future wealth or investment in human capital. Per capita expenditure at the household level on education, health, even on food declines when there is one more person to feed. So our saving rate in 1976 was about 15%, and we are at 13% now. While India and Bangladesh are into mid-30s already. So with 13% of saving rate, we aren't going anywhere. Reason is because saving finance investment. Saving finance even your fiscal deficit. So if you have that load, that was the reason why our fiscal deficit is such a huge problem for us. India has been running much higher fiscal deficit than us for the last 7-8 years. But that's not a problem for us because their saving is so much higher. They can finance private investment and fiscal deficit without creating any distortions in the economy, but we cannot. Can we go back a slide because I want to talk a bit about investment. It's just a mirror image of the saving rate. Our investment rate at 14%, we were at 17% in 1976 and on 14% now. So our investment rate has declined, while that of Bangladesh and India are already into 30s, early 30s, 30% of GDP. So with 14% of GDP as investment, how fast can we grow? So that indirect impact of population, I'm not suggesting here that population has everything to do with this falling saving rate and almost stagnant investment rate. But if I suggest that it has nothing to do with it, that would be a lie. So population does impact saving, may not be as much as it is. There are other factors involved, similarly investment, but it does play a role. Next slide, please. This is an important issue because we economists have been brought up in the neoclassical economics that population is a resource in a way because higher population means higher labor force. Labor force is a factor of production, so our factor of production resource, the pool of factor of production improves as the population increases. Our first chart, it is the population to employment ratio. If you want to call it, it is the mouth to feed divided by the earning hands, if you like. We are much higher population to employment rate than in Bangladesh and India, almost only 1/3 of the population support the entire population. So, as far as being a resource, we have to think again, because with this kind of a ratio, obviously it doesn't look like a resource, it looks more like a drain. The reason for this is, on my chart B, is the population under 15 years of age, which is not in the labor force. We have 37% of population under 15 years of age. And India and Bangladesh are in late 20s. And the second element is our female participation rate. While India's female participation rate declined in the early 2000s, the income effect, but ours has never been in the ballpark. We have been always lower female participation rate than our South Asian neighbors. So these are the two reasons why our economic dependency rate, as I call it, is much higher than that of India and Bangladesh. So population from these three slides does not appear to be a resource. Even if it's a resource, it's not a net resource, it's more of a net drain. Next slide. The other issue is that because of our low investment, which is indirectly related to our population growth, our capital labor ratio is much, much lower than that of India and about the same, at present at least, that of Bangladesh. Why is that important? Because that is a factor which provides productivity to your labor. More capital, more productive the labor is going to be. So, and then you have the human capital issue here. If you look at my chart B, our labor force, only 29% has basic education, while that of India and Bangladesh, they are in mid-40s. So we don't have human capital element, we don't have physical capital element. So the productivity is clearly, you can see in chart C, has been more or less stagnant, while that in Bangladesh and India has been rising quite sharply. So we don't have, we keep on talking about labor being a productive resource, but the data doesn't show that. Next slide. So I don't think I need to talk about what the key takeaways are. As per the UN projections, Pakistan dependency ratio would become equal to that of India and Bangladesh, because sooner or later they would have this aging of population problem. But that is going to happen only after 2058. We have still 33 years to go. And if somebody believes that after 2058, let's sit back and let the natural course of population dynamics take its direction, and we will eventually catch up with India and Bangladesh in economic well-being, it's not going to happen, because my last slide of productivity. Because by that time, India and Bangladesh would have accumulated so much capital, so much higher capital than Pakistan, that they would keep on increasing the gap for a few more decades before we start to catch up with them. So if we are looking at a century maybe, then perhaps we would catch up if we do all the things right now and let the population take its course, or we act on both the economy side and the population side and try to close the gap sooner than that. I stop here. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite Dr. G.M. Arif, the former Joint Director, Pakistan Institute of Development Economics, to come and say a few words.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm not following my presentation because of the time constraint. I may take only 3 or 4 minutes to present my views. If you see, the topic of my discussion is on urban demographic transition in Pakistan. When we talk the urban demographic transition, it is basically combining two concepts. One is the demographic transition and other is the urban transition. And these two are interconnected and interdependent and also sequential. Firstly, demographic transition creates condition for urbanization. Then later urbanization contributes in fertility reduction. This is what has happened in all parts of the world. And during this process, we can see a shift in the society and economy from primary and rural sector to the urban industrial sector. Now, if you see the situation of Pakistan, what my research shows that in terms of demographic transition, it has contributed in urban transition because of mortality decline between 1950 and particularly 1990, but did not decline of the fertility. It has created a space for urbanization to go up. And this demographic transition, mainly through the mortality decline, we have seen an increase in urbanization from 18% in 1950 to almost 40% in 1923. But if you see the contribution of urbanization in terms of fertility decline, this contribution is quite low. At the moment, there's a gap of fertility between rural and urban areas, but two things in urban areas are quite important for this topic. The first is that we have not seen any city or the overall urban area in Pakistan which has experienced the replacement level of fertility. Still in urban areas, TFR is 3, and in rural areas, TFR is 4. And second is, during the last 2 decades, there is no change in fertility even in urban areas. Fertility is constant for 3. What is the reason? My submission and my research shows that the main reason is that our economy has not transformed from primary rural sector to the urban industrial sector. If we have done this one, then situation would have been much better in terms of the demographic and urban transition. I think just the future ahead, our urbanization has provided a good base, but if we can do 3 and 4 policy intervention, I hope in next 2 decades we will be in a much better position. The first thing is the industrial growth, particularly in the urban area. Second is the rural-urban connectivity. And third is to improve the quality of urbanization, we need to strengthen the city governments. Human capital, as we have said, and the final is to control or to reduce or get the target of fertility decline. If we can combine this sectoral and human development approach, then through this urban demographic transition, we can achieve the balance and we can be in a better position. Otherwise, we may achieve the urbanization level of 50%, which is called the completion of urban transition, but we may not be in a better position. So we need to keep the balance between these two and to get a better situation in next coming decades. Thank you very much.
Yes, I request Sam Waldock, the Development Director of British High Commission in Pakistan, to come to the podium. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and a really warm good morning to all of you distinguished ministers, guests, friends. And let me just start by thanking, as others have, the Dawn Media Group and Population Council for creating this really very important space. A space that allows us to discuss, to confront one of Pakistan's most important development challenges, that is restoring the population balance by 2050. And my message this morning is that progress is possible. Now, this morning we've majored, haven't we, on the economic case, and I'm privileged to be with a panel of 3 doctors. I'm afraid I'm the only non-doctor on the panel. But putting forward the economic case, and it's great to see the Honourable Minister of Finance here as well, lending your support. But the economic case is very, very clear. We've seen excellent progress on economic stabilisation, real gains, the policy rate down to 11%, inflation's come right down. But there is this structural challenge that Senator Sherry Rahman just mentioned. Our population is growing faster than our ability to educate, to employ, and to empower. And that means that every school, every hospital, every job market is under strain. And if we don't act now, then the dream of a prosperous, stable Pakistan will remain out of reach. But with the right policy levers, progress is possible, and we've seen it happen elsewhere. Because population growth isn't an isolated issue. It's deeply connected to a number of other agendas, and we've been starting to unpack that this morning, and we're going to keep doing that over the next few days. It's connected to education. It's connected to health, gender equality, jobs, climate change. Consider this. 18% of women want family planning, but cannot access it. Our contraceptive prevalence rate is just 34%. That is behind Iran at 82%, India at 67%, and Bangladesh at 64%. Pakistan only needs $30 million to meet contraceptive demand against a $62 billion government budget. This is fiscally achievable. This is doable stuff. And early marriage, we know, compounds the challenge. 18% of girls marry before they're 18. Those who marry early have 1.6 more births than those marrying later. And we know that passing child marriage restraint bills, as a number of provinces have done, improving registration systems can change this trajectory. We also know education is a game changer. Pakistan has 26 million out-of-school children. 53% of those children are girls. And we know that women with secondary school education have 6.5% lower fertility. Every extra year of schooling delays marriage. It opens doors to jobs and lowers fertility. Yet we also know labour force participation remains at just 24%. The global average is 51%. But when women work, fertility drops, families prosper, and economies grow. And this requires policy changes that are achievable, changes to transport, childcare, workplace safety, so women feel secure and supported. But finally, we know that success is ultimately about leadership at every level. And that's why I'm so encouraged to see all of us here today in this room having this conversation, each one of us leaders on this issue. Because we know that if we act now, we can make progress, we can restore the balance, we can unlock potential, secure a future where every Pakistani thrives. But this is now really urgent. The time to act is not tomorrow, it's today. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes session 2. We will now be segueing to session 3, titled Accelerating Economic Growth Towards a More Optimal Balance. In this session, we will examine how population trends intersect with economic growth and development. Our participants for this session are Senator Mohammad Aurangzeb, Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, Her Excellency Jane Marriott, CBG OBE, British High Commissioner, Dr. Akbar Zaidi, Executive Director, IBA Karachi, Dr. Ali Chima, Vice Chancellor of LUMS, and Balorma Amgabazar, the Country Director for Pakistan World Bank. Can I request you all to come on stage? Thank you. Our chair for this session is Senator Mohammad Aurangzeb, Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, and it is our honor to invite him to deliver his address. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. High Commissioner, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be here, and I want to start with what I heard some of the previous speakers talking about, which is complementing the Dawn Media Group. I have always talked about two existential issues for Pakistan: climate change, population. Because while we talk about the economy and we talk about tomorrow and day after, the next month, the next year, in terms of economic recovery and how we move from stabilization to growth, the reality is that if we have to realize our potential in the country, and there have been various studies, and I keep on going back to the World Bank Group study, which while Elango was here, that came out in terms of where we can go as a $3 trillion economy by 2047, by the time we get to 100. But for that, the roadmap that was laid out was very clear that these two existential issues have to be recognized and, more importantly, negotiated अगर हमने वो अपना potential पूरा realize करना है. तो ये Dawn Media Group obviously led the entire discussion and the public debate, public discourse, and building consensus was earlier on in the year with respect to climate change under Breathe Pakistan, and I was privileged to be part of that discussion as well. And now population. और इसमें जो सबसे important चीज़ है, and I used to say it in the private sector, I have continued to say it now and while I'm in public service, that we have known the what and why for the longest time. There's no dearth of policy prescriptions. Everything has to do now about implementation and execution, and therefore the how part of it. And the way these discussions happened earlier on in the year with respect to climate change, I sincerely hope that in the next couple of days, as these sessions move forward, we will, and all of you will come back with the how part of it. And I learned it, I mentioned it in an earlier session a few weeks back as well, when after I took oath and I went for the IMF World Bank meetings in Washington, and I was asked to come in and join Finance Ministers Coalition for Climate Change. तो मेरा पहला ज़हन में ये गया कि Finance Ministers का क्या ताल्लुक है इस सारी चीज़ से. But the reality is when I went there and whether it's the OECD Finance Ministers or they were from the emerging markets, it was quite clear that while the Ministers of Climate Change, and in today's context, the Minister of Health and Minister of Population Welfare are the folks who are going to lead, but it's really the finance ministers which make it and take it mainstream. If we are not making it part of our budgeting process, if we are not making it part of our planning process, then it remains an academic discussion. So I look forward to getting the views on the how part of it when it comes to population, और मैं अगर सारे sessions देखूं, तो I do think कि almost every possible element has been covered, including at times areas from which we shy from, which is the religious part of it. But Maulana Usmani and Mufti Usmani being here, and I was here when Minister for Health asked him to join us a couple of months back. और उस वक्त मुफ्ती उस्मानी ने डिफरेंट फतवाज वो लेकर आए थे और उन्होंने बड़ी डिटेल में एक्सप्लेन किया था. And I'm hoping and assuming कि इंशाल्लाह when he comes here, a part of his session, he will do a repeat of that this has nothing to do with religion. तो इसलिए हमें उस टॉपिक से और उस चीज़ से हमें आगे बढ़ना है, बिकॉज जब हमारे बड़े जो मोतबर लोग हैं जो इस सारी चीज़ को लीड कर रहे हैं, तो वो अब आप सुनेंगे. बट आई वॉज वेरी इनकरेज्ड विद दैट डिस्कशन बिकॉज वी कैन नॉट shy away from action because some of these elements, hold us back. With respect to the economy, I had a very detailed press conference yesterday, so I'm not going to go into that. In fact, a month back, with my very honorable cabinet colleagues, we also had a very detailed session with the press with respect to structural reforms, whether it's taxation, whether it's energy, SOEs, privatization, right sizing, pension reforms, etc. But few things are very clear. Whether it's the climate change, whatever we do in terms of how we are going to move from stabilization to inclusive and sustainable growth, the GDP does suffer. The flooding this year is going to shave off roughly 0.5% from our GDP growth forecast. So it's real. And with respect to population, the real GDP growth number, wherever we grow, whichever nominal GDP number we get to, is clearly going to be a dampener if we don't manage it and if we don't control it. In that context, it's not only about the economy that we live in today, it's also about the new economy. Because when we talk about the population dividend, and with 64% of our population under the age of 30, this is not about governments giving jobs. I think we have to get out of that mindset. It's the ladies and gentlemen who are freelancers today. It's the ladies and gentlemen who are leading our IT services, ladies and gentlemen who are leading our IT economy at this point in time. We need to upskill them, we need to reskill them. That's how we are going to go forward with respect to this population dividend. और उसमें AI, digital infrastructure, blockchain, Web 3.0, मैं अभी अली चीमा साहब को अभी ये कह रहा था कि इनको मैं मुबारक दे रहा था कि a Pakistani who has done, American Pakistani, who has done extremely well for himself. And I had the privilege of meeting him in New York on the sidelines of UNGA, who has donated money at your institution to set up blockchain. Agar aaj hamare bachche aur bachchiyan, they are writing codes at $2, $3, $4 per hour. And if they come up the curve through your institution, sir, and other institutions, as we scale it up, and if they can start writing codes at $12, $13 per hour, they help themselves and they help the country. So the new economy is very, very important. Whether it's, as I said, AI, digital infrastructure, Web 3.0, blockchain, crypto, as we go forward. And I mention it because we keep on talking about how we're going to grow our economy, but the latest chain analysis shows that we are now, as a country, number 3 in terms of crypto participation. It used to be number 10, we are now number 7, and now we're number 3. And it's very important in the context of population. It's very important in the context of youth, because all of us, or most of us, I see a lot of young men and women here, don't take me wrong, but a lot of us are going to fade away. It's this population which is going to lead the country, and therefore having the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority so that we can take this discussion forward for the young ladies and gentlemen who are participating in this activity, but in a regulated way. Now, 2.55% is a statistics. I'm sure all the speakers before me must have talked about it. And I'm sure Country Director Moroma is going to talk about this from a World Bank perspective as well. But the issues related to that 2.55%, if we just leave the GDP number outside, 40% of Pakistani children under the age of 5 stunted. Now, this is intellectual poverty. This is our future workforce. This is the future leadership of Pakistan, which, as they enter with a handicap which we can ill afford. The second one is learning poverty, especially girls out of school. And again, every study, whether it's in Bangladesh, whether it's others, everything that has been talked about is the women participation in the workforce. And therefore, getting these young women back into schools so that they become part of the productive workforce, inshallah, as we go forward. I think the point that Dr. Arif, if I understand correctly, I was just listening to you, and you're absolutely right, because a lot of our premises is based on the fact that if at times we say that 39% of Pakistan is urban, the reality is urbanization has been on the rise. And I do believe that roughly 88% of our population now lives in areas with urban characteristics. And therefore, the context of urban poor, and therefore, ये डॉक्टर साहबा मैंने आपके भी सेशन में ये मैंने बात की थी कि पॉपुलेशन काउंसिल को भी इस पे ज़रा फोकस करना चाहिए, because in the Kachi Abadis, the failure of water, sanitation, hygiene, I think it's going to be very, very critical. Because when I talk about stunting, the reality is we have done interventions on the food side. But the reality is that all of this comes together, whether it's sanitation, is clean water, is spacing between the childbirths. If we want to address stunting, we'll have to do it in a very, very comprehensive way as we go forward. और फिर जो interconnectedness है, उसकी हम पहले बात कर चुके हैं कि अगर population decrease होती है, उसका carbon emissions में, although, from our perspective is very much around adaptation, but still, everything that we need to do in terms of contributing to emissions coming down is also critical. Now, how do we take it forward? Because हर जगह ये बात होती है कि the how part also needs financing. And I think as the finance minister, I would be remiss if I don't talk about how we do and how we finance this transition. Well, I will start with the multilateral support and the support, especially from ADB, and then with President Ajay Banga and the 10-year country partnership framework. Now, this is a $20 billion commitment over the next 10 years. Every year, the World Bank has committed $2 billion of help and support and assistance. There are 6 agenda items around that $2 billion support. 4 out of 6 deal with existential issues: climate change and population. And within population, I've just mentioned the learning poverty and the stunting bit. I'm sure the country director will expand on that in terms of what they are going to fund, and the ball is in our court to come up with investable, bankable projects and schemes, and therefore looking forward on the how part of it from this August gathering. The second is what is in our control. And I do think that's very, very important. Because for everything we cannot run to our multilateral partners. For everything we cannot run to international donors. It's not about ego. It's not even about dignity. It's about the resources that we have and making sure that we repurpose these resources and this funding for what we really require in this country. Starting with the flooding. So there was a big discussion whether we should go into an international appeal right away. And the government and the Prime Minister decided we are not going to do that, and I think he was absolutely right. Because we have negotiated in terms of rescue and relief, अगर हम वो भी नहीं कर सकते अपनी resources के साथ, इतना बड़ा मुल्क है, 24 करोड़ का ये मुल्क है, ये न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, and every time कोई एक आफत आती है और उसमें हम फौरी तौर पे भागते जाएं बाहर, ये मुनासिब नहीं है. And I think the provinces and the Federation have shown that we can fund the rescue and relief. और आगे rehabilitation और reconstruction की बात होगी, जहाँ वो है, हमारे already funding available है, because we cannot continue to take loans to fund these situations. कोई grant आती है तो ज़रूर आए और हम उसको लेंगे, लेकिन ये जो funding और जो financing है और loans लेके इसको हम आगे नहीं लेके जा सकते. So I think in that context, using our own resources is going to be very critical. इसमें NFC की भी अब बात होती है, और I'm sure during the course of a couple of days this is going to come up. This is not about us against you or against them or whatever. ये तो सारी चीज़ वैसी consensus के साथ आगे चलनी है. And part of that is horizontal indices, including the population part of it. And therefore, I look forward to very constructive discussions, inshallah, with the chief ministers, the finance ministers, during the course of this week and as we take forward. And I'm very sanguine कि जिस तरह हमने पिछले साल National Fiscal Pact को साइन किया था और ये फेडरेशन और सूबों की मुशावरत के साथ ये हुआ था, तो इसलिए हम इसको बिल्कुल कंसेंसस के साथ इंशाल्लाह आगे लेकर चलेंगे. But this is about self-reliance and self-funding. And the last thing I just want to mention, because I'm also conscious of time, because other speakers have to talk as well, that this has to go beyond our immediate resources. Private-public partnership, I think, is going to be absolutely critical as we go forward. So in that context, the social impact financing framework, which has now been established, and I'm sure Country Director of World Bank is going to talk about it as well. This time around, whichever funding resource we are using, it has to be linked with outcomes. It's not about tracking dollars spent, because we've had enough dollars. We have had enough dollars, and we've had billions of dollars coming in, but there's not much to show. And therefore, it has to be linked with outcomes. And therefore, from the government perspective, we need to be held accountable in terms of where this money is being spent and how this is being spent. And so from that perspective, it's also with respect to the social impact financing framework, the Pakistan Skills Impact Bond. And I feel very strongly about it because this is about NAVTEC and upskilling and reskilling our young men and women in terms of how we take it forward. And High Commissioner, I'm very grateful to the support that the British Asian Trust and the technical assistance funding that we have received from FCDO. So we greatly appreciate what you have contributed to this. And the first Pakistan Skills Impact Bond, inshallah, should be issued in the coming days. So with that, I just want to again thank the Dawn Media Group for organizing such an important conference, and all the practitioners, all the subject matter experts who are here. I look forward, and the government looks forward to being guided by you. Thank you very much.
We would like to extend our gratitude to Senator Aurangzeb for his address and taking out the time to join us today. We would now like to invite Her Excellency Jane Marriott, CBG, CMG, OBE, British High Commissioner to Pakistan, to deliver her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Finance Minister, Senator Rahman, all of you in the room who have been caring and working on all of these issues for a very long time. Thank you very much. Seeing the huge numbers today, the fact that it's standing room only, has really given me great heart that this is the potential to be a turning point on this issue. And I really, really commend Dawn Media, as many have before me, for their work on this and on climate change. These are the long-term issues, but they need action today. And I have to say I was slightly depressed by the brilliant presentation from the Population Council showing where we would have been had we done what was agreed in 2002. And many of you will be familiar with the concept of the 1 degree rule. And this initially applied to aeroplanes. You're flying, you get in an aeroplane, you are 1 degree off course. That doesn't sound very much, 1 degree off course. Within an hour of flying, you are a mile away from your intended destination. This is why policy interventions on things like climate change, on population, are really living proof of why the 1 degree rule matters. Because if we had followed the Population Council and others' guidance in 2002, we would be having a very different conference today. So my main wish, and I think the main wish of all of us today, is that coming out of this conference and the recommendations from this, that we are not having a conference in 2040 where some of the younger people towards the back of the audience will be the speakers on this stage lamenting that we didn't do anything in 2025, or we'll be a very different place today, 2040. So let's learn from the past and let's make a much better future together. Now, this is a panel about the economy, and it's very easy, whether you're talking about climate or population, to talk about the moral issues, the environment issues. Is it right? Is it wrong? It sort of doesn't matter, because the arguments that resonate to most people are to do with the economies, they're to do with business. So I'm very much in favour of actually not talking about the moral picture, but about talking about the pragmatics and the economy. We've already heard that every year the population equivalent to, well, New Zealand's gone down to 5 million people now, Denmark is up to 6 million, so I'm going to say adding the equivalent of the population of Denmark every year to Pakistan. We've heard about the high fertility rate. We've heard that 18% of women have an unmet need for family planning. I was deep diving into these statistics a little bit, and I discovered that that is a result of 50% of people not really expressing a view. So actually 32% of people have met needs, 18% of people have unmet needs, and 50% haven't really articulated what those needs are. And I think it's not clear whether that's because those needs are being met or because they don't know what it is that they can articulate. What we do know is that ground-to-ground interventions are crucial, and Senator Rahman was just reminding me that where we saw real impact on these numbers was with the lady health workers, and the fact that you had women going door to door, having conversations with women who wanted to space out their families, who wanted to understand this. One of the most heart-rending moments I ever had was actually over a decade ago when I was ambassador in Yemen, and I went to very, very remote rural areas, and some of the women there had had 20 babies, over half of whom had died, of course, and they said to me, what we need is family planning. Our number one request is family planning. Women in rural areas, they may not have formal education, but they know what they need if they're given the opportunity to articulate it and to receive it. We've heard about the 2.55% per year of current population growth. We know that to keep pace with this growth, Pakistan, by 2050, is going to need 68 million additional jobs. So not just the jobs that we need now, an extra 68 million additional jobs. That is a staggering number. 150,000 new schools, and nearly 700,000 new additional teachers, as well as the massive investments in health, housing and infrastructure. Those are absolutely staggering numbers. This is the issue that defines every other issue in Pakistan over the next few decades. And we also know that climate vulnerability compounds these challenges. But we've also heard that there is a different path, and that if Pakistan reduces its annual population growth rate to 1.2% by 2030, 2030 is just round the corner. It is 5 years away. That is nothing, but it is still doable, as we've heard. So if the growth rate can be reduced to 1.2% by 2030, then the population trajectory will stabilise. There will be 65 million fewer people by 2050, so there will be less stress on jobs, on schools and on health facilities. We know that Pakistan's GDP growth rate will be 50% higher. We know that per capita income can more than double by 2050 in this scenario, and more households will move above the poverty line. It sort of begs the question, why wouldn't we do this? Not why would we, but why wouldn't we do this? And under the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, Pakistan has been able to achieve macroeconomic stability. But unchecked population growth will threaten to erase all of these gains. So it's not optional, it's economically imperative. You may wonder why the UK is standing on the stage, and my colleague Sam was on the panel beforehand. That's because the UK has always been a long-term partner of Pakistan on population issues. We stand with Pakistan to help achieve sustainable population growth, to offer family planning choices, and build a fast-growing, equitable economy. Through our flagship family planning programme, we've worked with the government of Pakistan for nearly a decade now, reaching 11 million family planning users and averting over 5,000 pregnancy-related maternal deaths. These results show what is possible when partnerships deliver results. We welcome the Prime Minister's recent directive exempting family planning products from all taxes, and we are hoping that the Finance Minister will ensure this is implemented very soon. We welcome the parliamentary resolution calling for increased access to quality and affordable family planning services. And I particularly welcome, because we've referenced a couple of times already the role of Islam, the role of the Maullanas, but actually the Council of Islamic Ideology has already endorsed the concept of birth spacing. That's a really, really important principle. Looking ahead, the UK is supporting a national family planning awareness campaign which will dispel myths about modern family planning methods and provide medically accurate advice to help with family planning. And at the centre of this, as we've already heard from the Population Council, will be Pakistan's narrative on Tawazun, the importance of achieving this balance between rights and responsibilities. Beyond family planning, we've supported education for over a year, helping educate 5 million children, half of whom have been girls, to access education, and have supported campaigns against child marriage and gender-based violence, which have reached over 34 million people in the last couple of years. The Finance Minister has already given a few shout-outs to the World Bank, and absolutely the World Bank and the IMF are playing a crucial role to help stabilise Pakistan with its key economic reforms. So when we talk about population, we're talking about people's lives, we're talking about family planning choices, an increasing contraceptive prevalence from 34 to 50%, as set out in the last National Action Plan, could save more than 200,000 mothers and children. My favourite economic statistic, if you only remember one, remember this: investing $1 now delivers about $120 worth of savings in health and economic benefits. So I want to thank you all for being here today, for putting families at the heart of the population discussion, for putting economics at the heart of the population discussion. And achieving all of this together is possible, but it requires political will, it requires implementation, and I think based on what I'm seeing here today and the enthusiasm of this audience, it can happen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Zedi.
very, very sharp decline. You talk to any economist, and there are many in this room, and most will agree that all our numbers are going in the wrong direction. If you were listening to what Hanid Mukhtar and looking at his presentation, doing well, and in relative terms and in absolute terms, it's much worse than has been over the last few years. That is population. Pakistan in 25 years, literally 25 years, is going to be the third most populous country in the world. And I think that's scary. It's going to be a poor country, despite what the finance minister promises and others have promised earlier, because it's going to be matched with countries which have far higher per capita income, far higher productivity, and that's going to be in the world of competition where we compete with other countries, we are going to be left behind. Next slide, please. There are two graphs here, well, three. One is consistent with showing, I won't tell you what they're showing, but if you've been following the discussion, you'll know that one growth rate is growing at 2.55, and the other has been minus 1% in 2019-2020, minus 0.5% in 2022-23. So it gives you a sense of where the economy is and where the population growth is. Next slide, please. This is a graph which has been circulated and published by the State Bank of Pakistan. It tells you where our GDP growth is going over the last 40 years, and it's only in one direction. There's been ups and downs, and there's been ups and ups, but the overall direction is negative, down. It's coming down, and it's somewhere near 3% now, which is something that we need to be very conscious of and take cognizance of. Next slide, please. Unemployment today is 7.1%, and we know it's underreported. I don't believe those numbers. It could be 20%, it could be 18%, but what matters is that it's the highest in 21 years. Even if we take the 6.23%, this 2021 is wrong, it would be 2001. If we take the last 20 years, we get a sense that unemployment is growing, whether it's 7% or 8% or 9%, it's growing. And what's troubling is that of the 6 million people who are unemployed, very high, 70% are illiterate. And the highest unemployment is in that region which we used to call the demographic dividend, which is now turning into a demographic nightmare. Those aged between 15 and 29. The highest unemployment is in that age. As we've heard, 3.5 million or 4 million Pakistanis enter the job market every day, with a growth rate of around 2.5% to 3%, 2 years negative. Those people are not going to be employed. Furthermore, the real wage of workers of Pakistan has seen a 20% fall in just the last 3 years. That's Dr. Hafiz Pasha's data. Next slide, please. So when we talk about poverty, and we usually talk about income, but if you look at the Human Development Index of the United Nations, we see that Pakistan has gradually fallen in the last 5 years. 161st, which wasn't something to be proud of in 2020, 164th in 2023, and now we are 168th lowest in 2025. These are trends which are extremely worrying. I mean, there's something that we need to do something very substantial about. Next slide, please. Economists in this room, Ali Chima being one and others, we talk about the notion of property rights. When we talk about growth, we talk about private capital as well, which the finance minister spoke about. Property rights are central to how an economy functions. And for that, a judiciary is central. If you see the IMF report last week, it talks about the judicial sector. I won't read it out because maybe some judges here might take offense. But this is from the IMF report. It shows that the judiciary is consistently identified as one of the most corrupt state functions. In an economy where property rights, the private sector, where international juridical concerns matter, a judiciary which is seen as being the way it's seen here is something which is very worrying. Perhaps the 27th Amendment will fix that, but I don't know. Next slide, please. Here's a Pakistan investment, something which investment to GDP ratio, something that Hanid also showed. What's important here is the investment to GDP rate is the lowest it's been since 1973. It's 12.9% here, it was about 12.7% at that time. So in 50 years, our investment to GDP rate has been falling. There have been ups and downs, but consistently today, it's the lowest it's been in 50 years. Next, please. Next slide. There's a lot of talk about the new economy and IT, and I come from a university where computer science and IT, and so does Ali, is very important. But these facts will surprise you. Earlier today, Mr. Ehsan Iqbal also spoke about human capital. Today, we are half a century behind where South Korea was 50 years ago. Our secondary enrollment rates are at the level where South Korea was in 1972. Our tertiary rates, 1979. We can't talk of a new economy, of IT, of computer growth with these sorts of numbers. Finally, my last slide. Next slide. Where are the women? The Global Gender Report last year showed that we were second last amongst a list of 148 countries. The report this year, 2025, shows that we are the lowest amongst all countries that it has recognized. There's been a debate about the data, about the methodology, but I think it's something that we need to be clear about. And importantly, economically, we are ranked in the lower middle income countries, and 16 countries are much poorer than Pakistan's, but the Global Gender Report shows that they are better than us. So it's not just about money, it's not just about income, it's about numerous other things. Our female labor participation, as has been shown earlier as well, is very low, and the access to finance is a major issue. So finally, what does one do about this? There's a lot of talk about Vietnam, Bangladesh, Iran, Indonesia, and even in the brief which was shared with us earlier before we came to this conference, these countries were mentioned. If there's one thing this government needs to do, and there's only one thing that this government needs to do, is put women first. Whether that's education, whether that's employment, whether it's security, whether it's finances, in everything. If women are put first, you will find that the population rate will tumble. You will find that the economy will grow. You will find that Pakistan will become a society, a country where we don't talk about decline, where we talk about progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zaidi, for your data-driven analysis. Now we would like to invite Dr. Ali Chima, Vice-Chancellor of LUMS, to deliver his remarks.
Honorable Finance Minister, Dawn Media Group, Population Council, development partners and colleagues. I want to kind of make 2 points. First of all, before I start, I want to acknowledge a very important change that I've seen in the macro discourse, which is largely coming from the Finance Minister, which is about putting population first in terms of thinking about the economy. And I think one of the important things about this panel was that we really dig deeper into how the two connect. So I have 2 simple messages. One is for the Finance Minister. That don't think about population only as a separate service to be provided in terms of the PSDP, but we want to center that as part of growth. If you don't bring the population down, you're not going to get growth up. And I'm going to build, it's a bit unfortunate, but Hanid showed a couple of things that I wanted to show, but the link between population and growth is really important. The second thing is, both in terms of growth and in terms of fertility decline, I completely agree with Akbar that if you don't center women, you're not going to get growth up and you're not going to get fertility down. But what I'm going to try and do is show you some evidence why I'm saying this. But there's a third thing. While I'm completely committed to the agenda of focusing on CPRs and pushing family planning, equivalently, if we can't change the structure of the economy, that's not going to create the necessary demand for fertility changes that you need. So I'm going to run through the presentation quickly, partly because Hanid has shown most of it. So I seem like the imposter who's sort of leveraging off things that are shown. But I'm going to add, and that'll make the conversation more focused. Can we go to the second slide? Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. Okay, so this is a graph you've already seen from Hanid. The left graph shows you the divergence in GDP. I call this the two big divergences, and these are from our regional peers, which is Bangladesh and India. The growth rate of Pakistan is clearly diverged. The only important thing to add to what Hanid was saying is that if you look at 1980, Pakistan's GDP per capita was quite high relative to India and Bangladesh. And that is for two reasons. We got a colonial endowment, which was huge, much better than both many parts of India and Bangladesh, but also the growth that Pakistan experienced in the 60s put us ahead. But the second big divergence, which is that in the fertility rates, and you can see the top line, which is the right graph, is Pakistan. Then the middle line is Bangladesh, and the bottom line is India. So this starts at 1980. India's fertility rates were already far lower than Pakistan's. But, and this is the important point, Bangladesh was quite close to Pakistan. But if you look at between 1980 and 1990, Bangladesh's fertility rate actually converges with India, which shows you what the opportunities are in terms of rapid decline that can be actually achieved. But from Pakistan's point of view, we've had a delayed demographic transition. And that's, I think, at the root cause of it. We started with a big population, but the rate at which fertility is declining is just not sufficient enough to create the preconditions for growth. Can we go to the next slide, please? We keep mentioning this figure that Pakistan is now the 5th most populous countries in the world. What this figure shows is it's a plot of fertility levels given by children per women, which is on the horizontal axis, versus population growth. The shocking bit, and this is what the message I want you to take back, not only are we the 5th most populous country in the world, but amongst the populous countries, we have one of the highest rates of growth of population. That's the challenge. So we're very big, and we continue to grow fast. Many other countries that are big in terms of population, their population growth is now coming down to 1% or below, whereas we're big and we continue to grow fast in terms of population growth, and that is really the challenge. Next slide, please. Hanid has already shown this. The big question is, with high fertility rates comes an age dependency ratio, which is what the left graph is showing. Pakistan is the top line, which has a much higher age dependency ratio now relative to Bangladesh and India. So for every 100 working citizens in Pakistan, there are 70 or 72 dependents. When you look at India and Bangladesh, that's come down to around 50. Now, why does that matter? It's very simple. Think about two households. One has 8 children, one has 2, and they have exactly the same income. The households with 8 kids are going to have very low savings, and the households with 2 kids are going to have much higher savings. So they're going to be able to invest more or generate those savings for the economy. And that's the difference between India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, that our age dependency is high, so that impacts the saving rate, as Hanid pointed out. The right figure is just showing the net saving per capita, and you can see the big difference between India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. Next slide, please, which translates into an investment gap between these countries that Hanid has also talked about. But the important thing is, how does it, or what's the knock-on effect on growth? And there is a nice study by the economist Asim Hussain, who used to be at the IMF, who basically it builds on work that he did in the 90s, but he's updated these figures, and it shows that basically the age dependency ratio explains about half to 2/3 of the gap in the gross domestic saving rates between Pakistan and India and Bangladesh. So our GDS is about 6.3%, and in Bangladesh and India, it's over 20%. So even if half of that gap is accounted by because of demographics, that means bringing demographics down can give you a boost of about 2% in 2 percentage point growth in terms of GDP, which is quite large. So there's a direct connection between population savings and growth, and therefore population needs to be centered as part of the growth agenda. The second channel, if you can go to the next slide, is basically the low female labor force participation rate. The big story over here is Pakistan, which is the red dot over there on the left graph, has one of the lowest female participation rates in its income cohort. So the bar is showing female labor force participation rates in countries with a GDP per capita of between 4,000 and 8,000, which is where Pakistan is. And you can see that our red dot is below the bar, so we're at the bottom end of the female labor force participation. Why is that the case? One simple reason is that care burden in households is really high. So if you look at the demographic survey and you talk to women about why they don't want to go and work, that's kind of something shown on the red bars on the right graph, they basically say that they have too much domestic work to do. So you're not going to get female labor force participation up till you can get the care burden down. And again, getting the care burden down requires sort of population measures, which will then release the labor force, which can boost growth. Can we go to the next slide? The second big reason why female labor force participation rates go down is basically because of fertility behavior. So again, if you look at the demographic surveys and you look at pregnancies and what percentage of pregnancies in different countries are associated with high-risk behavior, i.e. behavior that's going to put maternal health at risk for a whole host of reasons, the percentage in Pakistan is over 50%. Now in India and Bangladesh, that's gone down to about 30%. So again, the health of women impacts essentially both the labor force participation rate, but it is coming because of sort of frequency of pregnancies and challenges related to maternal and fertility behavior. And that's another reason why population programming becomes central to growth, but also to women's health. The next slide, please. The World Bank, in a very nice report, which I like, which is called Swimming in Sand, I don't know how you swim in sand, but you do, basically calculated the effect increasing the female labor force participation rate can have on growth. And depending on different assumptions, the projected growth is between 5 to 23%. So that's a pretty high dividend that growth can get if you can get female labor force participation up. And as I've shown you, getting fertility down is a way to unleash it. So we need to start to make these connections. But there are two factors that I want to turn to. If you could go to the next slide, please. Which is really about factors that are impacting both growth and fertility. Yeah, I can finish if they can switch the slides. Okay, can you get them to the next slide, please? Okay, no, it's the previous one. Okay, yeah. The first thing is that sort of mobility barriers for women are a big reason why fertility remains high and female labor force participation remains low. So the map, this is again from the same World Bank report, actually shows you a rating of different districts in terms of restricted access to public transport, which is the main form of transport that women can use. because they don't ride around in motorbikes like men do. So the access to public transport becomes a huge thing. So if you look at the map, the yellows are where restricted access is low, and as you become darker and go to reds, restricted access becomes high, and you can see the map is largely red. And two things happen when you don't give women access to not only public transport, but public transport that is safe, is that the cost of becoming employed goes up. When the cost of becoming employed goes up, women are going to stay at home. So female labor force participation gets that bump. But actually, the opportunity cost of providing care work inside the family drops. And that means families can now afford to have more kids because they have care time available in the form of mothers who are not working. So if you really want to transform the agenda of both growth and women's participation in the economy, then making or centering public investment in safe transport for women that can reduce mobility barriers would be central. And I think these should be a central agenda of provincial planning departments, maybe funded or co-funded by the federal government. We can skip this slide. If you can go to the last slide. So the last big divergence is that Pakistan is the economic structure of Pakistan. So this is basically showing you a share of GDP that goes into agriculture. And you can see that both India and Pakistan, the share of GDP in agriculture has fallen very, very fast. In Pakistan, that structural change is happening at a much slower pace. If I put the equivalent graph for employment, what you're going to see is that the bulk of jobs in Pakistan are basically jobs related to agriculture or low productivity services. But these are not modern jobs that increase the returns to skill. Now, this is crucially important for fertility, because as returns to skills go up, people or families start to actually value the quality of kids as opposed to the quantity of kids, because now there is a demand for education, and there is now the ability to invest in education. So with the structure of the economy as it is, the returns on skills are very low. My friend, who's also a relative of Finance Minister Faisal Bari, keeps saying that the question isn't why you have so many kids out of school. The question is, why do you have so many kids in school, given that the returns of skills are not that high, because that's simply the nature of the demand of the economy. Added to that is the right graph, which just plots the average learning-adjusted years of schooling. And as you can see, Pakistan has one of the lowest levels, and that basically tells you the supply of schooling is not boosting learning. So unless the growth strategy can start to create sectors where the returns to skills actually go up, you're never going, I mean, if I was a family, I would much rather have 2 more kids than have fewer kids and give them education, because I just don't see the return between those two activities squaring. So finally, how do we bring this together? The first thing is population has to be part of the growth agenda. You're doing absolutely the right thing, but center it into your growth agenda. The second thing is, when we think about fertility, we have to think about the framework as an integrated framework that centers basically women's reproductive health and safety in terms of mobility. It centers basically both structural change in the economy, and it centers essentially family planning. All these 3 things have to come together in a strategic agenda around a population that combines finance, planning, and sort of health. And unless you can bring these 2 things together, you can't pivot. The last point, and it relates to this slide. We're all sort of so optimistic about the digital economy and AI, as I am, but the digital economy and its future brings with it a huge challenge of destroying jobs. So if the jobs that start to get destroyed are precisely the jobs where skills are, then actually the returns to skills are actually going to go down. And as the returns to skill go down, you're not going to have a fertility reduction from moving in that direction. You're actually going to move in the opposite direction. That's not to say that AI, blockchain, and the digital economy cannot be used as a pivot, but we have to have a very clear strategy about it. And that strategy has to tie the digital economy to jobs, not to growth, but to jobs. And I think there's a difference between it. You can have a digital economy that grows very fast but creates a jobless growth, or you can have a digital economy that amplifies labor productivity, increases the returns to skills, and then it'll be a funnel for not only growth but also for fertility reduction. So as part of this agenda and the growth agenda, you have to have a digital plan which amplifies jobs, not growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chima, for your informative presentation grounded in comparative data analysis. We will now request Bolorma Amga Bazar, the Country Director for Pakistan World Bank, to deliver the concluding remarks for this session.
Your Excellency, Senators, Honorable Minister, distinguished panelists, dear guests, friends, I'm very happy to be here today, and thank you to Dawn Media Group and to Dr. Ziba, who invited me to this event. So Dr. Ziba mentioned the Population Summit in 2015. So out of curiosity, I actually pulled out her presentation at that time. And at that time, projections estimated Pakistan's population would reach 342 million people by 2050. So fast forward 10 years, and the picture we see today is much, much worse. The population growth is a barrier to human and economic development, and it interacts with the climate change, as Minister Aurangzeb very eloquently put together. And also, Senator Sherry Rahman mentioned water scarcity, food insecurity, and I would also mention malnutrition and poverty, which are factors are very important for the World Bank. I have only like 5 slides. So first slide was with Dr. Ziba's projections, and we see today these projections are much worse. Next slide, please. Fertility, we already talked about fertility, so I will not talk much. I would only say that we have seen different numbers. My numbers are much higher, 3.6 children per woman in Pakistan, and which is higher than in South Asia. We already saw comparisons with India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. But I also compared them with some of the countries in Middle East. Still, Pakistan comes much higher. And the numbers are different, so I actually stepped out and talked with my colleague and a colleague from FCGO. We need to come up with the same numbers so the policy makers like Minister of Finance and others in the Population Council and Population Task Force can have same numbers they can work on. But the conclusion is the same. The Pakistan's fertility rates are much, much higher than other countries in the neighborhood. Dr. Zeba also mentioned unplanned births. From 12.7 million pregnancies in Pakistan, almost half of them are unwanted. So this highlights a critical gap between demand for family planning and the availability of services. And this gap has to be closed very, very quickly. Let me now turn to the partnership strategy that the World Bank and the government of Pakistan have agreed on. Yeah, so these are 6 outcome areas, and I agree with Minister of Finance. We need to focus on the results. So in this very selective country partnership framework, we only focused on 6 areas, And one is stunting, and we know that about 40% of children in Pakistan are stunted. And it means that children cannot learn. However, 26 million children aged 5 to 16 are already out of school. And those who are in school, 4 in 5 children cannot read the basic text by age of 10. So that's why we're focusing in our country partnership framework on reducing stunting and reducing learning poverty. These are the first two areas. The next area is climate change and resilience. Then we have investments in energy and quality of air. Then fifth area is more stable macroeconomic situation and better public spending. And the last area is private sector development. And as Minister of Finance already mentioned, this is an unusual document. In many countries, we have 5-year plans. In Pakistan, with the agreement with the government, we decided on much longer commitment. It's a 10-year plan, and we attached the number, $20 billion. So every year, we promise to provide about $2 billion in financing. And that's not including the investments from the private sector. We have a sister organization called IFC, and another $20 billion is expected from the private sector to support the implementation of the CPF, another $20 billion. So altogether, $40 billion for the next 10 years. But this is not only about money, it's about policies. And talking about the population growth, we also need to talk about opportunities. 60% of population of Pakistan is under 30, and I was sitting next to the ambassador of Thailand. He left now. He was saying that we have an opposite problem in Thailand. We have an aging population. That's the same for many countries, including my country, also Mongolia. So there is actually a potential for the demographic bonus or dividend, but it's a potential. It's unrealized until you educate people, until you provide them skills and jobs, then you have the demographic dividend. Until then, it can actually turn to demographic liability. We talked about fertility rate, but if we reduce the fertility rate from 3.6 today to 2.2, which is kind of average in South Asia, per woman by 2030, the payoff is enormous. By 2050, the GDP growth could reach 5%. All other things being equal, just reducing the fertility rate to 2.2 could bring the GDP growth to 5%. And that's 50% higher than business as usual scenario. You see it's on the graph. Under this path, per capita income would more than double. Today, the per capita income in Pakistan is 181,000 Pakistani rupees. It could double, even more than double, to 443,000 by 2050. And the cost of inaction is also immense, the opposite side of the coin. Pakistan needs 2.6 million jobs every year until 2050. Again, we have some different numbers, depends on the source, it depends on methodology, but we need millions of jobs just to absorb this youth bulge. So what are the key kind of asks, I would say, from this group? First, strong political commitment and governance. Dr. Zeba already mentioned about the golden age when population growth was more managed and looked much better than today. So maybe we can look up the policies which were implemented at the time and modify if needed, and then commit and implement. We need to invest and improve quality and access to family planning, and I will not dwell too much on this because the previous speakers and Jane also mentioned that the fertility rate, reducing the fertility rate helps actually to delay the first pregnancy, and the lifetime pregnancy number per woman also decreases if the fertility rate goes down. And there are, Pakistan's current per capita spending for family planning is quite low. It's 163 Pakistani rupees per person, which is much below the WHO recommended level of 465 rupees per capita. Investments needed for universal access to contraceptives, and Jane also mentioned that the need to not to tax with contraceptives, so they are cheaper and probably or even better free. And there are some excellent examples in the neighborhood that Pakistan can learn from. Bangladesh was very successful in taking the family planning services to doorsteps. So female health workers, which are also exist in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, they visit homes offering counseling and contraceptives, and that helps to bridge the trust, bring trust, and overcome some cultural barriers, and that policy and use of health workers was very, very successful. Iran actually made family planning as a national priority by integrating premarital counseling into their health system. And every couple who is married, they have to go through the counseling before the marriage. Indonesia, where I was posted before, it's now the 4th populous country in the world, and I was a little bit scared to hear today that maybe Pakistan will overtake Indonesia in near future. So Indonesia dramatically reduced fertility by embedding family planning into their national development agenda. They invested heavily in education and empowerment of women and girls. By constitution, Indonesia spends 20% of their funds to education. So a multi-sectoral approach is needed to foster human development and economic growth. This means investing in early childhood development, ensuring foundational learning, timely school enrollment, strong literacy in numeracy skills. In conclusion, I just want to say that population growth remains one of the most pressing challenges for Pakistan. As Minister of Finance said, it's one of the existential problems that need to be solved. Family planning is not just a health intervention, it's a fundamental right. Every woman has to have information, access, and choices to make informed decisions about their health, their family, and number of children. Without managing population growth, sustainable human capital and inclusive growth will be out of reach. By investing in human capital, the foundations for healthier families, resilient communities, and more prosperous Pakistan will be put in place, and World Bank stands ready to support the government in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Amga Bazar. Now, with this, we conclude session 3. We appreciate your patience. We will be serving lunch right after the next session. We will now be moving forward to session 4, titled Translating Political Resolve into Action on the Tawazun Narrative. Our participants for this session are Senator Mushahid Hussain Syed, the founding chairman of the Parliamentary Forum on Population, Dr. Mohammad Farooq Sattar, member of the National Assembly of Pakistan, Shaista Pervez, former member of the National Assembly of Pakistan, and Taimur Khan Jangra, former Minister of Finance and Health, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Can I request you all to please come on stage?
Announce, there's no lunch.
Lunch is not served right now. We will have lunch right after this next session. Please be seated. Thank you. Lunch has not been served. Can I request you all to please be seated? Thank you. We will serve lunch right after this session. Walaikum salam. Can I request you all to please be seated? We still have another session to go before lunch. Thank you. Can I request you all to be seated? We're going to start session 4 soon. We will now be moving forward to session 4. Thank you. Can you all be seated?
Just start, it's fine. I'll get the people.
Okay, we will now be moving forward to session 4, titled Translating Political Resolve into Action on the Tawazun Narrative. Our participants for this session are Senator Mushahid Hussain Syed, the founding chairman of the Parliamentary Forum on Population, Dr. Muhammad Farooq Sattar, Member of National Assembly of Pakistan, Shaista Pervez, Member of National Assembly of Pakistan, and Taimur Jangra, former Minister of Finance and Health, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Can I request you all to be on stage? Yes. Can I request you to be seated on stage so we can begin with session 4, please? Let's begin. We will begin with this session with the keynote address from Senator Mushahid Hussain, the founding chairman of the Parliamentary Forum on Population. Can I request you to please come onto the podium and say a few words? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind, it's my great pleasure to be here to speak at the Population Summit, which is the first of its kind initiative launched by Dawn to focus on an issue which is paramount for Pakistan's future, namely the population time bomb, the population explosion. And to discuss this issue, we have a panel which is very worthy and representative of Pakistan's current political scenario. We have a lady who has been a very prominent political leader who still is. By the way, she's not a former member of parliament, she's a current member of parliament. And Shaista Pervez Malik, always focused on issues in the PMLN. We have Taimur Slim Jagra Sahab and I think you're one of the few people who's not in jail, so thank you for coming from the PTI. So I'm glad. And I can assure you, you won't be arrested after you leave the hall. Because population is an issue in which there's no Khaki Mufti divide. So that's okay. And I also want to welcome Dr. Farooq Sattar. Well, he is no stranger to prisons. He has been in prison. He has been in power. So he is currently part of the establishment, but that's temporary only. Current establishment. Thank you very much. And this is, we'll have hopefully a stimulating panel. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of population in Pakistan and globally now has assumed an importance which is very political. In Pakistan also, there's the politics of population. After every census, there's a controversy. People say that our population has been understated. I remember Karachi, there was a protest. Because according to Pakistan's own constitution and our own laws, when the allocation comes for resources, it's based on population. So if you have higher population, you get more money from the federal government. So unfortunately, the system should be based on level of development or level of socio-economic backwardness, but here it's skewed the other way. And even globally, I've just come back from Hungary there was the Asia-Europe Political Forum where I was elected as chairman on behalf of Asia. And in Hungary and Europe also, the biggest issue is immigration, population. The two of the biggest issues of our time, the issue of Palestine and Kashmir, have a population dimension because in both countries, when they have the genocide in Gaza by Israel and the West, it's about cutting the population of Palestine, demographic balance, ethnic cleansing. And similarly, the Zionist regime in Israel and the fascist and the racist regime of India are doing the same policy, trying to have ethnic cleansing and changing the demographic balance in occupied Palestine and occupied Kashmir. So population has a very important dimension in that. I would also like to mention that we were the first in the Pakistan Parliament to take the initiative in 2020. In January 2020, I presented a resolution in the Senate of Pakistan on population, which was the first resolution of its kind. And that resolution had the support of all members of all political parties across the political divide. It was the PTI government then, but they also supported it. So it became a national consensus. And after that, on 12th of March 2020, President Alvi was there. We launched the first ever in the history of Pakistan, and it was my idea and my brainchild, the Parliamentary Forum on Population. Myself and Senator Shibli Faraz were there, and we included all the various stakeholders or political leaders in that. So now we have a situation where all the major political parties have a focus on population. And at that time, I was chairman of the Defense Committee. I also talked to the military, the GHQ, General Bajwa was there. And you can see at that time onwards, even the speeches of the military, they focused on population as a part of the narrative on Pakistan. And when Moeed Yusuf presented his national security report, it had a chapter on population. So population is now put on the radar. The problem is lack of political will and lack of priorities. And unfortunately, you can see, just now you had the speech of the World Bank leader from Mongolia, Madam Bolgama. She mentioned that Pakistan was spending rupees 163 per capita on population, when the World Health Organization says it should be rupees 465. But the government priorities are wrong. You can see it, that they are spending $43 billion rupees giving to government party parliamentarians for so-called development, when much of that money can be spent on education, 26 million children out of school, 40% of young people are stunted, which means 10 million children, and rather than giving to each MNA 25 crore rupees. So that priority is totally wrong, and that needs to be changed. The second issue which, thank you. And I think Shaista is one of the few MNAs who is a lady with a difference. Maybe I should recommend to the Field Marshal to appoint her as Minister for Population Planning. Maybe, give me your CV after the meeting. Give me your CV. She'll do a good job. And she'll get the appointment, by the way, if it's recommended. And the second thing is that there's a myth that because Pakistan is a Muslim country, it's an impediment. Not at all. We have the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have Indonesia, we have Bangladesh. All three are success stories in population. And they all three are Muslim majority countries. So the issue is somewhere else. It's lack of priorities, lack of paisa, lack of political will. And I think we'll have this discussion on that. And let me start by asking the ladies first, Shaista Pervez Malik, that what in your view should the government of the PMLN under Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif be doing? The three things he should be doing to promote population as the paramount issue for Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mushahid, and thank you for the remarks you've made. First priority is, I think the Prime Minister of Pakistan has recognized and has taken up the challenge that we have to tackle the population management because he's serious about it. You know, the first priority should be that it should be taken at a national level. The priority should be taken at the national level with taking the chief ministers of all provinces into it together. Because the lack of coordination between the federal and the provincial governments is clear and evident. Two, you have mentioned the allocation of funds needs to be seen. And one thing, I think the awareness campaign, we need to take up people along with what is decided at the top level. Because when you don't take the people along, they don't understand what you are saying. So you have to speak the language which the common man understands. So budget, your priority, and the people. I think these are the three priorities that should be taken, and it's a multi-dimensional approach that is needed simultaneously. We are working in silos at the moment. The provinces are not on board. They are in a different direction, all taking their own, what they feel is right. NFC, you have mentioned, that needs to be tackled. It needs to be delinked. I mentioned in my speech also, we need to link it with Human Development Index. That is the most important thing because it's all about the well-being of the people of the country. So I think the discussions will soon be on the NFC award and how it has to be taken. The population needs to come under the federal umbrella, and we need to coordinate and work together with the provinces. So these are, I think the three priorities. Budget.
Excellent, Shaista, and you made a very good point that the NFC award should be linked more with the Human Development Index, and I think that's a very good point. Would you be willing to recommend to the Prime Minister that instead of squandering 43 billion for parliamentarians' perks, they should be spent on population, much of it? Would you be willing to recommend that? By the way, her son is a minister also.
You know, it's a serious forum, please, okay? Prime Minister already knows how important this issue is. Otherwise, I mean, there's a special committee made on, although I was the one who mentioned that we should stop playing committee, because we should now get into action. Enough discussions have gone. At least my 20 years in the political life, I've been hearing what needs to be done, what is to be done, how to be done. But I'm sorry, so far it was lack of governance, lack of implementation. There's no dearth of frameworks of how we need to move forward. But let me assure you, Mushahid, the Prime Minister is serious this time. We know that we have no money to feed this population. So it is important. It's linked with economy, and economy is linked with security, and security is linked with our existence. So we have to get serious about it.
Thank you. And please tell the Prime Minister his priorities are wrong on population. Thank you. Mr. Jhagda, your government was in office for 4 years under Mr. Imran Khan, and the economy was doing reasonably well, and you were a success story in COVID. And your government has been in power in the KP for the last decade plus. Can you tell the audience what the PTI government in the province, since population is a provincial subject, did for the cause of population planning, if there is any achievement that you think is noteworthy? Thank you.
Is this on?
Yes, and he was, by the way, finance minister in the government.
So, as far as achievement is concerned, as you look at the latest census, you will see the province with the lowest population growth rate is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The lowest. Now,
good.
I want to speak openly and honestly here. So, what does confuse me though is that the same set of figures show that the highest fertility rate is in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So I don't know what to believe. So I think I can tell you that we made an effort. But this, you know, it is both surprising and not surprising because when you can manufacture election results, you can manufacture population numbers, you can manufacture economy numbers, you can do whatever you like. But I think if we just try and focus on this issue, I'll tell you in the context of what needs to be done, because I think we certainly worked and you see it in some of those figures. But I think if you take a different approach, you can do a lot more quickly. And I just want to spell out those 2 or 3 things in the interest of implementation. Mm-hmm. The first thing is money. Money is not a problem. Anyone who says that financing for population is a problem, just look at the figures. I think, as you said, as the country head of the World Bank said, and I had slightly different calculations, but broadly the same. If all we need to do is to take family planning spending from 40 billion rupees a year and increase that 3x, that's 80 billion over 4 provinces. That's not a lot. In fact, I'll tell you where the money is as well. It actually shows you how the donors and development partners and our governance model, as the IMF and the World Bank report recently said, are both failing Pakistan. The money is there. The IMF is making the provinces of Pakistan actually put that money aside by saying leave 1,500 billion rupees as a surplus. Mm-hmm. So the money is there. We're saying population is such a big issue. The head of the World Bank is here. I'm sure there are representatives from the IMF. If not, I'm sure the reports say the same thing. Why aren't they willing to allow the provinces to spend that extra 80 billion? Why aren't the 4 provinces in the federal government going to these 2 institutions and saying, let us spend that 80 billion from there? Right? So that's the first issue, is that for many actual issues, when you actually try and work out the numbers, it's not a big deal. Right? That 80 billion rupees will take us from 165 rupees per head to 500 rupees per head. Problem solved. The second issue is where the money is spent. And I'll tell you, this is where the challenge comes when you're trying to work as a change agent in government. As you rightly said, Mushahid Saab, there was an initiative led by President Talvi on family planning. And I think he called all the chief ministers and all the chief secretaries. And as a result, we had a summary proposal to the cabinet on improving family planning. And I remember, I think the figure...
10 billion.
10 billion.
10 billion.
I thought I had it wrong. You've just...
10 billion.
Now, I remember in that cabinet meeting asking the chief secretary, can he break down what the 10 billion is for? And that will tell you the state of governance or the state of capacity in our institutions and in our bureaucracy, and maybe because we erode that capacity in every hybrid intervention after every hybrid intervention. You're going to get me into jail for talking and all this, but...
you are secure for the time being,
till
further orders.
Take his word. So the chief secretary, when he broke down that 10 billion rupees, 9.5 billion of it was for procuring land for new family planning centers. Oh my God. And I said, this is ridiculous. We're going to be procuring land for the next 10 years. And then that land is going to, the land procurement is going to go to the courts. And in the end, we're going to pay another 50 billion because we procure this at DC rates. And why don't we just buy contraceptives of whatever amount you want, and we can actually fulfill the unmet need? And then whether you need 10 billion or 2 billion or 3 billion, just take it. This particular conference has reminded me that the chief secretary never came back with a proposal, right? And I think that just shows you the paucity of thinking, because I was reading up on the Bangladesh success story, and a large part of it was they decided to simply distribute contraceptives at every doorstep.
Directly.
Right? We have that staff, we have polio workers, we have community health workers. We can do that any time. We don't. So how to spend that money is also clear. The third thing that is a governance issue, and you know, I realized this when I was health minister. In fact, what I did at the time was, I told my staff that every BHU, every primary healthcare center must, in its set of key metrics, have family planning as one of them. Because by bifurcating family planning or population planning or whatever we want to call it from health, we have actually created this need to buy land for new family planning centers, to recruit more staff for helping with family planning, when all the staff exists within the health setups. So the third action that needs to be taken is to have the population or family planning departments integrated with health, so you can use the benefit of the health ecosystem that already exists. And my last point is the enablers around all this. And that enabler is where I disagree with you on the NFC is, right? That while the 80 billion on population may be a small figure, what actually drives a reduction in the fertility rate? Better education, better health, increased economic prosperity. You see it, including in Pakistan, where the economic development is high, education will be high, and the fertility rate drops. But how do you improve education and health outcomes? Education spending is 2% of GDP. There is a consensus in the country, including in many conferences like this, that it should be at least 4% of GDP. That is another 2 trillion rupees that the provinces need to spend. Health spending is less than 1% of GDP, doubling it to 2% of GDP, which is still below global developing country benchmarks, less than half of global development country benchmarks, is another 1 trillion rupees. We need to give the provinces 3 trillion rupees across health and education to get more teachers. If anyone's seen hospitals in the periphery of Pakistan, people stay away from them because of the quality of infrastructure in them, because we don't believe in Pakistan in spending in what we called, when I was at McKinsey, OPEX, operational expenditure. We build structures and then we leave them to rot. So if we were actually to invest that in health and education, we need to increase the size of the NFC pie so that the provinces get more. Now, that doesn't mean that the federal government doesn't have a hole to gap, but the answer is not to take 1 trillion rupees from the provinces and give them to the federal government, because it will further impact service delivery. It will actually mean that finding the 80 to 100 billion for population will become an issue, because the provinces will be 1 trillion rupees shorter than they are today. That discussion isn't happening. The only discussion I see happening is that the provinces are flush with cash and the federal government is broke. the provinces are not flush with cash if you actually want to invest in the development of Pakistan. And this is particularly true in the smaller provinces. By the way, the last thing on this, change the NFC, change it from the population, but that does not necessarily mean, that cannot mean that the more backward provinces get less. Because if you look at any definition of any instrument such as the NFC, its primary objective is fiscal equalization. Sindh can generate revenue from the port. Punjab can generate revenue because it's the population hub and the breadbasket of Pakistan and hence attracts industry. Balochistan is a massive challenge, and in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the two competitive advantages that we potentially have. One, trade with Afghanistan is closed. It's a policy decision. Two, we can actually be the energy hub of the country, but energy is being taken away from the provinces, whether it's gas or whether it's electricity. And therefore, we are that little northwest corner that gets blamed for things, but that the center doesn't fund or realize that it has actually landlocked into a set of conditions where for us to develop our economy in the way that we can, the state of Pakistan doesn't allow us and tells us it's in the national interest, right?
Right.
So if you are actually going to shift the NFC, last sentence, and I looked at India's formula today, because people keep quoting that India has moved away from population as a primary factor. It has, but what is the element of the formula that gets the greatest proportion of NFC sharing in India? It's something called tax gap. That means, no sir, it means that the states in India that are the furthest behind in revenue generation get the greatest share because of this need
Level
for
of
fiscal
backwardness.
equalization.
Thank you very much.
50%.
I think, Taimur Saab, you also hit the nail on the head. Very good. Especially on the issue of, it's not about money, it's about the political willingness to do this and also the role of the bureaucracy, which you pointed out. Thank you so much. Dr. Farooq Sattar Saab, why is it that after every population census, there is a hue and cry from the MQM, especially from Karachi, about the population figures being, he talked of that Form 47 is applied in Karachi on population. Why is that? Is it linked with the allocation of resources, or it is politicizing an issue which should not be politicized because the national interest demands a consensus on population?
Thank you, Mushahid Hussain and Zeba Sattar and her Population Council and Dawn Media Group for inviting all of us and giving us this opportunity of sharing our views on this very important national issue with a very august audience that is just sitting in front of me. Now, taking a lead from this, I am coming from a city which is very complex, Mushahid Bhai, and it will not be a justice that while we are sitting in Islamabad and do a sort of an analysis on the very stated policy of any political party. It's not only my party. It is the other parties in Karachi, whether it is Jamaat Islami, PTI, or MQM. All of these three parties have been making hue and cry after the holding of every census. So there is something seriously wrong in the approach of conducting the census. But this time along the last census that were held in 2023, because of a close watch, some vigilance and monitoring, and some access that we had because of the digital census that were carried out, we were able to catch the thief also who was suppressing, who was snatching away a big chunk of Karachi's population so that it could not get registered in the official results of the census. And because of that, 38 to 40 special teams were sent by S.N. Iqbal, the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister to Karachi. And then when they digged out the evidences that we shared with them, the population then of Karachi for the first time in last 60 years has gone up from 32 to 37% of Sindh. Otherwise, a city, I did not hear any of my predecessor. Everybody mostly was speaking on the unchecked growth of population, and that is the 2.6 or 2.7% population growth rate with which Pakistan's population is growing. But there was a very little or less talk on the population increase because of the influx, because of the economic migration. And Karachi is under, I think, an immense pressure of the influx of population, and it is continuing. Every year, 100,000 adults are born in Karachi. हर साल 1,17,000 साल से बड़ी उम्र के 18 साल से बड़ी उम्र के बच्चे पैदा हो रहे हैं वहाँ पर. This is a fact which, and even Lahore, I think, is also because of the influx, it is also going through the same, yeah. So this is one thing that where does this influx thing or the real count of this influx or even the natural growth is accounted for in the censuses that have been held. I don't want to go into the detail of the censuses that have been held since 1950. मैं उसमें detail में नहीं जा रहा. But then what I have to say कि जो उजड़े और फिर न बसे, ये दिल वो निराली बस्ती है. बस्ती बसना खेल नहीं है. बसते बसते बस्ती है. Now may the hearts of all of you remain inhabited by good people, memories of good people, and may our neighborhoods, our cities, and our societies also remain inhabited by people who spend a quality life, who spend a life which they deserve. And for that, I've seen that the mist is getting clear. Even the Islamic Ideology Council very recently, because of the sustained and proactive effort of the Population Council. I would like to commend their efforts. And now, Zeba Satar, yeah. And now, because of her efforts, Islamic Ideology Council even has conceded that this population control thing is not un-Islamic. I think this is a very good progress made by the Population Council, and the parliamentary forum, which has been regularly sitting on this population issue, is also contributing a lot. Then the second good achievement was made by the parliament, that another resolution has recently been passed. And there is a consensus across the board. All parties have come along and supported this resolution. The third thing that has happened is the Prime Minister, who has formed a special task committee on this and has asked the task committee to submit the report as soon as possible, as early as possible, which is again. Now, if all these things have happened and have converged and the mist is getting cleared, that behind this underlying problem of unchecked growth of population, every problem in our national sector has emanated from this problem. This is the mother of all problems. So this need, the same, a national consensus is now needed. Through a national consensus, otherwise Zeba Satar's and Dawn Media Group efforts will be an exercise in futility if very soon an all parties conference is not held, which should be attended by the top leaders of all parties. And they come to before the 250 million people of Pakistan and make a commitment and formulate a national narrative, which should suggest that if there is anything to be incorporated in the 28th constitutional amendment, if that the 28th constitutional amendment is somewhere being discussed, then what legislations are required to make this population control thing very, very in a settled way acceptable by people coming from different ethnic backgrounds, different tribal backgrounds, and some other backgrounds also. So, one thing that I think that was missed in the earlier discussion was the role of local governments. Now, what we are discussing and focusing, that policy has to be made by the federal government, and provinces are actually the owners of this population control. But the main instrument or tool of delivery, wherever, the success of one-child policy in China is very clearly and categorically attributable to the role of local governments in China. Local governments in China, they played this role, reaching, because the parliamentarians...
For that you need the Communist Party of China. We don't have that here.
But it is their large-heartedness, no? That this is a one-party rule, but they have devolved and have empowered local government system. There are 15 parties who contest the elections for the local governments. And those parties contest and they try to deliver more and more on anything that is their responsibility. So, responsibility devoid of authority is not for an effective government. Our local governments are merely showpiece. 140A has been interpreted completely in different way by every provincial government. So the laws that exist, the local government laws, are completely in contradiction and violation to the spirit of Article 140A. Despite that, Justice Gulzar Ahmad Sheikh, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, has adjudicated that this is the elaboration, this is the spirit of devolution of financial, administrative, and
political
power.
Thank you,
Dr. And there are 200,000 councillors in the wards, chairmen in the UCs, chairmen in Tehsil and town councils. Then there are mayors and deputy mayors and UC chairman in the metropolitan and municipal councils. So why are we not using this local governments as the tool? Even lady health workers, jo ki polio, which are on ground sometimes and sometimes they're not, for this eradication of polio, for anti-polio drive. Why they are not clubbed under the Department of Health and Preventive Healthcare of the local governments?
Thank you, Dr. Your point about local government is very well taken. And I think
in the NFC, agreeing and disagreeing with Jagda Sahab that population should not be discarded and revenue generation or areas which are non-developed, they should be considered. I think then we can do this because the allocation and the distribution that is being done by the NFC between the center and the provinces get an inherent allocation of the 30 districts in Sindh, 42 districts in Punjab, 38 districts in KPK, and 34 districts in Balochistan. So, is there any guarantee in the constitution that this share of the districts is properly being allocated to the districts from the provincial government of Sindh, Punjab, Balochistan, or KPK? And then there are regional issues also, urban and rural Sindh, Hazara division versus KPK. So we have to address.
Dr. we are running short of time.
मुझे पता है, लेकिन ये important.
Your point is, I think, very valid. Yes.
So what I would suggest in the current National Finance Commission to those who are evolving a formula NFC award. So I think that when they distribute whatever is the 82% population, 5% revenue, non-area or non-developed or whatever is the criteria, then they should also consider that 60% or 70% of the provincial share that is coming from the center actually belongs to the development work for the infrastructure development in the cities and districts. So they should also give an award for the 144 districts of Pakistan also. And this is what actually the constitutional, ये जो हमारी है, the constitutional amendment. Yeah, this also says that the National Finance Commission should also,
I think on that there's the
alongside the
consensus.
provinces, where men caucuses are more required in the parliament than women caucuses to keep on discussing this issue of population control. ये तो मर्दों को ज़्यादा आगाही देने की ज़रूरत है, उनके कॉकस बनाने की ज़रूरत है, उनको इंगेज करने की ज़रूरत है, और उनको ये समझाने की ज़रूरत है कि भाई ये भी कोई इशू है. Then political parties and their workers have to be trained into giving this awareness to their constituents also. They should use their good offices, और वहाँ भी ये काम होना चाहिए. And I am happy that finally the time has come that politics and population have come together.
Thank you. And I think that on that note, I would say there is a national consensus.
I just want to make clear, I know the time is running out, but I want to say कि देखें NFC पे अभी कोई decision नहीं हुई. It will be with the consensus of the provinces also, but I differ here कि ऐसा नहीं होगा कि we leave behind underdeveloped provinces. They will be, resources more will be allocated to them. And reduction in provincial जो inequalities हैं, those will be addressed. And stronger provincial autonomy will be encouraged, and better service delivery, which at the moment is not visible, will be there. So, abhi, nothing is decided. Every province will sit down and discuss.
Then you have to untie a constitutional and a state institution, NFC, that the 18th Amendment very cunningly and conveniently put a restriction on the NFC, that whatever share has been previously or in the 7th National Finance Commission allocated to the provinces,
now we are coming to financial issues.
I think you cannot tie the hands and feet of the constitutional institution. You have to untie that.
I just like to sum up this very good discussion, riveting discussion rather, that there is a national consensus. Perhaps there's a need for a national charter of population for the next 10 years.
Yes.
And you have called for an all-parties conference where all political leaders should be invited. Perhaps that will lead to the release of Imran Khan also. So you can also support that. Thank you very much. And now we have to see a video by one of the ministers.
If he cannot be brought out, he can be on the video also. Yeah, he can be.
I wish I would have been here personally, but there was certain commitments I couldn't make it. Anyway, it's a modern world and we can use these gadgets. So I'm just joining through this facility. And as we gather for Pakistan Population Summit 2025, we are reminded that population is not merely a statistic, but a story of people, rights and systems that shape dignity, tawazun or balance. It's not just our theme. It's our national responsibility. To restore this balance, we must ensure that every child, whether in Tharparkar or Gilgit, receives equitable health, education, and protection. Our policies must reflect women's realities, gender-responsive budgeting, directs resources to health, education, mobility, and economic opportunity. Empowering women strengthens families, communities, and sustainable population growth. Accountability is equally critical. I urge parliamentary committees to strictly evaluate public spendings, review outcomes, and uphold transparency so that our constitutional guarantees, from the right to education to the right to a clean and healthy environment, translate into meaningful progress for our people. Pakistan's population challenges intersect with climate stress, water scarcity, food security, and rapid urbanization, damaging a coordinated and data-driven national response that rises above political cycles and remains rooted in human rights. As its core, population planning is about people, a mother seeking safety, a child seeking opportunity, a family seeking dignity, and our policies must reflect this human reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our session participants for their time and wise words. With this, we conclude session 4. We will now break for lunch. Kindly make your way to the dining area and return within 20 minutes to resume the summit proceedings. Some very insightful and informative sessions await you right after lunch. We look forward to welcoming you. Thank you. We would like to see you back in the hall after 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Maybe it's this way.
hey, hey. Hey, 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 ha. Hey, 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 ha. Hey, hey, ha. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey. Just, hey. Ha. Hey, hey, just 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Just, hey, ha. Just.
Hello, check, check. Hello, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, check, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Hello, check. Mic check.
सारा आ जाए ना है कि वो हमें तो वाइट हॉरिजॉन्टल करो ना थोड़ा दूर से we are very much delighted one day I will be part of this campaign inshallah I will show amongst the list of
جی ڈان میڈیا گروپ کی جانب سے پاپولیشن سمٹ اس وقت جاری ہے اور مہمانوں کی آمد اس وقت ہو رہی ہے. ہمارے ساتھ موجود ہیں طاہرہ عبداللہ، سوشل ایکٹیوسٹ ہیں، اور آبادی کی وجہ سے پاکستان میں کیا مسائل پیدا ہو رہے ہیں، کس طرح سے کنٹرول کیا جا سکتا ہے، ان سے بات کرتے ہیں. السلام علیکم ڈاکٹر صاحب.
وعلیکم السلام.
آبادی بڑھ رہی ہے پاکستان کی، وسائل کم ہو رہے ہیں، آخر اس مسئلے کا حل کیا ہے؟
آپ نے ایک لفظ استعمال کیا، کنٹرول، آبادی پر کنٹرول. میں سمجھتی ہوں کہ شاید ان ممالک میں جہاں پر کانسٹیٹیوشن لا نہیں ہے، رول آف لا نہیں ہے، جمہوریت نہیں ہے، وہاں تو شاید کنٹرول کا لفظ استعمال کیا جا سکتا ہے. پاکستان جیسا ملک جس کو ہم جمہوری دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، آئینی دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، انسانی حقوق کی طرف سے دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، وہاں کنٹرول کا ذکر نہیں کرنا چاہیے. وہاں ہمیں پاپولیشن میں توازن پیدا کرنا، بیلنس پیدا کرنا، سٹیبلائزیشن یعنی اس کو بالکل ایک طرح سے
جی ڈی پی کے برابر
جی سٹیبلائزیشن کرنا. اور ایسا ملک ہونا چاہیے جہاں ہماری اقتصادی شرح نمو زیادہ ہو بنسبت آبادی کی شرح نمو سے. ان ادر ورڈز پاپولیشن گروتھ ریٹ کم ہو، اکنامک گروتھ ریٹ زیادہ ہو. وہ کس طرح کرنا ہے، یہ ان 2 دنوں کی کانفرنس میں اس پر گفتگو رہے گی، چل رہی ہے اور رہے گی.
بالکل. آبادی کا ایک جو بہت ہی سنگین اس وقت صورتحال اختیار کر چکی ہے، اس میں ایک وجہ یہ بھی ہے کہ اربنائزیشن بہت ہو رہی ہے. کیسے ہم دیہات میں وہ سہولیات پہنچائیں تاکہ لوگ شہروں کی طرف نہ آئیں، وہاں پہ ان کو ملازمتیں میسر ہوں، خاص کر کے جو زرعی شعبے سے منسلک لوگ ہیں وہاں پہ مطمئن ہو کے رہیں، ان کے بچے اچھے سے پڑھیں.
بہت شکریہ، بہت اہم سوال ہے. ہم اس وقت 35% ہیں شہری آبادی، اور ان قریب 50% تک چلی جائے گی، جو کہ بہت الارمنگ ہے. اس کے لیے کرنا کیا ہے؟ کرنا یہ ہے کہ آپ نے ذکر کیا کام کا، امپلائمنٹ کا، نوکریوں کا. میں سب سے پہلے ذکر کرنا چاہتی ہوں تعلیم کا. جب تک تعلیم کو عام نہیں کیا جائے گا، ہماری دیہی آبادی کے اندر 60% سے زیادہ ہے، اس وقت تک وہی ایک ٹرینڈ رہے گا، ایک پیٹرن رہے گا کہ گاؤں سے، دیہات سے ہم شہروں کی طرف رخ کریں گے، کیونکہ وہاں سہولیات زیادہ ہیں، جاب اپرچونٹیز زیادہ ہیں. اور اس سے بڑھ کر جو کرنے کی ضرورت ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ حکومتوں کو، چاہے مرکزی ہو یا صوبائی حکومتیں ہیں، ان کو زراعت کے اوپر بہت زیادہ توجہ دینی ہے، اس کو وہ اہمیت دینی ہے جو کہ نہیں دے رہے. اور سب سے زیادہ بڑھ کر اس سے بھی جو 3-4 اس وقت جو میں نے ذکر کیا ہے عناصر کا، اس سے سب سے بڑا عنصر جو ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ خواتین کی ترقی کے اوپر زور دینا ہے، توجہ دینی ہے، فنڈنگ دینی ہے. زبانی جمع خرچ نہیں زور دینا، فنڈنگ کرنی ہے. اس کے بہت سارے طریقے ہیں، میرے سیشن میں آئیے گا، میں بتاؤں گی.
جی بالکل. ڈاکٹر صاحبہ نے جیسے کہا کہ ایک بہت بڑی آبادی دیہات سے شہروں کی جانب منتقل ہوتی ہے صرف سہولیات کے لیے، اور حکومت کو چاہیے کہ جو بنیادی سہولیات ہیں وہ دیہات میں مہیا کریں انہیں، اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ تعلیم کو عام کریں. جی
I have to say
کرائیے نہیں کرائیں ابھی
السلام علیکم. ماشاء اللہ.
पीछे रखिएगा
तो 6 ऑफिसर्स पर तो अभी ये गेम हो रही है तो बाय
ربنا لا تؤاخذنا كما حملت
Do not burden us. اور اس نے جو گناہ کمایا اس پر اس کا عذاب ہے. اے ہمارے رب اور ہم پر اتنا بوجھ بھی نہ ڈال جسے اٹھانے کی ہم میں طاقت نہیں اور ہمارے گناہوں
Restoring the balance, building futures. The population challenge we face today is making us the 5th most populous country in the world. Our population is young, with a median age of just over 20 years. While this should be a powerful advantage, globally, the contrast is stark. Many Asian countries have slowed population growth through education, women's empowerment, and access to health services. With challenge comes opportunity. Pakistan stands at a crossroads with a large and growing population, a sizable youth cohort, and rapidly evolving socio-economic realities. If we provide effort to upskill our youth, we will not only strengthen our own GDP, but also position our human capital to support our decisions we take today on health, education, gender equity, and economic development are investments in Pakistan's future. They can yield results in as we will bring you ideas, detailed reporting, expert analysis, and focused storytelling so that the conversations here to share their insights. I also extend our sincere thanks to the Federal Ministry of Planning and Development, the Federal Ministry of Health Services, Regulation and Coordination, and the governments of Sindh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Dawn Group's CEO, you're the CEO now, Naza Freen, Segal, and MNA Shasta Malik. Convening this, the Dawn Group, it looks like we have a silent partnership on being the patron of subjects no one really cares about. Steadily closer and closer to our hearts and minds. But what's the challenge, ladies and gentlemen? I hear that a minister's name, because I worked with your mother in the Dawn Group, that we are, well, I had assumed there will be some kind of, because the planning minister was here, some kind of scene setting, which is very, that is driving the pressures on climate change. But I'm going to pepper some.
جی ڈان میڈیا گروپ کی جانب سے پاپولیشن سمٹ اس وقت جاری ہے اور مہمانوں کی آمد اس وقت ہو رہی ہے. ہمارے ساتھ موجود ہیں طاہرہ عبداللہ، سوشل ایکٹیوسٹ ہیں، اور آبادی کی وجہ سے پاکستان میں کیا مسائل پیدا ہو رہے ہیں، کس طرح سے کنٹرول کیا جا سکتا ہے، ان سے بات کرتے ہیں. السلام علیکم ڈاکٹر صاحب.
وعلیکم السلام.
آبادی بڑھ رہی ہے پاکستان کی، وسائل کم ہو رہے ہیں، آخر اس مسئلے کا حل کیا ہے؟
آپ نے ایک لفظ استعمال کیا، کنٹرول، آبادی پر کنٹرول. میں سمجھتی ہوں کہ شاید ان ممالک میں جہاں پر کانسٹیٹیوشن لا نہیں ہے، رول آف لا نہیں ہے، جمہوریت نہیں ہے، وہاں تو شاید کنٹرول کا لفظ استعمال کیا جا سکتا ہے. پاکستان جیسا ملک جس کو ہم جمہوری دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، آئینی دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، انسانی حقوق کی طرف سے دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، وہاں کنٹرول کا ذکر نہیں کرنا چاہیے. وہاں ہمیں پاپولیشن میں توازن پیدا کرنا، بیلنس پیدا کرنا، سٹیبلائزیشن یعنی اس کو بالکل ایک طرح سے
جی ڈی پی کے برابر
جی سٹیبلائزیشن کرنا، اور ایسا ملک ہونا چاہیے جہاں ہماری اقتصادی شرح نمو زیادہ ہو بنسبت آبادی کی شرح نمو سے. ان ادر ورڈز پاپولیشن گروتھ ریٹ کم ہو، اکنامک گروتھ ریٹ زیادہ ہو. وہ کس طرح کرنا ہے، یہ ان 2 دنوں کی کانفرنس میں اس پر گفتگو رہے گی، چل رہی ہے اور رہے گی.
बिल्कुल आबादी का एक जो बहुत ही संगीन इस वक्त सूरत हाल इख्तियार कर चुकी है, उसमें एक वजह ये भी है कि अर्बनाइजेशन बहुत हो रही है। कैसे हम देहात में वो सहूलियात पहुँचाएँ ताकि लोग शहरों की तरफ ना आएँ, वहाँ पे उनको मुलाजमतें मैसर हों, ख़ास करके जो ज़री शोबे से मुंसलिक लोग हैं वहाँ पे मुतमिन होकर रहें, उनके बच्चे अच्छे से पढ़ें।
बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत अहम सवाल है। हम इस वक्त 35% हैं शहरी आबादी और अनकरीब 50% तक चली जाएगी, जो कि बहुत अलार्मिंग है। इसके लिए करना क्या है? करना ये है कि आपने ज़िक्र किया काम का, एम्प्लॉयमेंट का, नौकरियों का। मैं सबसे पहले ज़िक्र करना चाहती हूँ तालीम का। जब तक तालीम को आम नहीं किया जाएगा, हमारी देही आबादी के अंदर 60% से ज़्यादा है, उस वक्त तक वही एक ट्रेंड रहेगा, एक पैटर्न रहेगा कि गांव से, देहात से हम शहरों की तरफ रुख करेंगे, क्योंकि वहाँ सहूलियात ज़्यादा हैं, जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ ज़्यादा हैं। और इससे बढ़कर जो करने की ज़रूरत है वो ये है कि हुकूमतों को, चाहे मरकज़ी हो या सूबाई हुकूमतें हैं, उनको ज़राअत के ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा तवज्जो देनी है, उसको वो अहमियत देनी है जो कि नहीं दे रहे। और सबसे ज़्यादा बढ़कर इससे भी जो 3-4 में इस वक्त जो मैंने ज़िक्र किया है अनासर का, उससे सबसे बड़ा उनसर जो है वो ये है कि ख़वातीन की तरक्की के ऊपर ज़ोर देना है, तवज्जो देनी है, फंडिंग देनी है। ज़बानी जमा खर्च नहीं, जोर देना, फंडिंग करनी है। इसके बहुत सारे तरीके हैं, मेरे सेशन में आइएगा, मैं बताऊंगी।
जी बिल्कुल, डॉक्टर साहबा ने जैसे कहा कि एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी देहात से शहरों की जानिब मुंतकिल होती है सिर्फ सहूलियात के लिए, और हुकूमत को चाहिए कि जो बुनियादी सहूलियात हैं वो देहात में मुहैया करें उन्हें, और इसके साथ साथ तालीम को आम करें। जी।
I would request you all to please return to your seats so we may proceed without delay. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to begin. Please take your seats so we may continue with our program. Thank you.
Excuse me, could I have everyone's attention, please? The next session is about to resume. Could we please make our way to our seats? Could everybody please occupy the first few rows before moving to the back? Could our guests that are seated at the end of the hall please make their way forward? I have no idea. Thank you. Yes, could everyone please take their seats? Please try and occupy the first few rows before moving back. We're going to begin our panel in just a couple of minutes. If everyone could move to the front. Could everyone please be seated? We're going to resume in just a couple of minutes. We're just going to begin our next session. If everyone can please be seated. Could we have everyone who's seated at the back of the hall please make their way forward? Please be seated. We're starting in 2 minutes. We will now be moving forward to session 5.
titled Regional Review of Population and Economic Growth. Our participants for this session are Dr. Louay Shabane, representative of UNFPA Pakistan, Dr. Rashid Amjad, Director, Graduate Institute of Development Studies, Lahore School of Economics, His Excellency Rahmat Hindiarta Kasuma, the Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia, and Professor Mahtab S. Karim, the President of the Population Association of Pakistan. I would request you all to please make your way up to the stage. Thank you. Our session chair is Dr. Louay Shabane. I'd like to invite him on stage to deliver his remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you please help us to wake up after lunch? So, let me start by stories. Two quotes, which I had last week. One, I am quoting my deputy who just came back from South Punjab. She wrote to me in her briefing the following. She has visited the flood-affected areas in South Punjab, and she wrote to me, during my visit, I observed that women aged 30 to 32 already have 8 to 10 children due to repeated pregnancies and lack of access of maternal health services. These families are currently living without shelter, on the ground, and suffering from a lack of food and water, with high exposure to communicable diseases. Additionally, there is a profound lack of awareness regarding available family planning services. The practice of monsoon marriages, where girls 13 to 15 are given for marriage as a sort of coping strategy. Quoting end. The second quote, it's at the high level now. It was during the briefing between the United Nations member states, representatives, and the EU delegation who visited Pakistan last week. In the briefing, it has been said by United Nations representatives, when it comes to local and global statistics, we have two Pakistans. The first is showing the recovery and even improvement through the lens of macroeconomic stability, while the second speaks to the social indicators where it is stagnated or even declining. And here, I can see this summit is extremely timely and important to address, amid the changes globally on reduction of ODA. So we should expect that funding is going to go less and less. And second, a shift of the global initiatives where it might risk the social agenda in Pakistan. Because the discussion at the last global summit, social summit, was about low fertility, aging, second dividend, but not family planning, not rapid growth of population, not fertility rates. So the big question that we have beforehand in this session is, do we know what should be done? Or do we know how it should be done? Or do we know why it should be done? In my opinion, this is the core question. And let's agree that population agenda is in the first place a political agenda. It could not be left to health departments nor population departments. It's a political agenda. And if it is not driven by political leadership, we should not expect much to happen. Now, assuming that we know what should be done, and assuming that we agree why it should be done, this session will try on the how part, how it could be done. And we will try to learn from the regional expertise. Let us look at the landscape today. What do we have before us? In the last few years, Pakistan macroeconomic indicators has improved. It is back now to moderate GDP growth, reduced inflations. However, this economic stabilization did not reflect itself on the social agenda and the social development, where Pakistan is still at the lowest position when it comes to gender inequality index. Fertility is still very high. Population growth is high. Maternal health services are still weak. And there is a fragmentation in the support. So, what we can do and how other countries have addressed this matter. From my observation, after 3 years being in Pakistan, I could notice that the challenge in Pakistan, in the first place, is a governance issue. It is a governance issue that speaks to lack of accountability, fragmentation, lack of political support, lack of coherence. If somebody can tell me what is Pakistan vision concerning population, if I ask this question to Professor Ahsan Iqbal, I will get an answer. But if I go to the Chief Minister of Punjab, for example, I might get different answer. If I go to KP, I might have a third answer. So there is still, we don't have a vision what Pakistan is trying to achieve on this agenda, apart from blaming people for being victims. We have too many people. It's a matter of fact. But the number of people is not the whole problem. The main challenge is in the human capital, education system, the outcome of education, the outcome of health system. All these are real challenges that Pakistan is facing. If we look at Bangladesh, we could see that civil society have a massive role in the outreach. The outreach here is very fragmented. If you look at Iran, they have very coherent, strong primary health care. Primary health care here is, again, when it comes to family planning, it's scattered. If you look at Turkey, they have the hospital-based, but they are very much accessible. Accessibility here is an important challenge, and quality of services in the health facilities is another challenge. If you look at Egypt, Egypt is doing a massive outreach campaign when it comes to media. Here, it's very modest speaking about things. So I think there are lessons to be learned from the region, and I am very happy to have a very distinguished panelists who are going to be with us in this conversation. Let me start with the keynote speech by Dr. Rashid Amjad, who's going to go to drive us through the regional perspective and how Pakistan could learn from these experiences. Dr. Rashid, over to you.
Mr. Chairperson, the distinguished representative of the United Nations Population Council, Dr. Shabane, His Excellency, the Indonesian Ambassador, who is represented, and my dear friend, Dr. Mohitab. The issue I will raise today is why Pakistan has not reaped the demographic dividend and what we can learn from other countries on how to reap this dividend. And then I will have some specific suggestions from my end on how we can move towards this goal. However, before I do this, there is one general issue I want to raise because this is a session full of numbers and numbers and numbers. And I want to raise this point that generally, as a country, we have forgotten how to count. Some or the other, when we were young, we said you count the numbers and you come up with the result. No, that's not how we count numbers anymore. We count numbers and then we are told you must be able to get to this particular number. Now, this is a new way of adding things. So what has happened is you have a population census, which I can tell you today the facts will be changed one day. We don't know the exact numbers. So unless we get our numbers right and we allow our population census, we allow our other body to do their homework in the way they do it by adding numbers, we will not make any progress. Now let me come to the issue of the demographic dividend. The demographic dividend, as we all know, is a window of opportunity which comes up when your working age population grows at a faster growth rate than your dependent population. Now, in the 1990s, the demographers told us we are about to enter this window of opportunity. We waited. Then we were told, no, you have to wait longer. So we waited. And now we are told that you have to wait even longer. Why? Because the fertility rate, which is essential for the demographic dividend to deliver, has not come down. In fact, it reversed the process after the 1990s. It is going up. So my basic premise is, no, we did not receive the demographic dividend. We are in the phase of what I call the demographic disaster. What is the demographic disaster? The demographic disaster is a situation where you get the youth bulge, so you get new entrants into the workforce, and there is an echo of this youth bulge in terms of increasing fertility, and the fertility rate does not decline. So you get what we call double jeopardy. You get the worst of all worlds. And we today are passing through this phase, which is giving us the worst of all worlds as far as our demographic change is concerned. We have heard lots of numbers, and we seem to be going down and down every time we look at numbers. We are here and then we are there. Ladies and gentlemen, we were one of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world. From 1960 to 1990, there were many shortcomings, but in terms of economic growth, we were among the 10 fastest growing economies in the world with a growth rate of 6.5 to 7. And then we waited for the demographic dividend to take us forward. The demographic dividend will raise the savings rate. The demographic dividend will raise the investment rate. It will give us the momentum in which we can grow. And today, in the last 35 years, our growth rate has halved. And instead of being amongst the leading countries in the world, we are amongst the lagging countries in the world today. If you look at all the graphs we showed, India taking over, Bangladesh taking over, Pakistan going down, just change one statistics. If we had grown at the rate of growth, India less than 1 and Bangladesh 1, we would have been right on top there. So my message to you is, take care of your population growth, and the economy will take care of itself. Take care of population growth, and the GDP growth will take care of itself. I can start with 2 examples. A country which in my first UN assignment went to was Thailand, and I was in Bangkok. They were all right. They were behind us in many ways. And then I saw this dynamic population person come in, Mr. Michan, who's written this book, and he was throwing contraceptives into my car. Leave aside my household. And he was giving me balloons made out of contraceptives. My wife was very embarrassed. But what I'm saying is, this is how they aggressively pursued their population program. They were able to get results. And the same economy, when they started doing economic reforms, had the tailwind of population declining numbers to take them forward. So here is a good example of a country which today has a $20,000 per capita income, where ours is far less. Now, India is a bit of a taboo, but let me also mention this. I went to India. I was posted there from 85 to 90. I tell you, I had never seen an economy function so inefficiently and so badly. They were trying to make everything and nothing worked. And then they started their reforms program, but again with the tailwind of population growth falling. Today, their population growth is less than 1%. In fact, a number of studies are showing that in most of these fast-growing East and Far East and Southeast economies which have reaped the demographic dividend, the real factor was the growth rate of fertility, the rate of fertility declining, and the growth of population decline. So, we have the IMF here, the World Bank here, everybody here. Reform kare, economic reforms kare, ye kare, economic reform, ye kare, economic. I agree with all of that. But let me just repeat to you. Can you have an export-led growth, which everybody is talking about? When your population is growing at 2.7, 2.6%, यहाँ पैसे नहीं है बच्चों को खिलाने के खाने, तो आप एक एक्सपोर्ट-लेड ग्रोथ पे जा रहे हैं. और जब उनके पढ़े, ये दें हमें, बिजली भी सस्ती दें, ये भी सस्ता दें, रॉ मटेरियल भी सस्ता. What has happened? We have had this 13th five-year plan, and we've had Uran Pakistan. I can tell you, I wrote this. I remember Junejo Saab set up a Manpower, a Human Development Commission, and I was a member, and Abakai Saab was there, and I wrote the main report. And I wrote there, 30 years earlier, all the recommendations in this report will come to nothing if we do not control the growth rate of our population. And this is exactly what I would say about Uran, Pakistan, about these reforms which we are hoping. I think the finance minister has realized the importance of population growth, but he's also realized that we can't grow beyond 3.5%. So we are not going to, Professor Asan is still optimistic that in the recent future we'll go, and you will not. Unless you can get rid of this binding constraint, nothing will happen. And you have to take this into account. Now, the fact is, if you look at examples, and Bangladesh was spoken about, and there were a lot of things about Bangladesh, there were three things which struck me about Bangladesh. Although Bangladesh itself says that it has not yet fully taken advantage of the demographic dividend, but they have got some tailwinds. First of all, this country is known as the Bangladesh surprise, has better human development indicators. This so-called basket case, which we thought we were giving up, is now far ahead of us. And we have much to learn from them. The female labor force participation rate went down. Second, they used their NGOs to reduce the rate of growth. As the chairperson said, at the footsteps, they gave the contraceptives and others. And third, and I'm so glad to hear it, the leadership gave the signal to go forward, and the leadership and the religious groups did not oppose it. This was an important element which led them to where they are. If you look at other countries, then let me say Iran has been mentioned, but I was impressed also with Egypt. The interesting part of both Iran and Egypt is the flexibility they are trying to build into their population growth strategy. The fact is that when the Khomeini government took over, they were against the family planning process. What they did after the war with Iran in 1985, they reversed the decision. They knew their resources. They realized that their infrastructure had been destroyed, and Iran was able to put in a family planning process, especially at the local level, which reduced the growth rate of population. In fact, they're going the reverse direction now because the replacement ratio has gone down. So they are now encouraging people to raise the growth rate of population. Egypt is very similar to us. In fact, its politics sort of resembles ours. And even today, some lessons can be learned from this. But let me tell you what President Sisi has said and done. Sisi is very clear. Two-child family. The president of the Muslim Republic, or the Arab Republic of Egypt, has said two-child family. And they have laid out a population plan, which I think is very relevant to us. Let me just go over them. 5-point plan which they have put. I'm not giving the statistics for you, but increase the contraceptive prevalence rate, reduce school dropouts, increase female labor participation rate, delay early marriages, enhance social protection, and something not in my lifetime, and I will see, improve governance. I mean, that at least will take us, we should just not use this word. I mean, I see IMFs and everybody coming and telling us, I've heard this for the last 60 years. But let me give you what I believe are 6 priorities or 5 priorities highly relevant for Pakistan today too. First, educating our youth on the benefits of raising happy, healthy, and smaller-sized families. And I have a concrete suggestion here. One subject which is taught at all levels is Pakistan studies. Starts at the primary and is in fact now also taught at the university level. We should have a chapter on this. Smaller-sized, happy, and healthier families. Let us incorporate from our children, starting in the primary all the way to higher. To ensure its nationwide implementation, and we have a distinguished member of the Speaker of the Assembly, should include as a federal subject under the responsibility of the federal government, not just the quality of higher education as in the 18th Amendment, but at all levels. Second, encouraging literacy and raising female education enrollment strategy. As Mahbubul Haq once said, an educated woman is thrice blessed. She has fewer children, she educates her children and enters the labor force. Now here I would suggest, at the local district and tehsil level, setting up a department reporting to the Deputy and Assistant Commissioner, basically looking at female enrollment and taking measures, some of them were mentioned by Mr. Ali Chima in his excellent address, that transportation costs, that is where we should be giving the subsidy, ensuring that girls go to school. That is absolute prerequisite and insist. The third is, which we should try to bring out from Bangladesh and others, is involving NGOs. I know we have some excellent NGOs in Punjab, we have Ahuat, we have others, but I don't think they do anything on family planning. And I would like them to also involve themselves in sending out this message and distributing it. The other is I would like to bring in, I didn't see them here, I wish they had been, the Pakistan Business Council, the Chambers of Commerce and Industry. हर रोज अखबार में यो जी लूटे गए, ये हो गया, बिजली की कीमत कम करें, हमारा कुछ नहीं होगा. जो असल चीज़ है उस पर भी कोई बात करें ना, population growth पे, उस पर भी we should involve them in implementing our population problem. Now this may be controversial. Fourth, set up at the highest level a body similar to the SIFC, Special Investment Facilitation Council, called the Special Demographic Dividend Facilitation Council, the SDFC, or an equivalent body in which both the military, the establishment, and the politicians have a say. And lastly, as Turkey has done, I think it is in Article 41 of the Turkish Constitution. I say this, if you want to make a strong message, let us put in a constitutional clause on this. I think I was very happy to see Mushahid and Sattar Saab and others talk about having a huge, big consensus of political parties. And possibly under Article 8 of the Constitution, promotion of social well-being and the people, broadly stating to encourage and promote family happiness, health, and balance while fully respecting the right of the family to make its own independent choices. I thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Rashid, for these insights. Let us now move to see a live experience for one country, Indonesia. Mr. Rahmat, can you please share us the insights? Where do you feel that Indonesia has made a progress? What challenges that it had, and what we can learn from that? Thank you. It's up to you. You have 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mumathil Sundukil Umam Al-Muttahidah Lusukkan di Pakistan, Al-Muhtaram Dr. Ruai Shabani, distinguished speakers, Dr. Rashid Amjad, Director, Graduate Institute of Development Studies, Lahore School of Economics, Professor Mehtab Karim, President Population Association of Pakistan. Respected participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a privilege to join the auspicious occasion of the Down Media Population Conference on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Chandra Warsananto Sukocho, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I was chargé d'affaires for 1.5 years, but when the ambassador already arrived here in Pakistan, automatically I'm not chargé d'affaires anymore, not acting ambassador anymore. I'm now the coordinator of information, social and cultural affairs of the Indonesian Embassy. His Excellency conveys a high appreciation to UNFPA, DAWN, and all relevant parties for organizing this important conference. We at the Embassy of Indonesia in Islamabad are honored to share our country's best experience in addressing critical issues at home to our colleagues in Pakistan for the benefits of the peoples of the two countries, including our experience in conducting family planning. Indeed, Indonesia is not a role model in managing various national issues at home. However, the developing countries aiming to build strong family planning programs often look to Indonesia as an example. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1960s, Indonesia has consistently ranked among top 6 of the most populous countries in the world. We replaced Japan, we replaced Russia, and since 1974, Indonesia has never dropped from its status as the 4th most populous country in the world, up to date. Some analysts have projected Indonesia will only drop 1 spot by 2039, not by Pakistan, the other country in Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, however, for years, the international community has considered Indonesia as one of countries having strong and successful national family planning initiative in the world. The Indonesian National Family Planning Program succeeded in achieving a rapid decline in total fertility and a rapid increase in contraceptive use. From 1967 to 1987, the average number of children born to a woman decreased from 5.6 to 3.3, and then ever further to 2.7 in 1997. The total fertility rate dropped from 3.3 per woman by 3.3 to 2.6 per woman by 1999. Indonesia saw a corresponding increase in the contraceptive prevalence rate from 9% in 1973 to 48% by the mid of 1980s, and before the crisis, 1997, to 57%. After crisis, the people experienced that having family planning, good birth rates was beneficial for them. So after crisis, the people learned a lot that having good economy, good family, good children during crisis make them survive. The crisis give us, very incredible experience. For its successful family planning initiatives, Indonesia received its first UN Population Award by 1989, and it was accepted by the second Indonesian President, Suharto. President Suharto was the first ASEAN head of state to receive this award. At the beginning of independence, the narrative of many children, many sustenance, many blessings dominated the minds of the Indonesian people. Health matters and the mental problems of women are calculated later. But President Suharto and his administration dared to appear different from the previous administration by supporting the narrative of 2 children are enough, whatever boy or girl. Like me, I am government official. It is suggested for us as government officials to have only 2 kids, but I have 3 kids. I have 3 kids. The government support us only for the first and the second kids. The third, no. My children here, they receive the financial support for education, for health, for the second and for first and second children. For the third, free. But having third kid was result of discussion between me and my wife, not only my willingness. No, this is both willingness. Ladies and gentlemen, after more than 3 decades, Indonesia again received its second UN Population Award. The National Population and Family Planning Board of Indonesia, or well known in Indonesia by BKKBN, won the United Nations Population Award 2022 in the institution category. So in Indonesia, if we discuss about family planning, the people directly, remembers the most reliable body or government institution is BKKBN, or National Population and Family Planning Boards of Indonesia. Hopefully in Pakistan, if somebody are asked about the family planning, directly refer to certain body, hopefully, like in Indonesia. Formed in 1970, BKKBN was instrumental in spearheading the nation's family planning agenda, as well as laying the groundwork for an expanded and sustained private sector role in delivering family services. Through the state institutions initiative, women in Indonesia have become far more able to choose how many children they have. And as a strong supporter of reproductive rights in Indonesia, in 2019, BKKBN was instrumental in raising the minimum age for marriage for girls in Indonesia from 16 to 19. Ladies and gentlemen, from Indonesia's best experiences, I would say that the success of family planning in Indonesia has been conducted through 1. Total government commitment, adequate financing and strong political commitment from national and local leaders, not only national but local leaders, and the top level of the leadership, it was President Suharto. After Sukarno and then Suharto. So the chairman of BKKBN has direct communication with president directly. And Indonesia's political system is like the US. President and the vice presidents are one package, in one package. And the president is head of state and head of government, so he is very strong. With increasing numbers of family planning users, BKKBN realized that the government could not provide free family planning services for all. So previously it was for all, free for all, and then when the registers were a lot, so the BKKBN decided not to continue government-led program of family planning, but release this program to community-based program. That's why the family planning in Indonesia has been sustainable up to date. Ladies and gentlemen, and the second approach is flexible and innovative approaches. Program emphasis on decentralized decision-making authority and the involvement of community leaders and members, including Islamic religious leaders, and adaptation of the family planning program to be leaders' concern. So religious leaders play a very important role, not only Muslim leaders, but other religious leaders. We advance the maqasid al-sharia, or the highest objective of Islamic law. Okay. First, preservation of religion, hifdhuddin, preservation of life, hifdhu an-nasl, hifdhu al-hayat, preservation of intellect, preservation of lineage, and preservation of poverty. We got these ideas from Imam Al-Ghazali, and this applied on all law products in Indonesia. So any verses, any hadith, any Al-Quran verses should be in line with this maqasid al-sharia. Third, enthusiastic community involvement. We have to make our family planning, yes, beneficial to the people, but also this program make the people happy, not under pressure. We organize dialogues, we organize events, we organize screening movie together to promote the importance of family planning in Indonesia. When I was child, usually the government sent the package of movie entertainment to the villages, and it was very nice entertainment. We see, oh, the big family, the small family, this is called it quality family, this is not quality family. So the awareness raised through not only speeches, but also entertainment, discussion, and also involvement, not only ladies, but also the males, boys and girls. The involvement not only by girls, but also by boys. So family planning is about to involve all kinds of genders in making it successful. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we will have a session, right? Later. Yeah, I will be very happy to respond any questions, any comments, any input from you for the benefit of our peoples, inshallah. Today, this year, Indonesia and Pakistan celebrate 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations. That's why we have to strengthen our relations by culture, by values, by traditions, inshallah. Indonesia and Pakistan, dosti zindabad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for this contribution. It speaks to the challenges that Pakistan is facing, whether we are speaking about financing, continuity, coherence, if we speak about the outreach, if we speak about the model itself, and the role, of course, of the ecosystem for population agenda. Now, before we go into our discussion, I would like to ask Dr. Mehtab, hearing Dr. Rashid and Rahmat, what do you think the most important takeaways that Pakistan needs to focus on in order to make a transformational change? Please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot to Dawn and Population Council for inviting me. We heard quite a bit about Indonesia. I had the opportunity to spend about 3 weeks in Indonesia and on behalf of UNFPA, and I spent quite a bit of time with BKKBN. Dr. Haryano Sohano used to be the head of BKKBN, a demographer from University of Chicago. He made all the changes there. I don't have to say much about Indonesia now because he already mentioned a lot. I came back and I was doing a book on different Muslim countries, how they are doing and achieving better prospects for their population. And Indonesia was one of them, 6 largest Muslim countries. And I read a report and sent it to then, I think he was finance minister or prime minister. And he said, and I said that you should have something like BKKBN here, managed by the professionals, run by them, and so that they can make changes. I think he tried to do something, but the Ministry of Population Welfare had nothing to do with it. And I think, with due apologies from the bureaucrats sitting here, they have been maybe there's some of them who did very well, but they are the ones who are to be blamed, besides our due apologies from our former chairman of the parliament. Successive governments after General Ayub Khan's removal, none of them have been serious enough about population program in Pakistan, with the exception of Mohtarma Benazir Bhutto, who initiated Lady Health Workers Program in the 90s after she attended the conference in Cairo. She came back and she thought we have to do something. Something was done, but only momentarily because of the change in the government, civilian or the military, nothing happened, and since then nothing has happened. Whatever is happening, what we call, demographers call it a secular effect. You know, it's changing. Everything has to change. Things are changing in Pakistan. People are growing older, and so the population is also growing. With that, I would like to jump from Indonesia to Bangladesh. The reason I talk about Bangladesh, because Bangladesh was part of Pakistan till about 50 years or so ago. And they have shown a miracle can happen in the population field. As you could see, that contraceptive prevalence rate was about the same, about 5 to 8% of women, married women were using contraceptives in 1970s, and that jumped to 62% by 2010, and that has remained at the same level. And you can see that because of that, they have achieved a total fertility rate or average number of children women can bear or do bear is about 2. And Pakistan is still struggling with 3.5. So that is a miracle which Bangladesh has been able to achieve, Pakistan didn't. When I started teaching the subject of population dynamics to medical students, Aga Khan University was the first university to do that. In 1984, Pakistan's population was 85 million. And the students used to ask me, sir, isn't it too many? I said, well, I hope by the time when you grow up, it won't be that much, or it won't be growing that fast, but it is still the same level. It has not stopped growing that fast. Many of those students are in their 50s, and perhaps they are teaching the same thing to their students, that we are at a very, very high level of growth. So next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just, as comparing to Bangladesh, the miracle which they have done, it's not only, but they have done due to, reducing their population growth rate from 2.6% in 1991. I'm not going too far away. That was the first time UNDP released its report, Human Development Report, and now it's 2.6%, so they have come down to 1%. We have still the same growth rate of 2.5%. What it was in 1991, it has remained at the same level. We have made some improvements, but very little as compared to Bangladesh. For example, we have our economist sitting here. We have only achieved perhaps 50% or 47% increase in our per capita income. Tremendous increase. But look at Bangladesh, which has gone up from $512 of per capita income. It's not PPP, not purchasing power, it's the real, and to $2,700 now. That miracle, I think, had happened due to the population growth rate, which has been arrested in Bangladesh, and we are still, we like to arrest people, but we don't like to arrest, the population. Look at other indicators related to human development. Infant mortality rate, my goodness. But our rate has declined 47% from 106 to 56. Bangladesh had a higher infant mortality rate, that is children who would not reach their first birthday, which is 116 or about 10%, 11%. Now just 2% or 22 per thousand. Some of us are sitting here, elderly people, several of us. Our life expectancy at birth has increased, but only 3 years during the last 30-some years. And Bangladesh has increased 15 years, from 57 to 72. And somebody has already talked about our ranking in the human development. It has gone, not up, it has gone down from 120 to 168. And Bangladesh has gone up from 145 to 135. That means they are doing better. What is next slide, please. I'll just say 2, 3, 4 slides, and then because demographers have a weakness, we cannot talk without numbers, okay? And so basically this slide, the reason I was showing that, because in 1970, Pakistan had an edge over Bangladesh. We had fewer people age. When demographers, when they say their age, means that they were ahead of us. 6 million more people there when they got independence. And by 1980s, we are more than them, little more than them. Now we are about 2025, according to the most recent UN figures, we are 65 million more than Bangladesh. And lo and behold, if our fertility rate comes down, if it comes down, then we will be 338 million. That's the latest figure we have worked out, but I don't think it will come down. So it may reach 350, 360, 380 million. And so it would be, we'll have almost 150 million more people than Bangladesh. So, it's amazing that the way the things have changed in the region, okay? Now, next slide, please. Quickly, all the countries in the region have shown that things can change. I could never imagine that Pakistan would be left behind by Bhutan and Nepal. And poor countries, nobody would give a damn to them. Bangladesh was considered a basket case in 1970s, okay? Just look at them. I'm just finishing, so 2 more minutes. That where Sri Lanka was in 1980, we are there today, about 3.5 children per woman. And where Bangladesh was in 2000, we are there. So we are 25 years behind Bangladesh in achieving what we call a demographic transition or fertility transition. How they have done it? Quickly, by increasing the contraceptive prevalence rate. Everybody asks me, what is the rate one should achieve? Those countries which have achieved 50% of married women using contraceptives, they can achieve a total fertility rate or average number of children born, about 2, which means they have replaced themselves, the woman and the husband. So that's an ideal situation, okay? Now we heard about, next slide please. We heard about Indonesia. Pakistan is going to become the largest Muslim countries by 2050. If we keep on growing that way, we'll exceed that of Indonesia, by the way. And finally, the final slide is about how our Muslim brethren or countries are doing in the Middle East and North Africa. All the countries have achieved 2 or below total fertility rate of, when I looked at Saudi Arabia, I was amazed that the average number of children born to women is 2.3 or about close to 2. At least more than one child less than Pakistan. They don't have any family planning program. They have educated their women, by the way. They don't have official family planning program. So what it is that, is there any way out? Is there any way to learn? Yes, there is a way to learn. We can, what I say that culturally we are not very different than Bangladesh or many other South Asian countries. And so we have not followed the culture, the local culture. We have talked about Muslim countries. Oh, Islam is to blame. Well, you can blame anyone, you can blame anything. So, but it is not to do with our religion, because my research has shown, and several other people have shown, that Islam has nothing it doesn't forbid, and we would hear about it, anything to do with contraception or use of contraception. So my take is that unless until we do many things, and I don't want to talk too much, it's all there in the paper which appeared in Dawn today, but I have few submissions, and those are that something has to be done with the insufficient resource allocation to the social sector. Everybody knows that. We have poor community engagement. We heard from Indonesia. Absence of outreach activities, which is very prevalent in Bangladesh, and as well as next door, Iran. Low male involvement in the program. Somebody was telling me, I said, just take it away from the government. Give it to the public-private partnership. Sindh has a very good example of public-private partnership in health, and they are doing a very good job. They could do the same thing in the family planning program. Because bureaucrats, very good, very efficient, but they come there for only few months, few years, and then they move out. They have nothing at stake to see that the program works unless until it's given to the professionals to do the job, okay? And so removing bureaucratic obstacles is very important. Political support. I have not seen, with due apologies again, with the former chairman of the Senate, and there must be some parliamentarians sitting here. If they are not, it's very unfortunate, that I have never read that a bill has been presented in the parliament, in either of the houses of the parliament, talking about how to move ahead with a new population policy. Iran did it. They passed the bill, the family law bill, in 1980s in the Majlis. So unless until we keep on, there will be a lot of talk here, or there have been a lot of talks, that unless until we remove the hurdles, we are not going to move ahead. We are going to be there perhaps another 10 years or another 20 years, that things have not worked. And so I don't know what to say about it. I hope that I'm not there to see that Pakistan has 400 million people by 2050 or by 2047 maybe, when we celebrate our 100 years. But our younger generation sitting here, they have to do something about it. We need a revolution in the population field. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahtab. Let me go back to our panelists and provoke them with some questions. Now, you have seen from the experience of Indonesia and the map of countries that has been presented, that investment in education of females is a changer, game changer. Family planning is not the solution only. It's one of the issues. But population agenda is much beyond family planning. So we should not focus only on family planning. Third, the issue is about to have a genuine political commitment and coherence and continuity. Now, if looking at the situation in Pakistan, you know it very well, and the question is for both of you, gentlemen. If the Prime Minister is here, and you want to give him one advice that could change the situation, what you would give him, Dr. Rashid?
I think this has been said by many, and I only repeat.
Yeah, it's on.
It's on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Your secret weapon is not the nuclear bomb. Your secret weapon is the women of Pakistan. This is something which I have repeated many times. Educate your women. That is what I would tell the Prime Minister. And show your commitment to population by attending such sessions. If the head of the government does not come and attend this session, you are sending the wrong message. I know there might be other reasons. You see, when I came into this field and there was this idea, Mehtab came in also at that stage, and I remember an academic, I won't mention his name, God bless his soul. You know what he said when we said we should increase our studies on population? He told Ghulam Isa Khan, "Sir, they are not teaching demography. They are teaching pornography." Can you believe it? The problem is we have to get this thing out of our minds, that what we are teaching is something which is taught in every school, in every college, everywhere in the world, how to do sensible family planning so you have happy and healthier families.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Mehtab.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabani. I think, well, I will 100% agree with him, not only because women are our real resources. We have concentrated the program on them, but we are not reaching out to them. That's one issue. Educating them, Saudi Arabia can do it very quickly. They have money. We are allocating, what, 1% or 2% of our budget to education. We don't have enough resources to educate them. First, there is no desire and there is no will. And we always say that if there is a will, there is a way. So first, there has to be a will. When you ask me if Prime Minister would have been here, I would tell him that instead of going to all those countries where he goes and he does, it makes sense. Well, they can learn a lot from China, but they have a system which we don't. Go to Indonesia, go to Bangladesh, go to Iran, and go to Egypt, and don't talk about anything else, but how they have been able to control their population growth rate. Learn from them how they have utilized professionals in all the 4 countries. And it's there in the paper I have written, that they are the ones who are made the things possible in all these countries. You know, you can do many other things, but that's the top priority, as Bangladesh decided in 1975, as it was done in Indonesia by General Suharto, as it was done by Hosni Mubarak in Egypt, and it was done by Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran. All of them, the top leaderships of the country, they made it a point that their messages reach out to the people, which our leadership is unable to do that. They have not done it, and as I said, that the only person I recall was Muhtarma Benazir Bhutto Shaheed, who did it after attending the conference in Cairo. So someone at that level has to do it.
Yeah.
There was a summit done by about 5 years ago, but we don't have any result of that. It was done at a very high level by the Supreme Court Chief Justice, but we don't have any result of that. As a matter of fact, we don't have anything, we are at the same level. So not only talks, but action is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, invest in women capacities and education. Speak. Political leadership has to speak. Habib Bourguiba used to speak in every single public speech about population. This is how they transformed the population agenda. They gave me, I have 1 minute. So, if I to add to this, I would like to tell the Prime Minister, I hope that you can reduce the intensity of moving the high bureaucracy. Secretaries are moving and running from one place to another. This will not give the opportunity for people to put their vision and implement it. And finally, it is very important, in my opinion, to transform the implementation. Implementation is not going down. There is a lot of initiatives at the top level, but that does not go into a practical implementation. Let me, at the end of the session, say that we have very good experiences from the region. We know how this could be addressed. We know that this to happen, we need political leadership. It can make or break, in my opinion, having a vision, implementation, accountability, and where is Ziba? Ziba's not here. She's proposed to have the population board of the commission. If this has to be implemented, it has to be given a mandate and resources. Otherwise, it will be another committee that needs a lot of coordination. Let me thank our panelists at the end of this session and wish you the best luck. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you to our panelists for this incredible discussion. We will now be moving forward to session 6, titled Human Development Crisis and the Youth Bulge. In this session, we turn our focus to human development and the challenges posed by a rapidly growing youth population. Our participants for this session include Raza Rabbani, former chairman of the Senate of Pakistan, and Dr. Maliha Lodhi, the former representative of Pakistan to the United Nations. We would like to invite them both onto stage. Thank you.
You want to come in and see?
No, it's quite bad. I can hardly be seen.
Already?
Huh? Should I sit and do it? I just have a written text, you see.
Yeah, so you can sit and do it.
Just
yeah.
then I'll sit and do it. Huh?
Mics. Okay. We would now like to invite Mr. Raza Rabbani to deliver his remarks. Please come on to the podium. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's progress on health, education, demography indicators has slowed down according to the population census of 2017 and the Pakistan Demographic and Health Service Survey 2017 and 18. These trends signify a worsening of existing inequalities and imbalances, threatening the country's shrinking resource base as well as its future viability and stability. The situation warrants urgent corrective actions at all levels of state and society. As a key measure, Pakistan must lose no further time in joining the countries of the region and the Muslim world in achieving a rate of population growth that is sustainable. This will have to be much lower than the current 1998-2017 high growth rate of 2.4%. In this regard, a national task force constituted by the Supreme Court has already identified 8 broad sectors and 33 specific recommendations for implementation of provincial governments, regions, and the federal government. These recommendations have been endorsed by the Supreme Court and approved by the Council of Common Interest, chaired by the Prime Minister of Pakistan. We may discuss economic growth, education, and social well-being, but it comes back to how well we prepare for and manage the demographic realities. Pakistan has one of the largest youth population in the region. If we don't manage these, it may turn into our greatest vulnerability. In the census of 1951, youth ratio was 19%, which has now risen to 26% in the year 2023, which comes to 6 crore 27 lakhs of youth in Pakistan. More than 60% of Pakistanis are under 30, making this one of the youngest nations globally. Youth literacy is around 72 to 75%. However, formally certified vocational or technical skills remain limited. Most youth lack starting up capital and only a minority own agricultural land. Pakistan's unemployed population surged by a staggering 31%, or 1.4 million, rising from 4.5 million in 2021 to 5.9 million in 2024-25. The prime age groups from 15 to 24 years, it was estimated at 12.6% in 24-25, up from 11.1% in 2020-21. Among individuals aged 15 to 29, the rate rose to 11.5% from 10%, reflecting growing joblessness among the youth. Over 800,000 Pakistanis migrate annually for work. 40 to 60% are unskilled, semi-skilled. Only a small percentage are skilled. Key resources of distress, including unemployment, inflation, skill gaps, lack of opportunities for women, corruption and climate-related rural hardships, and psychological stress. The ILO and the World Bank place youth employment around 9 to 10% through underdevelopment. Surveys show youth inclinations towards retail services, hospitality, transportation, construction, and manufacturing jobs. Educated youth in cities increasingly seek IT, freelancing, and digital services. Overseas employment remains a major aspiration. As a state, we must focus on development and let settled issues remain. That is, there should be no more constitutional amendments, no further provinces, no change in the parliamentary system of governance, and the adherence to provincial autonomies. We spend most of our time getting caught up in these rather than looking at the real issues that confront us. The reality that a bulk of the budget is spent on defense expenditure and debt servicing is something that we will need to work around. There is the overall question of corruption and transparency, particularly corruption in development schemes. What are the youth issues? Widening generational gaps, growing isolation, particularly after COVID, and the increasing sense of uncertainty about the future. Statistics show that many young people experience intense pressure at home and in academic situations, a situation described as a pressure cooker environment. Another theme is the lack of inclusion of young people in policy making. Youth voices are rarely considered in decision-making bodies. Restrictive rules in youth parliaments and community space leave many feeling excluded. Gender bases, bureaucratic barriers, and absence of structured youth platforms are reasons why the young Pakistanis feel unheard, disoriented, unaware of Pakistani culture, unaware of our history, and with no education. We need to have a system of education that is progressive, technical, and intertwined with our real history and federally diverse culture. Our youth need a Pakistani face born out of synthesis of its federally diverse culture rather than an Arab or a Western face. The failure of the state to provide Pakistani-oriented educational system drives the youth towards religious and nationalist extremism. They seek refuge in madrasas. They seek to be guided to become suicide bombers and fodder for the terrorists. Solutions for youth development, short-term apprenticeships, demand-driven training, microfinance linked to mentoring women's workforce inclusion. Medium-term, strengthening rural value chain development, digital job matching. Long-term, education reforms, girls' education, governance, and macroeconomic stability. Solutions to reduce population growth. Number one, effective implementation of population policy with the goal to achieve CCI targets of a total fertility rate of 2.2 children per woman and lowering the population growth rate to 1.2% per annum by 2030 would mean 50 million fewer people by 2050. Number two, ensure that Pakistan reaps the opportunity of a demographic dividend. Number three, the challenge is to create 65 million new productive employment opportunities between 2025 to 2050. 2.6 million additional workers will enter the labor market each year between 2025 to 2050. Number three, as a result of past high fertility rates, the proportion of young population has decreased from 43% in 1990 to 37% in 2023. The working age population has risen to 59% in 2023. A lower population growth rate of 1.2% by 2030 can lead to a transformation in the economic outlook. GDP growth rate can be 1.7%, a percentage point higher if the population growth rate declines by 2030. Per capita income can double per annum by 2050 if the population growth rate declines by 2030, and the per capita incomes will rise at 3.4% per year instead of 2.2%. Household savings will go up to 13.4% with lower population growth. Investment rates will be 6.5 percentage points higher if the population growth rate declines by 2030. Number 4, invest in human capital. Invest in human capital, particularly invest in women. Girls and women in particular face stark educational disadvantages compared to men, with a significant gap in educational attainment across all levels of education. Reducing fertility to 2.1% children per woman and universal school enrollment by 2028 is a way forward to have less populous and a more educated Pakistan. As of 2023, nearly half of the women still have no formal education. Only a small, very select group of women have had the opportunity to attend secondary and higher educational institutions. Number 5, lower population growth rate as adaptation and building resilience to climate crisis. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful to you and to Dawn for having given me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we would like to invite Dr. Maliha Lodhi to deliver her keynote address. You can do it right from there.
Okay.
Yeah?
I'll do it from here. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Let me say that I'm speaking from here because when you walk in to a stage and find, can you hear me all right? Yes? When you walk up on a stage and find that the lectern is taller than you, then that's a sign that you should sit down and not stand. Therefore, let me start by saying I'm extremely grateful to Dawn for organizing this important conference on such an important and consequential issue for our country. I understand the Prime Minister was supposed to come in the morning to deliver his address, and he didn't show up. No surprise. That's how important population is to the Prime Minister and to the government and to successive governments. So it's unfortunate, but I think that says it all in a way. So let me state my case at the very outset. Uncontrolled population growth and lack of government attention to this consequential issue is feeding into and exacerbating Pakistan's crisis in human development. I believe Pakistan is in the throes of this crisis, which has far-reaching consequences for our economic development and for the welfare of our people. So let us first consider what is the nature and magnitude of this crisis of human development. Then turn to how population and the youth bulge plays into this and the future it holds for the country and for Generation Z. And finally, we look at the implications of official neglect of this issue for Pakistan's economic growth and prosperity. The crisis in human development is reflected in the fact that almost all indicators of literacy, education, health, poverty, gender disparity, and other aspects of human welfare have been deteriorating in recent years. The country's growth and development prospects are being severely constrained by the lack of investment in human capital. Yet, policy action to address this doesn't really figure in government priorities. The deficit in human development rarely comes up in parliamentary or public debate. The overall picture of various dimensions of human development remain exceedingly grim. The UNDP's latest Global Human Development Report of this year, 2025, puts Pakistan in the low human development category, ranked at 168 out of 198 countries in the Human Development Index. This marks a 35-year low. In its 2025 report, the World Bank, a report titled Pakistan's Human Capital Review, said that Pakistan faces a silent, deep human capital crisis which will adversely affect its economic future. But let's look at some specific areas of human development. Literacy levels, as you know, are stagnant. Official documents put literacy at 60%. Probably an overestimate, but even so, this means that 40% of our people are still illiterate. No country has achieved economic progress with this level of illiteracy. Economic progress can never be predicated on an illiterate base. Given the population's youth bulge, the education deficit has very troubling implications. 64% of the population are below the age of 30, which means that the young will determine our future and the country's destiny. But if they are uneducated and unemployed, they face a hopeless future, which will jeopardize the country's prospects, obviously. Pakistan still has, as you all probably know, the world's second highest number of children, over 26 million, out of school. Over half of them are girls. And this means 45% of children in this age group of 5 to 10 do not have access to any school. This, of course, violates the obligation set out in our Constitution's Article 25A that enjoins the state to provide free and compulsory education to all children of the age of 5 to 16. What it means is that millions of young people who have had no access to education will be entering the labor market, the job market, with an inherent, intrinsic disadvantage. I know many would have made this point earlier, but to reap the demographic dividend, Pakistan has to educate itself. It has to educate the young. The youth bulge offers an opportunity for accelerated economic growth if the country makes the needed investment in human capital. Failure to do so will have far-reaching economic and social consequences. But more on this in a minute. Let me turn now to poverty. The scale of poverty is also alarming. It has risen to 44%, according to the World Bank. With anemic economic growth, cost of living crisis, and limited job creation, poverty has not only increased, but has become more severe, more intense. People living in extreme poverty has risen to 16.5% of the population. That's huge, from 4.9%. Those living in poverty obviously cannot provide education, health, and skills to their children and to the young. If we turn to health, the indicators are equally disturbing. Expenditure on health remains abysmally low. Health outcomes are, in fact, some of the worst in South Asia. And a disturbing phenomenon and consequence of malnutrition is child stunting. I'm sure you heard of this earlier in the day as well. The Human Capital Review, again, the same report I referred to earlier, calls this a public health crisis. And its report finds that 40% of Pakistan's children under 5 are stunted. This is a shocking number. It's actually a national scandal. And this condemns these children to a life of physical disability, poverty, and deprivation, and exposes them to premature mortality. It affects their future productivity and their earning capacity. Stunting obviously results from malnutrition, which is mainly associated with poverty. Now, progress in gender empowerment has also stalled. We know the gender gaps in education, in health, access to employment, financial services, information, political and other opportunities continue to be very wide in our country. Pakistan, in fact, has plunged to the bottom in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index of 2025. And we are ranked last among 148 countries. Gender inequality remains a major barrier to human capital development. Female participation in the labor force remains low at around 22% compared to over 80% for males. This is amongst the lowest in the world. It's amongst the lowest in the Muslim world, and well below rates for countries at comparable income levels. Now, it's a well-established fact that more women in the workforce helps economies grow and increases GDP per capita. Gender empowerment is not just a desirable social goal, it is a strategic imperative. It is an imperative for economic growth and for the country's future prosperity. Turning now again to how the youth bulge in our population is playing out in the midst of this human development crisis. Due to the unavailability of educational resources, only 10% of young people make it to college or university. This is a fact that I picked up from Mehtab Saab's vlog. So I stand by this figure because it is obviously absolutely reliable. So if around 3 to 4 million young people are entering the job market every year, but many have no education or skills to be employed, what kind of a future are they going to have? And those who do have some education are unable to find jobs because there simply aren't enough jobs being created to absorb these new entrants. The consequence is that 37% of our youth aged between 15 to 24 years are unemployed and in fact not participating in education or training of any kind. It is estimated that at the present rate of population growth, by 2040, Pakistan will need over 100 million new jobs and thousands of new schools and hundreds of universities or colleges. Now, if we look at the relationship between population growth and the dismal state of human development, it is apparent that Pakistan's exponentially rising numbers are outstripping our resources. Population growth at about 2.2, 2.5% annually means around 5 to 6 million children are added to the population every year. We simply don't have the resources to provide education, health, and healthcare and a decent standard of living to this rising population. In every area, the demands of a growing population are exceeding what is available. Stagnant or low economic growth is insufficient to accommodate this rising population. So we're really caught in a classic vicious cycle. The increase in population is putting enormous pressure on the country's scarce resources, its physical infrastructure, labor markets, and across all public systems, including health and education, at a time when as I said before, the economy is simply not growing. And even when the economy does grow, rapid population growth obviously erodes per capita gains and leaves people mired in low-income cycles. An overarching factor that is deepening the crisis in human development is lack of population planning policies. This is but obvious. Governments pay little or no attention to what this alarming situation means for the future of the country. And Pakistan's regional peers have almost all successfully implemented family planning policies, but our country, sadly, has failed to do so. And yet Pakistan was one of the earliest countries to have had a population policy, and an effective one. But for decades thereafter, there has been no seriousness on the part of successive governments or any priority given by them to the issue of population control. There have been no sustained efforts and, no effective policies to deal with this issue. Worse, the subject has really been a ping-pong between the federal government and the provinces. Unfortunately, demographic issues have never grabbed the attention of politicians, planners, economists, and the media. There is no legislation, as far as I know, on family planning. Parliament has shown little or no interest in such a consequential issue. And this is in contrast to the experience in many other developing countries which have reached a consensus on population planning through parliamentary and public debate. It took a suo motu action and directive by the Supreme Court for a national task force on population to be established in 2018, charged with making recommendations for population control. The country's apex court considered family planning, and this is important. They considered family planning as a human rights issue and saw the need to do something in this area in view of this unchecked population growth straining public resources such as water, energy, and adversely affecting air quality. The task force initially made some recommendations, but they were very poorly or partially or non-seriously implemented. Headed by the president, it has, however, been virtually non-functional for many years. For it to be effective, the Prime Minister, I think, should head it. That's if he's interested at all and can take time off his foreign visits. Unless Pakistan implements a comprehensive population planning policy, whose elements I think are very well known, we don't need to spell them out, I think a doomsday scenario of a demographic disaster awaits the country, no less than that. An uneducated and underemployed population boom without matching opportunity is a recipe for social and political instability and can fuel unrest that can destabilize the country. And despite all these, grave consequences, we still have really no attention. There's no public debate. There's nothing happening in Parliament. I think my own view is that female members of Parliament have a special responsibility in this area. They should adopt this and drive this in our National Assembly and in our Senate. So I end by saying that I think Dawn has done a great national service by convening this conference, and I hope what emerges from this conference in terms of recommendations, and I'm no expert. I actually am an expert in other areas, but I was persuaded to speak on this because the whole issue of human development is very close to my heart, because that's the only meaningful development that should matter to any country. The rest of it, GDP and all of that, it has really no meaning to people, because those are mere statistics. Of course, they're important. I don't want to minimize the importance of that. But what counts is human security. What counts is human welfare. What counts is what it means, development means to people, to men, women, and children. So with that, I'm glad that all of you found the time to come this afternoon. It shows that this issue really is important to many people in our country, and I think, in a way, it falls on us to make this voice heard even more, so that the government sits up and takes notice and stops amending the Constitution every 6 months to grab power and to subvert and subordinate our judiciary. I think these are the issues that should count for them, and not issues of grabbing power. Because if you grab power, what are you grabbing power for? What are you going to do with this? You can grab as much power as you want. It has no meaning. It has no meaning for the people of Pakistan. So with that, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Maliha Lodhi. With this, we conclude our session 6 and we proceed towards our last session of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Session 7. We will now be moving forward to Session 7, titled A Heightened Responsibility to Restore the Balance Between Center and the Province. This session addresses the critical role of federal and provincial coordination in implementing population and health policies. Our participants for this session are Dr. Malik Mukhtar Ahmed Bharat, Minister of State for National Health Services, Regulations and Coordinations, Punjab; Shahnaz Wazir Ali, former member of the National Assembly of Pakistan; Nadia Saqib, Secretary, Health and Population Department, Government of Punjab; Anila Mehfooz Durrani, Secretary of the Population Welfare Department, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa; Javed Ali Manwa, former member of the Provincial Assembly of Gilgit-Baltistan; Raja Mahmood Razak, retired Secretary of the Population Welfare Department, Government of Azad and Jammu Kashmir. I would like you all to come on stage. Thank you so much. We would now like to invite the chair for the session, Dr. Malik Mukhtar Ahmed Bharat, to deliver his session. Thank you. You can come on stage. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to commend the efforts of Dawn Media for holding this very important session and this important debate. I've been in politics for last 23 years. I've been part of Provincial Assembly, National Assembly. And I also hold the portfolio of Population Minister Punjab under the leadership of Shahbaz Sharif Saab at that time. Just after 2017, I was given the portfolio of Population Minister. At that time, they were I would say the census were held after a very long period of time, I think 17, 18 years. And those figures were very alarming for all of the country. Population growth rate, 2.4%, neonatal mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, infant mortality rate, unmet need, unwanted pregnancies. And after the second census, which were the preceding census, which were held in 2023, I think that things haven't changed. I must admit over here at this platform, the things were not changed as it has to be. Government priorities during that period of time has changed. No doubt, I still think that population is very below in the priority list of the governments right now also. After this 18th Amendment, the devolution of the population department, I would say the worst thing happened to the population family planning thing was segregation of Lady Health Worker Program and the Population Ministry. The basic tool to deliver family planning services at the grassroots level was Lady Health Worker Program. But over the period of time, the priorities, the decision makers, the policy makers, I don't know what came to their mind, they have changed this thing. And Lady Health Worker Program was given under the supervision of the Health Ministry and the family planning, the family welfare assistance and like this. Some of the areas were given to the population department. Some of the areas were given to the health department to cater for these family planning services, delivery of the contraceptives and likewise. So I think Punjab has started, I must appreciate that under the leadership of current CM, Punjab has merged two departments, family planning, population department and the primary health department. And Secretary is sitting over here, and I must focus on single point. Today, when we look at the figures, the Lady Health Worker Program all over the Pakistan, it would be better, somewhat better, some fractions of the points would be better in Punjab. The Punjab Lady Health Worker Program, the time given to the family planning services is only, I think, 5.7%, 5.8%, which is very much below. As population minister, as public representative, as a medical doctor, I would say that we engage this issue with NFC and other larger issues. But will we see about what is happening with what we are doing with the low-hanging fruits like unmet need, like empowering the women to take decisions of family planning. I would say we are far behind. We should address these. These should be our priority at first. First, how we are going to distribute to address the unmet need at the village level, at the very basic level. Secondly, we must keep in mind that this, even with this whole efforts of lady health worker program, we are only addressing 60% of the population of Punjab. 40% urban population is still being neglected because of the absence of lady health worker program in the towns, in the cities, in the urban areas. Then how we are going to provide these contraceptive services or family planning services to those 40% living in the urban area. This is one debate we should focus on. And right now, this debate which Dawn has started right now, I think this would go forward and this would be discussed here. And it is also under discussion that how we are going to create something that the services of the population welfare department should come under the purview of the federal government. We are not talking about the services. Services will again be delivered by the provincial governments. We are just talking about that how we are going to plan it and how we are going to execute the working hands would be of the provincial governments. The federal government is not planning to take all this population welfare department into the federal government purview, and like our very esteemed guest just said, that this is a ping pong between the federal government and the provincial government. We don't want it to go further like this. The health departments, we want every province to follow Punjab's footstep, and I must appreciate Dr. Azra also as population and health, the common leadership, under the common leadership, Sindh is also doing a lot better. But we should have performed. I would say the challenge is much higher than the normal or the good. We have to be par excellence in order to address this challenge in Pakistan. So when I talk about all the issues created because of the non-availability of the contraceptives, because of not having a universal coverage of family planning services, I would say the provincial government should sit together to look at the urban services, urban areas also, and look at the lady health worker program. Punjab has also, I came to notice that Punjab is also introducing community health workers or likewise some replacement of this. So I would also request all the provinces, first of all, please go and map your services all across your province. Second step would be after that how you are going to bring the money, how are you going to bring this universal coverage into your program. This is the second phase. So thank you very much once again. I would commend the efforts and this Dawn Media for holding this very important dialogue. And I think this dialogue, this start of this dialogue would also help us at the federal government and the provincial governments to devise a plan, to devise something new. We have to think something out of the box. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bharat. Please, now I would request you to direct your attention to the screen for our esteemed speaker, Dr. Azra Fazal Pichuhu, Minister for Health and Population Welfare, Sindh. She will be joining us online. She's live right now. Oh, can I please invite you to speak now? Thank you.
You want me to speak? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
First of all, let me tell you that the impetus that devolution has given to family planning in the provinces is commendable. I do not agree with Dr. Bharat's premise that the devolution and taking family planning down to the provincial level has adversely affected family planning. My contention is that because implementation is with the provinces, the larger population also lies with the provinces, it was but sensible to devolve family planning and population welfare department down to the provinces. Having said that, I agree with him that a federal government has to do a lot. The federal government had committed 10 billion rupees in its when the federal court had decided that population was a critical issue, and they directed the federal government to give 10 billion to the provinces for family planning and population welfare services. But unfortunately, that money didn't come through from the federal government. So I have to take the federal government to task as well. So the balance between the federal and the provincial governments is of great issue. But I would like to say that there are certain asks from the federal government, which the provincial governments are saying. And that one of the asks is, we have, there was a question on commodity availability and and let me tell you that Sindh is the only province who has a buffer stock and has ample stocks of all commodities, be it the long-acting contraceptives like LARCs, like Gidel and Implanon, or IUCDs, and the other shorter-acting condoms and pills. So we are in ample supply. In fact, we have more than an ample supply. We have almost a year's supply of commodities. So we are not in shortage of commodities, because we spend about 990 million rupees just on the procurement of commodities, and we do it beforehand so that there are no stockouts. Unfortunately, what has happened is, because of our relationships with India, the stocks that come from India, which is specifically the long-acting contraceptives, they're interrupted. And so I would suggest that the federal government should take on this opportunity to see that they give the directions to that the commodities are locally manufactured. Only IUCDs are being manufactured, unfortunately. That also is just a reassembling of the IUCD, and that also the IUCD that is reassembled is more expensive than the one that we can procure from abroad. We procure our IUCD from Brazil, which comes at a cheaper rate. So unfortunately, that increase the higher rate does not allow us to procure local manufactured IUCDs. So in fact, all the commodities should be manufactured in Pakistan so that we save on dollars and also we save on costs. And we are assured no stockouts. Having said that, let me tell you, also Dr. Bharat mentioned the Lady Health Workers Program. Sindh has been far advanced in the Lady Health Workers Program, in that we have now our cabinet has passed a summary regarding the Section 42 company that is going to hire the community health workers on contractual basis, which will allow us to fill in all the gaps of the Lady Health Workers Program, allowing us to look at the underserviced area. And obviously, we have rejuvenated the Lady Health Workers Program, redirecting them towards the family planning. Though obviously they have a lot to do they have a lot on their plate. They have health services to be that they deliver at the doorstep for women and children, and also because they are part of the polio teams and etc. So it also becomes very cumbersome for them, and we need to increase this workforce. Unfortunately, because they were regular employees, our financials didn't allow us to increase the workforce, and I think that Punjab also faced the same situation. And so we have now decided to go through a Section 42 company, have a third party hiring of community health workers, which have the same, which will perform on the same basis as a lady health worker, so having the same curriculum, etc. So the progress that we have made in Sindh, let me go back to that, because obviously, having said that, devolution and taking the population welfare department down to the provinces has not worked. Let me tell you the first thing that we have done is we have centered family planning on a rights agenda. It's a human rights agenda, and we have done a legislation on this. It's the Reproductive Health Rights Bill, which assures that the woman has the right to contraceptives, and she has a right to deciding on how many children she is supposed to have. So it's a planned parenthood with consensual decision between both spouses, with marriage counseling involved in it also, so that we are very much ahead in this point. Obviously, everyone spoke about it being a rights issue. I agree totally. It's a rights issue. We have also done digitalization of our clients. We and our service points have now digitalized services. We have also, I spoke about contraceptive stocks, which are being, we don't have the stockouts, but we are focusing on long-acting contraception. About 50% of the 990 million that we spend on procurement of contraceptives is being spent on the long-acting contraceptives, which is I think the most better way to go about it, because we use long-acting contraceptives for post-pregnancy family planning, and we're concentrating on that. We have counseling, 24/7 counseling in our tertiary hospitals. We also have with PPHI, our partner in the primary sector. We also have family planning counselors over there as well. So we are now taking it down to being an agenda that results from a good counseling session with the woman through antenatal period, through her labor, through her postnatal period. So she is ready to take up post-pregnancy family planning as her right, and she has the knowledge to go with it, to accept it. At the same time, we have also done, gone into a big way in the private-public partnership mode with our 230 centers, which have been, sorry, not 230, but 453 private parties being on our list, who not only get the contraceptives free of cost from us, but also share their in utilization reports with us. We have 230 centers we've rebranded for family planning to make them more visible. We have also done a kind of male engagement program with male vasectomies being done, obviously non-scalpel vasectomies being done. About more than 6,000 vasectomies have been done in this way. We are also focusing on underserviced community, our coastal communities, our desert areas, and communities which have a marginalized population. And we are also recruiting male mobilizers, male social workers to interact with the male members of the family, so that they have a buy-in on not only on vasectomies, but also on family planning for their women. And we also have youth engagement programs, where we do seminars with colleges and universities. We have also done contraception access. We are wanting to put it in our universal health coverage. Dr. Bharat mentioned that also. Also, I would like to say that all these focusing the reforms that have gone into family planning policy, population welfare policy is underway, and we are working on it, on the dimensions of it. We need to see that we are engaging communities. We have an unmet need of 17.7%, which I agree is a very high number. But at the same time, the good thing is our CPR rates have gone up. So our CPR in Sindh is, according to PDHS, was 33%, 26 May, 47% by PDHS data, but by our partnership with Johns Hopkins University, it's about 42%. So between 42 and 47% is our CPR rate. Our fertility rate is 2.8%. Population growth rate 1.4%. Though because of large number of immigrant population coming into Sindh, We do have a crisis on our hands because we have a shortage of resources to handle all these new entrants into sin, and this causes a disbalance between different sectors of our population. Also, let me tell you, I agree that, and I think Dr. Malia Lodi spoke on that issue. I do think that it's a cross-cutting problem, and the cross-cutting problem is not only that there's female literacy rate is low. We also have issues with gender norms. There's a disbalance of gender norms, so that a male member of the family is the one who has to make decisions on family planning or whether his wife will go for contraception or not. I think that gender norm has to be changed through a dialogue with society, and a social reform has to take place. Poverty is a big crisis for us, and our uneducated youth and the youth bulge that is there, who are unemployed, is a crisis for us. But we have to keep hammering on the fact that we still have a lot to do. Yes, we have a lot to do for population welfare, but at the same time, it's not dark and bleak at the end of the tunnel. The light is there. We have to move forward with greater resolve, with greater determination, and the ability to reach our goals, which we have chalked up in FP 2030. We have to achieve those goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf Fazal Pichuho, for taking out the time to be here with us today on Zoom. We will now be viewing a video message from Khwaja Imran Nazir, Minister for Health and Population Welfare, Punjab.
डॉन न्यूज़ का मशहूर हूँ कि एक इंतहाई अहम नौयत का मसला जो मैं समझता हूँ कि तमाम मदर ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स है पाकिस्तान के बहुत सारे मसाइल की जड़ ये है कि पाकिस्तान की आबादी जो जिस तेज़ी से बढ़ रही है पाकिस्तान के वसाइल उतनी तेज़ी से खा रही है तो हमें फैमिली प्लानिंग पर आना पड़ेगा। मैं खुदा न खास्ता आबादी को रोकने का कायल नहीं हूँ, मैं फैमिली प्लानिंग की बात कर रहा हूँ। मैं सिर्फ ये चाहता हूँ कि हुकूमत पंजाब ने जो जिम्मेदारी दी है, जो मुख्तरमा मरियम नवाज शरीफ साहबा का विजन है कि हम अपनी जो बेटियां और अपनी बहनें हैं, जो हमारी बच्चियां हैं, हम उनकी सेहत का भी ख्याल करें। पैदाइश में वक्फा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है और जब हम पैदाइश में वक्फे की बात करते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिकली ये फैमिली प्लानिंग होती है। तो पाकिस्तान के वसाइल आपके सामने हैं और जिस तरह से आबादी में बड़ी तेज़ी से इजाफा हो रहा है। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हम एक ज़िले में एक हस्पताल ये सोचकर बनाते हैं कि ये 10 लाख लोगों को कैटर करेगा और हम उसके मुताबिक उसको डिज़ाइन करते हैं तो बदकिस्मती ये है कि जब तक वो मंसूबा मुकम्मल होता है उस ज़िले की आबादी 10 से 15 लाख हो चुकी होती है, तो फिर हर चीज़ उसके लिए कम पड़ जाती है। तो हमें अपने तमाम मामलात में फैमिली प्लानिंग को अडॉप्ट करना होगा। माँ की सेहत के लिए, बच्चे की नशो प्रॉपर नशोनुमा के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम फैमिली प्लानिंग के तमाम तकाज़ों को मलूज़ खातिर रखें। महकमा सेहत व आबादी पंजाब वज़ीर मरियम नवाज शरीफ साहबा के विजन के तहत मुसलसल इस पर अमल पैरा है। हमने जो रिलीजियस स्कॉलर्स हैं उनकी एक बहुत बड़ी ग्रैंड मुशावरती मीटिंग की और हमने तमाम रिलीजियस स्कॉलर्स को इनवाइट किया कि वो हमें शरा की रोशनी में, कुरान और सुन्नत की रोशनी में गाइड करें कि हम किस तरह से आगे चल सकते हैं। और थैंक्स टू आल उलमा इकराम कि उन्होंने हमें गाइड किया और हम अब उनकी गाइडेंस की रोशनी में अपनी पॉलिसी को ले कर रहे हैं। इंशाअल्लाह ताला तमाम तर तकाज़े जो ज़रूरी हैं मुस्तकबिल की प्लानिंग के लिए उनको इंशाअल्लाह ताला कर रहे हैं और पंजाब अल्लाह ताला के फजल से एक ऐसा सूबा बनने जा रहा है कि जो तमाम फैमिली प्लानिंग के तकाज़ों को इंशाअल्लाह मलूज़ खातिर रखेगा। हमने तमाम प्रोग्राम्स को रिवैम्प किया है और इंशाअल्लाह जिस तरह डॉन न्यूज़ ने आज इनिशिएटिव लिया है हम इसी तरह के इनिशिएटिव्स के मुंतज़िर हैं क्योंकि मैं ये समझता हूँ कि जो डॉन की आवाज़ है वो मुल्क की आवाज़ होती है और तमाम संजीदा हल्के डॉन न्यूज़ की आवाज़ को बहुत संजीदा लेते हैं। तो इंशाल्लाह इन फ्यूचर इस जॉइंट कोलैबोरेशन के ज़रिए हम इस बहुत बड़े हार्ड टास्क को अचीव करने के काबिल होंगे। और मरियम नवाज शरीफ साहबा जो कि हार्ड टास्क मास्टर भी हैं, उन्होंने अब तक अपने इस टेन्योर में ये साबित किया है कि शी कैन डू, उनके अंदर ये विल है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बाय द ग्रेस ऑफ अल्लाह कि वो मुश्किल से मुश्किल टास्क को सर अंजाम देने की सलाहियत रखती हैं। तो इंशाल्लाह मैं पंजाब के अवाम को ये नवीद देता हूँ कि मरियम नवाज शरीफ साहबा इस टास्क को भी इंशाल्लाह बआसानी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अचीव करेंगी। अपनी बेटियों, अपनी बहनों की, अपनी माओं की सेहत पर कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं करेंगी।
Thank you. I would now like to invite Shanaz Wazir Ali to moderate the panel for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here today on the invitation of the Dawn Media Group, and particularly recognize Ms. Nasafreen Sehgal Lakhani as the CEO of the Dawn Media Group for highlighting the criticality of population and demographics for Pakistan, and also to thank Dr. Zeba Sattar for her relentless advocacy and continuous championship of population issues and of issues concerning demography. We have just heard from Dr. Mukhtar Ahmad Bharat Saab, who's our minister, federal minister for health services and regulation. We've also heard from two provincial ministers, Punjab and from Sindh. The two ministers have spoken, particularly Minister for Health and Population, Dr. Ashraf Fazil Peshwa Sahiba, spoke very specifically about the several initiatives that have been taken in Sindh on family planning and also on the integration with the health sector, which we have talked about earlier in practically every conference, the importance of the nexus between health sector services and the health of mothers and children and the adoption of family planning. She spoke also about incorporating IT and digital technology to bring greater efficiency, also about how the community-based worker service, lady health workers, community-based workers, etc., are furthering the access or enhancing the access right down to the families in the village. Our minister from Punjab, Khwaja Imran Nazir Saab, has also spoken about the importance of ensuring that the religious community is also supportive. आज हम सुबह से बहुत अहम स्पीकर्स को सुनते रहे हैं. इस वक्त तो ज़रा हॉल में अटेंडेंस थोड़ी सी कम हो गई है, लेकिन I want to appreciate everybody who's still here, because for them it still is an important enough subject to see it through the whole day. We've heard a lot of data. I will not talk about data any longer, because this session really is about how the provinces are implementing. What are the steps being taken at the level of the executive and administrative leadership, which is the secretaries from Punjab, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Gilgit-Baltistan, and AJK. To hear from them that how does this policy, the policy framework, and how do the provinces' priorities roll out in the initiatives and in more effective services. I think that's very critical. I would like also for our panelists to tie a little bit of the larger discussion to the thinking in the provinces. For example, today we've heard about the centrality of women to development. Center space for women in development. अगर आप अपने initiatives में कुछ इस पर भी तफसील से हमें बताएं. The second thing that we've heard today is that population and demography are two such complex notions. It's not just about fertility rates. It's not just about provision of more contraceptives. It is about intersectorality, about education, the rights of women, the rights to reproductive health care, the autonomy of women, women in the labor force, opportunities for that, economic empowerment of women, and also ensuring that the health of children and the education of children and the skilling of our youth is central, because all of these things affect how you deal with population issues. So मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है, we will start with Ms. Anila Mahfouz Durrani Sahiba from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and I would request you that if you can also tie your initiatives to the conceptual framework that today we have to focus upon the people who are there today, the children that are there today, the youth that is there today, because this demographic bulge is still going to go on into reproductive practices. अगर आप contraceptive rate भी बढ़ा दें और fertility rate को lower भी कर दें, लेकिन जो age structure है हमारे demographic profile का, उसमें बहुत सारे इतने young लोग हैं जो फिर भी अपनी families में they will continue to reproduce. So we will not have an immediate decline of population even if you raise the CPR and you drop the TFR. So this is something we heard. The second thing we heard was economics ke saath try kare. Growth and population and demography are closely linked. So over to you, Ms. Anila Durrani Sahiba.
Thank you very much, Ji. And I appreciate Dawn efforts for organizing this event and giving us this opportunity to speak on this very much important subject of the day. Why it is important for Pakistan? Because this is, we are signatory to SDGs. And Pakistan is one of the, on the very high, 5th populous country in the world. We all know it. But as far as the provincial stance is concerned, so we have to look with a different kind of perspective for different provinces. Because the situation of KP, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the traditional society and our demographics is entirely different than Punjab and Sindh, whereas we are somehow, to a certain extent, closer to Balochistan. But we have to keep these dynamics in mind, and I feel that after devolution in 2011, we have progressed a lot, because at the moment our growth rate is comparatively with, to all the provinces, it's a little on the low side, it's 2.38. And then if you keep the situation, the conflict and the conflict situation and the terrorism situation and political kind of situations of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, it's different than the other part of Pakistan. So we have traditional society, we have cultural situations where family planning is still a taboo and a challenge. So I'm just explaining this situation because I have to explain my position being a head of this department and how we are, despite all these challenges because of militancy, terrorism, the way we are contributing, the way our department is doing, and the way our government is committed. That's why, my actual stance is to give you the holistic view of my terrain, of my area from where I'm coming. So this is, family planning is not something which is easy, it is a challenge. So in that, in our capacity, we have tried to expand the service delivery network despite the terrorism situation, despite the militancy. We have established 260 family welfare centers in the settled districts and about 120 additional centers being established in the merged districts. That's underway. So we have also 43 mobile service units which are delivering counseling, contraceptives, and referrals in remote and mountainous areas. Here there is another issue. Because of the cultural conditions, our women is not that empowered who can make a decision for about family planning. The most of the decisions are made by the male counterpart, and that's why we try to engage very successfully the elders, like through our jirga systems, and we have also tried to use ulemas, and we engage them in different kind of counseling. And besides that, our another initiative is we have successfully trained about 1,000 service providers for all these counselings for the family fair, in which we have also trained doctors, these workers, as well as, though we still need a lot of training still needed, but till the point, as we mentioned, we are discussing, we have 4 regional training institutes. Recently, we have established one in Dera Ismail Khan. And then we have also tried to engage social, we have collaborated with FPAP, like Green Star, Jaipago, Pathfinder, risk consultants, who are really trying to strengthen our system and our services. So because social mobilization, youth outreach, and male engagement is very much required. One another thing which is from the point of and from the perspective of KP is that our youth, because we have 62% of population is youth, and therefore starting trainings for the youth is very important. I would like to mention one another program here, which we have recently completed as a project, that is Adolescent and Sexual Reproductive Health project, which we successfully completed last year, and now we are taking these social mobilizers as well as psychologists on a regular basis. So these are few of the things which I wanted to share, and because we have CPR increased 42.8%, whereas our TFR is declined as per the previous record, and the population growth rate, as I mentioned earlier also, it is 2.38. So these are certain kind of things, and if you want, I can share more the major challenges and things.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anila. It's very good to hear from KP that several initiatives are being taken across the board, and I think that it is absolutely very clear that if provinces are in the driving seat, you definitely have more effective planning, better implementation. And now when provinces move to decentralize down to the district level, it will become even more effective. So an overly centralized government of Pakistan sitting in Islamabad is not the right way to deliver effective, ground-based, close to the community solutions. And thank you very much for that. We know in KP this is a very difficult area that you have to negotiate. I'd like to request Mr. Javed Ali Manwa from Gilgit-Baltistan. We've heard a lot about how the education sector has done very well in Gilgit-Baltistan because of the focus on education and especially girls' education. Perhaps you can tie that in also to your points on family planning.
थैंक यू मैम शहनाज। इस मुल्क के अलमियों में एक बड़ा अलमिया ये है कि सबसे जो कॉन्सिक्वेंशल इशू है उसकी तशहीर हम अंग्रेज़ी में करते हैं, उसके ऊपर गुफ्तगू अंग्रेज़ी में होती है। ये सबसे कॉन्सिक्वेंशल इशू है। और मैं जिस सूबे से हूँ, गिलगित बल्तिस्तान छोटा सूबा है सबसे, और कल से मैं जो देख रहा था, सोच रहा था, रिसोर्स बैलेंस थ्रू कोऑर्डिनेटेड नेशनल एंड प्रोविंशियल एक्शन प्लान। तो सुबह से आपने बहुत सारा डेटा सुना होगा, बहुत सारे इशारियों के ऊपर गुफ्तगू हुई होगी यहाँ पे। मैं ना इशारियों पे गुफ्तगू करूँगा और ना ही डेटा शेयर करूँगा। मैं जो यूनिकनेस है, पिकुलैरिटी है, हमारे सूबों की आपस में जो मुमासलत है, जो इम्तियाज़ है, उसके ऊपर इंतहाई इख्तिसार से गुफ्तगू करूँगा कि ये पॉपुलेशन का इशू बुनियादी तौर पे बाकी सूबों के अंदर प्रोसीजरली डिस्कस होता है, میں جس صوبے سے ہوں اس صوبے کے لیے ہم سبسٹانٹیولی ڈسکس کریں گے اس کو. اس کی وجوہات میں سے بنیادی وجہ یہ ہے کہ اس مملکت کے اندر ریسورس ایلوکیشن کا بنیادی انڈیکیٹر جو ہے وہ آبادی ہے. تو ہم آبادی میں مارے جاتے ہیں. میں ذرا کینڈڈ رہوں گا, بلنٹ رہوں گا پیشگی معذرت کے ساتھ. 20 لاکھ کی ہماری آبادی ہے. میڈم نے گزارش کی کہ ہم تعلیم کو بھی اس کے ساتھ سنک کریں. تو یہ جو آبادی کی شرح 2.77% ملک کے اندر بڑھ رہی ہے, جس ریشو سے آبادی بڑھ رہی ہے, میں نے گزارش کی کہ گلگت بلتستان کے لیے دس از ناٹ اے پروسیجرل ایشو, یہ ہمارا سبسٹانٹیو ایشو ہے. کیونکہ جب ہم ریسورسز کی تقسیم دیکھتے ہیں تو اس کے جو بنیادی انڈیکیٹرز ہیں NFC کے, اس کے اندر پاپولیشن کنٹریبیوٹ کرتا ہے 82.5%, اور انورس پاپولیشن ڈینسٹی جو میرے پاس سب سے زیادہ ہے اس کی کنٹریبیوشن 2.5% ہے. تو جب ریسورس بیلنس تھرو کوآرڈینیٹڈ پروونشل اور نیشنل ایکشن کے اوپر بات کریں گے تو ہمیں ان چیزوں کو سیدھا کرنے کی ضرورت ہوگی. تب جا کے جو ایک فیڈرل فریم ورک ترتیب دیا جا سکے گا آبادی کی شرح کو مناسب رکھنے کے حوالے سے. یہاں گزارش ہوئی کہ روکنے کی, آبادی کو روکنے کی بات نہیں کی جا سکتی بہت ساری وجوہات کی بنا پہ. تو اس کی شرح کو برابر رکھنے کے لیے ہمیں پہلے بیسک فریم ورک کے اندر جو ہے وہ تبدیلی لے کے آنے کی ضرورت ہے. اگرچہ پہلے پورے وسائل کی تقسیم کا جو پیمانہ تھا وہ آبادی تھا, 2012 کے بعد چلیں 82.5% جو وسائل کی تقسیم ہے اس کا بنیادی جو پیمانہ ہے وہ آبادی ہے. تو ایک طرف سے تو ہم کہتے ہیں کہ ہم آبادی کی جو بے ہنگم بڑھوتری ہے اس کو روکنے کی کوشش کریں, اس کے اوپر کام کریں, اور دوسری طرف ہم یہ کہتے ہیں کہ ہمارے ہاں وسائل کی تقسیم کا سب سے بڑا پیمانہ آبادی ہی رکھا ہوا ہے. تو یہ بنیادی طور پہ تضاد ہے, اور اس تضاد کی وجہ سے یہاں پیشرو مقررین نے جتنے سیشنز ہوئے یہاں میں نے گفتگو سنی, یہاں اس میں یہی بات ہوئی کہ اب تک ہمارا پارلیمان جو ہے اس طرح سے ایکشنبل میئرز, لیجسلیٹو میئرز جو ہے وہ لینے میں ابھی تک کامیاب نہیں ہوا ہے. اور اسی طرح سے جو صوبائی مقننہ ہیں, صوبائی اسمبلیز ہیں, ان میں بھی ابھی تک فقدان میں ذاتی طور پہ یہ سمجھتا ہوں اس وجہ سے. میں اگر جی بی کی بات کروں تو جی بی کی ہماری یونیک ڈیموگرافک اور ریسورس لینڈسکیپ ہے. رقبہ ہمارا تقریباً کے پی کے 97% کے برابر ہے. آبادی ہماری کے پی کی ایک تحصیل کے برابر ہے. تو بنیادی طور پہ ان چیزوں کو جب ہم دیکھتے ہیں تو یہاں جو گفتگو ہو رہی ہے آبادی کے ٹھہراؤ کے حوالے سے, آبادی کے حوالے سے, تو اس میں سبسٹینٹیولی ہم اس چیز کو ڈسکس کر ہی نہیں سکتے, کیونکہ ہمارا تو پہلا پیمانہ جو ہے وہ آبادی ہے. آبادی ہماری زیادہ ہوگی تو ریسورس ایلوکیشن کے اندر ہم کسی انڈیکیٹر میں, کسی سیگمنٹ میں فال کریں گے ود ان دا فیڈریشن, ود ان فیڈریٹنگ یونٹس. اسی طرح سے دوسری اہم چیز اپنے کانٹیکس میں, جی بی کے کانٹیکس میں, اور اسپیشلی اگر ہم اس کو کے پی سے بھی سنک کریں تو ہماری جو ایکولوجیکل فرجیلٹی ہے, کلائمیٹ چینج کی جتنی ہم پورا ملک اس وقت کلائمیٹ چینج سے پورا خطہ افیکٹ ہے, لیکن اس کا اگر جو واٹر ٹاور ہے جی بی, کے پی کے بالائی علاقے اور جی بی, تو جس طرح سے کلائمیٹک افیکٹس ہیں یہ 3 چیزوں کو پروموٹ کرتا ہے ہمارے خطے کے اندر. ایک تو ریپڈ اربنائزیشن ہو رہی ہے, دیہات سے لوگ شہروں کی طرف آ رہے ہیں. یوتھ بلج, جہاں 65% آبادی بلو 30, تو میں 61% آف دا پاپولیشن ان جی بی از بلو 35. اسی طرح سے جو لمیٹڈ ریسورس بیس ہے, یہ جو نقطہ ہے بنیادی طور پہ لمیٹڈ ریسورس بیس جی بی کے کانٹیکس میں اگر میں بات کروں تو این ایف سی میں ابھی جانے کی بازگشت میں ہم یہ ساری کہانی آپ کو میں نے سنائی. ابھی تک وی آر ناٹ ان دا فیڈرل ڈویزیبل پول اور ان دا پروونشل ڈویزیبل پول. تو جو گرانٹ میکنگ ہے فرام فیڈرل ٹو گلگت بلتستان, تو اس کے اندر ہم آبادی کا پیمانہ ہی دیکھتے ہیں. جہاں میرے پاس وزارت خزانہ کا پچھلی حکومت میں قلمدان تھا, تو فیڈریشن کے اندر ہماری جب بھی کسی ریسورس ایلوکیشن اور ریسورس شیئرنگ کے اوپر گفتگو ہوتی تھی تو ہمیں سب سے بڑا تانا جو سننے کو ملتا تھا وہ یہی تھا کہ آپ کی آبادی بڑی محدود ہے, تھوڑی ہے. تو میری گزارش یہ ہوگی کہ دوسرے صوبوں سے مختلف جو یونیکنس ہے اس کے باوجود تعلیم، صحت اور دوسرے انفراسٹرکچر ڈیولپمنٹ کے اندر اپنے محدود وسائل کے اندر رہتے ہوئے گلگت بلتستان کی حکومت کی کوشش ہے کہ وسائل کی منصفانہ تقسیم جو ہے وہ ممکن بنائی جا سکے، اور جتنے بھی پاپولیشن انڈیکیٹرز کے حوالے سے جتنے انیشیٹوز ہیں فیڈرل لیول پہ، ابھی یہاں پہ یہ نرسز کی بات ہوئی، ہمارے لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرز کی، تو لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرز کا ایک فیڈرل پروجیکٹ ایکسٹینڈیڈ ٹو جی بی تھا، وہ پچھلے 1.5 سال سے ریویژن نہ ہونے کی وجہ سے فیڈرل کے کوارٹرز کے اندر سٹک ہے، لیکن سٹل تقریباً کوئی 3,500 کے قریب جو لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرز ہیں وہ پچھلے 1.5 سال سے گلگت بلتستان میں بغیر تنخواہ کے کام کر رہی ہیں۔ تو گلگت بلتستان کے صوبائی وسائل کو اگر ہم کوارڈینیٹ کریں، اس طرح کے کانسیکوینشل ایشو ایک نیشنل ایشو ہے، اس کے اوپر گلگت بلتستان کی جو ریسورس کی پسلی ہے وہ بنیادی طور پہ اس قابل ابھی ہے نہیں کہ ہم اس ایشو کے اوپر یونیلیٹرلی یا پرائرٹی میں خرچ کر سکیں، پرائرٹی میں اس کے اوپر کوئی ایکشنیبل میئر لیا جا سکے۔ اپارٹ فرام آل دس، گلگت بلتستان کی اسمبلی کے اندر میں چونکہ پاپولیشن کاؤنسل کے ساتھ پچھلے 1.5 سال سے وابستہ رہا، ہم نے اس کو ٹیک اپ کرنے کی کوشش کی، گلگت بلتستان کے ایوان کے اوپر ریزولوشن کی شکل میں ہم لے کے آئے تھے اس کو، اور اس کے اوپر ایکشنیبل پرومسز جو ہیں وہ ممکن بنانے کی حد المقدور کوشش کی جا رہی ہے۔ تو گزارش آخر میں یہ کہ جب تک ہم فیڈرل فریم ورک مرتب نہ کریں، وسائل کی تقسیم کے اندر بنیادی پیمانہ آبادی کو رکھتے ہوئے ہم جتنے مرضی کانفرنسز کر لیں، جتنے مرضی ہم ایکشنیبل میئرز کی تشہیر کریں، میں ذاتی طور پہ یہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ آبادی میں بے ہنگم اضافہ جاری رہے گا۔ بہت شکریہ۔
جی بہت مہربانی، آپ نے بڑی تفصیل سے بتایا گلگت بلتستان کے بارے میں۔ وہاں پہ جیسے ہم سب لوگ جانتے ہیں، ایک بالکل پاکستان کے لیے معیاری تعلیم کا نقشہ جو ہے وہ ہمارے سامنے ہے۔ یہ تقریباً ہائیسٹ انرولمنٹ ریٹس گلگت بلتستان میں ہیں، ہائیسٹ ریٹینشن ریٹس بھی گلگت بلتستان میں ہیں۔ تو ایجوکیشن سیکٹر میں تو بہت بہتری آئی ہے اور بہت تیزی سے پروگریس ہوا ہے، اور ہم نے بار بار آج صبح سنا ہے کہ اگر پاپولیشن کی اور آبادی کے بڑھتے ہوئے دباؤ کے بارے میں کچھ کرنا ہے، اس کو بہتر مینیج کرنا ہے اور ترقیاتی پروگرامز کو دیکھنا ہے، تو اس میں تعلیم کی انتہائی اہمیت ہے، لڑکیوں کی تعلیم کی خاص طور۔ تو گلگت بلتستان has laid the groundwork, I think, very much in the education sector for that. We will come now to Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and then after that to Punjab, because Punjab spoke first, and now you will have an opportunity to speak also at the end. Raja Muhammad Razak Sahab, he is the former Secretary, Government of Azad Jammu and Kashmir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ma'am, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Dawn Media Group for convening such an important session and event, and in particular for giving representation to Azad Jammu and Kashmir. So, the crux and discussion of the today's event, taking that forward, I would like to just highlight that the Azad Jammu and Kashmir, that is, we call it the state of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, that comprises 13,297 square kilometer, with population having around 4.563 million as per the latest census report. And the areas which I would like to highlight, that certainly we have some success stories, and at the same time we too have some challenges. If I discuss the success stories, the first, that recently, a week ago, we have been, the government of Azad Jammu and Kashmir have been able to merge the population and health department under one minister, and under one secretary. And this is the process which is going to improve the service delivery in Azad Jammu and Kashmir. And when I quote this success story, I must acknowledge and give the recognition to the UNFPA, because it was their efforts, those started in 2020, and finally the effort succeeded, and now just a week before that has been notified. Another important issue is, if we look at the policy side, that after overall, we can say that the general awareness, the government of Azad Jammu and Kashmir has been able to draft draft of the law that is titled the Child Marriages Restraint Act. So that is almost, we are having the consensus on it, but that is at present pending before the Legislative Assembly. And before coming to this session, I checked from the Assembly, and what they informed that hopefully that is likely to be tabled and passaged in next session. So in that way, hopefully this would be another achievement. And third important thing that I would like to discuss over here is that, as our learned participant earlier said, rather learned speaker said, that unless we may give the central position to the women, and that can only be achieved through the better education, certainly the targets set under the CCI recommendation and for the population development, that cannot be achieved. So in this perspective, I would like to add that in Azad Jammu and Kashmir, in every district, there is a university. And now there are one or two districts, those are left over. The government has already announced, and we are looking forward that in a couple of months, that bill shall be passed, and those districts shall also be having the universities. And we have one particular university for women, that is the Women University, Bog, and likewise we have the 4 medical colleges. So I mean that these are the things which are adding support to the cause of family planning and reproductive health, because with the better education only we can succeed to get the targets. And this is the way that at this point in time, Azad Jammu and Kashmir is having the literacy rate 77.5, which is quite on higher side if we compare it with the national figure. Likewise, if we see towards the women literacy rate, that is 68.2. Okay. Now, finally, I simply discuss the challenge. In a 1 minute, I am going to conclude it. That the challenge, the Azad Kashmir government, and as my learner friend from the GB said, that is you can say the 18th amendment. With the 18th amendment, though the provinces, they are getting the more share, but the Azad Kashmir and the GB, they are not getting any, they not being the part of the NFC ward, they are not getting any share. So I would request that Ministry of National Health Services and PPW, they should continue to support the regional governments, I mean the regional departments, that is the Population Welfare Department of AJK and GB. In this way, I hope that we can continue and we can have the more successes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, very much. I'm sure, sorry, Zara sir, mere khayal mein we are overrunning our time. It's 5:30, and today's sessions were supposed to finish at 5 o'clock. So I'll turn to you, Naila, if you could kindly, Naila Saqib, Secretary, Health and Population Department, Government of Punjab.
Audible? Yes, but it works, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Shahnaz Wazir Ali. Thank you, Dawn, and thank you, Dr. Seba, for inviting us here. I'll try and be... Doesn't work? Acha, can I... am I audible, or should I try my natural? All right. Thank you, ma'am. It's very hard for me to try and encapsulate the journey that we have embarked on last year in 2024. I think there was very strong realization in the government that you cannot differentiate between population welfare, population control, and healthcare, particularly primary healthcare services. So towards the end of the 2024, we were successful in a quick merger of Population Welfare Department and Primary and Secondary Healthcare Department. I think this was long awaited and it was long due to, which was much appreciated. It was not meant to showcase an achievement. It was actually meant to integrate population control into the primary healthcare service and wherever the maternity services were being provided. So the merger alone would not have given us any results unless we started thinking about how to increase the coverage of primary healthcare service. For decades, primary and secondary healthcare services, the department had been trying to increase and reach the goal of universal healthcare care in union councils at the microscopic level. However, operationalizing our basic health units, which I understand would be available across the country, was not possible primarily because of, the kind of, I'll be talking about real problems. Absenteeism, non-availability of healthcare professionals, disgruntled and sometimes completely disinterested healthcare professionals going to smaller districts with very low salaries. So it had to be a merger of healthcare and population welfare had to be complemented with some innovative solution for providing healthcare service in far-flung areas. So what we tried to do was outsourcing of the basic healthcare units to somebody, as we say, public-private partnership, but the model had to be designed so carefully that it yields some results. So what we did was we outsourced these hospitals, small clinics, not to the entities or to the corporate players. We outsourced these BHUs to doctors as entrepreneurs on a fee-for-service model. So the pay for performance guaranteed us payment against each service, which was monitored and recorded and verified in real time. So as of today, we have been successful in verifying both provision of safe birth and long-acting family planning. So family planning, short-acting as well as long-acting, was integrated and made a part of the essential package of healthcare services that were measured and were paid against. And that way, today, I think I can boast of it, that we have been able to operationalize more than 2,500 basic health units and over 50 rural health centers. And the rural health center model is even more complicated and even more, I would say, prestigious, as it entails engagement of consultants in the system. So I think that was one achievement that we had, and we have measurable results. This is where we can share our data also. From 16,000 mothers getting family planning services postpartum, we reached the figure of over 80,000 in the year 2024 and 25. I would respond to the observation of the federal minister as well. Punjab has taken another rather giant and bold leap, trying to cover the hitherto uncovered areas. So lady health workers are covering over 47% of the area, and the rest of the area was still uncovered, which included some of the rural pockets as well as urban areas. So in another 20 days or so, we would be able to launch our first community health inspectors model, which would engage not the usual lady health workers who were good resource but could not provide midwifery services, basic antenatal and postnatal cover in the household. So with this model, we hope to reach every household through our midwifery services. These would be skilled birth attendants who can provide antenatal cover, postnatal cover, postnatal family planning services, immunization, and even geriatric services. So not only that, I hope that through digitization of each household, these community health workers, community health inspectors will be able to provide the data that informs the decision making in primary education, as well as trying to cater to the unemployment in each household or in each pocket. That's the gist of what we are doing. I wish I had a presentation where I could share complete data with you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Naila Saqib. I know in every province there's a lot happening. Many initiatives are बहुत सारी ऐसे नए मॉडल्स आप डेवलप कर रहे हैं जिसके लिए शायद आज काफ़ी वक्त नहीं है सब कुछ डिस्कस करने के लिए, लेकिन 2-3 चीज़ें तो आपकी गुफ्तगू से बिल्कुल वाज़ेह हैं कि हर सूबे ने initiatives लिए हैं to focus on a model which is like a public-private partnership model, to be able to ensure that civil society and non-governmental management organizations are becoming partners to ensure good management of their health outlets and their health services and family planning services. It is, in Sindh in particular, legislation has been undertaken. There have been, the large model in Sindh is the PPHI, the People's Public Health Initiative, where about 672 BHUs have been adopted by them, and also rural health centers and district headquarter hospitals, etc. So management models and public-private partnerships तकरीबन सारे सूबों में ये एक नया इनिशिएटिव है. आज की नशिस्त का मकसद एक ये था कि सारे सूबे अपने जो प्राइम हाई प्रोफाइल इनिशिएटिव्स हैं उनके बारे में बात करें और ये मॉडल्स एक दूसरे के साथ कुछ एक्सचेंज करें ताकि पता चले कि इस मॉडल में किस तरह ये मॉडल्स चल रहे हैं. Are the services better? Is it sustainable? Is it unit cost effective, etc.? And are we getting the final results of lowering the fertility rate and increasing modern, long-lasting contraceptive methods? So I wish we had had more time because the provinces are really the front-line people to deliver programs. Policy is one thing, but implementation and delivery really lies at the provincial level. So thank you to each and every one of you. It's very special thanks to the Federal Minister for Health Regulation and Services, Dr. Malik Mukhtar Harat Sahab. We hope that you will lend a supporting role to the provinces, sir, because really the delivery lies at the provincial level. The decision making is at the provincial level, and that's really so critical that for all the provinces to meet and to share good models and experiences. I'd like to thank everybody. And thank the ministers who came online. Try to wrap it up quickly. Actually, we can have long discussion.
Can I get the mic, please? Yeah. We will now be viewing, we're just not done yet, sorry. We will now be viewing another video message by Shakil Qadir, the Chief Secretary of Balochistan. We're just going to, it's a video message. We'll just play it. Thank you.
बलूचिस्तान को समझना ज़रा मुश्किल इसलिए है कि जिसने बलूचिस्तान में वक्त ना गुजारा हो उसको बलूचिस्तान के मसाइल का अंदाज़ा नहीं होता. बलूचिस्तान का चैलेंज जो है वो उसका जोग्राफिया है. वो पाकिस्तान के 47% के बराबर है. लेकिन हमारे जो मॉडल्स बनते हैं वो अक्सर पॉपुलेटेड एरियाज़ को, गुंजानाबाद इलाकों को सामने रख के बनाए जाते हैं. लाहौर का, पेशावर का, पिंडी का मॉडल जो है वो बलूचिस्तान में कामयाब नहीं होता. एक ज़िला चागी जो है वो 45,000 मुरबा किलोमीटर है, आबादी उसकी 3.5-4 लाख से ज़्यादा नहीं है. सो हमें स्टैटिक सेंटर्स, जिसको फैमिली वेलफेयर सेंटर्स कहते हैं, फैमिली प्लानिंग सेंटर्स कहते हैं, हमारे BHUs, हमारे RHCs, وہ اگر ہم اس فارمولے کے مطابق بنانا شروع ہو جائیں تو ہو سکتا ہے کہ ہم 100 سال میں بھی نہیں بنا سکیں. سو بلوچستان کے لیے جو ماڈل ہے وہ ڈیفرنٹ ہونا چاہیے, اس میں موبلٹی کو سامنے رکھنا چاہیے. اگر سارے لوگ ہم تک نہیں پہنچ سکتے تو ہمیں سارے لوگوں تک پہنچنا چاہیے, اور اس میں ہم نے ابھی جو امیونائزیشن کے سلسلے میں اسٹریٹجی بنائی ہے, جس میں ہم نے دور دراز یا جہاں پہ آبادی بہت کم ہے وہاں پہ ہم نے موبلٹی کو اپنی امپروو کیا ہے, جس کی وجہ سے 5 سال بعد ہماری جو امیونائزیشن ہے وہ 38% سے 47% پہ گئی ہے ود ان اے فیو منتھس, چند مہینوں میں. سو اسی ماڈل کو ہمیں پاپولیشن کے لیے بھی یوز کرنا ہوگا. ہمیں وہاں پہ جس طرح میں نے عرض کیا کہ چیلنجز مختلف قسم کے ہیں. ہمارا جو ہیومن ریسورس ہے وہ اتنا ٹرینڈ نہیں ہے, اتنا سکلڈ نہیں ہے جتنا سندھ, پنجاب یا کے پی کا ہیومن ریسورس ہوتا ہے. تو سب سے پہلی بات تو یہی آتی ہے کہ جو سرکاری مشینری ہے اس کی ٹریننگ, اس کی اورینٹیشن, اس کو جو باقی جگہوں کی کا علم ہونا, تاکہ اس کو پتہ ہو کہ باقی پاکستان میں, پوری دنیا میں یہ کام کیسے کیا جاتا ہے. تو سب سے بڑا تو چیلنج جو ہے وہ امپلیمنٹیشن کا آتا ہے. دوسرا, جس طرح میں نے عرض کیا, اس کو ایک ٹرم یوز کی جاتی ہے یونٹ کاسٹ آف سروس ڈیلیوری. آپ لاہور میں 1 کلومیٹر کی تار بچھائیں بجلی کی تو اس میں شاید آپ 5 لاکھ لوگوں کو کیٹر کر سکیں. بلوچستان میں 1 کلومیٹر کی بجلی کی تار بچھائیں تو اس میں شاید 5 لوگ بھی ایڈریس نہ ہو سکیں. سو اس چیلنج کو جو ہے وہ بھی پھر وہ اس میں خرچہ زیادہ آتا ہے, کاسٹ انٹینسیو ہے, یونٹ کاسٹ آف سروس ڈیلیوری زیادہ ہے. تو یہ چیلنجز جو ہیں وہ ہمارے سامنے آتے ہیں. اور تیسرا اور آخری کہ مختلف وجوہات کی وجہ سے دوری اپنی جگہ, کچھ ہماری سیکیورٹی کی جو چیلنجز ہیں وہ ہمیں باہر سے وہ جو برین ہے, جو سکل سیٹ ہے, جو نالج ہے, وہ باہر کی مطلب فورن کی تو کیا, ایون پاکستان میں لوگ جو ہیں وہ وہاں پہ آنے سے کتراتے ہیں, جس کی وجہ سے ہمارے لوگ جو ہیں ان کے علم کا لیول, ان کے نالج کا لیول وہ نہیں ہے جو ہونا چاہیے. بلوچستان کی جو ابھی پاپولیشن آپ نے فگر بتائی وہ 1.5 کروڑ کی, وہی ایکچولی صحیح فگر ہے, اور اسی کی بیس پہ جو ہے مختلف وسائل کی تقسیم کا فیصلہ ہوتا ہے. جس طرح پھر میں دوبارہ ری آئٹریٹ کروں گا کہ ہمارا ایک قومی اسمبلی کا حلقہ جو ہے وہ 1 لاکھ مربع کلومیٹر پر مشتمل ہے. 1 لاکھ مربع کلومیٹر جو ہے وہ پورے خیبر پختونخوا کے رقبے کے برابر ہے بشمول قبائلی علاقہ جات. وہاں سے 46 MNA آتے ہیں اور یہاں سے 1 لاکھ مربع کلومیٹر پہ 1 MNA ہے. تو اس لحاظ سے تو ہمیں چیلنج ہے, لیکن جو ہمارا NFC ایوارڈ ہے اس میں اس کا خیال رکھا گیا ہے, اور بلوچستان کو تقریباً 4% اضافی جو رقم ملتی ہے ڈویزیبل پول سے, وہ اسی لیے ملتی ہے کہ ہمارے جغرافیہ کا جو چیلنج ہے وہ اس کو ہم اوور کم کر سکیں. لیکن میرا یہ خیال ہے کہ ابھی بھی جغرافیہ کا چیلنج بہت بڑا ہے, اور اس وجہ سے ہمیں جو ہے وہ وسائل شاید اتنے نہیں مل پاتے جتنے ہمیں ملنے چاہیے. ہمارا مسئلہ رقبے کے ساتھ, آبادی کے ساتھ ساتھ رقبہ بھی ہے.
جی تھینک یو ویری مچ شکیل قادر صاحب, چیف سیکرٹری بلوچستان. یقیناً بلوچستان کا بہت بڑا مسئلہ ہے, جہاں پہ دوسرے صوبوں میں بھی دور دراز علاقوں تک رسائی کا ایک بہت بڑا چیلنج ہوتا ہے, لیکن بلوچستان میں وہاں پہ 10 گنا زیادہ مشکل ہے. ہر گاؤں تک, ہر قلعے تک پہنچنا وہاں پہ پھیلی ہوئی آبادی کی وجہ سے. سو دیٹ از اے ویری ویری میجر challenge for Balochistan, and it has always been there. Geographical distances and outreach. Nevertheless, Balochistan has taken, abhi aapne suna, Chief Secretary Saab said that they have taken several initiatives also to strengthen their community outreach. And that is, I think, one of the biggest changes that you're seeing now in Balochistan. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you to our wonderful moderator.
Can I just ask for 1 minute?
Sure.
I think Tahira Abdullah Sahiba wants to take just 15 seconds. You can speak from there, or you can speak from...
اور اس وقت یہ طے پایا تھا کہ پاپولیشن کے حوالے سے हम कंट्रोल की बात नहीं करेंगे, हम पॉपुलेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट की बात करेंगे, पॉपुलेशन एंड वुमेन्स एम्पावरमेंट की बात करेंगे, हम पॉपुलेशन स्टेबलाइजेशन की बात करेंगे, हम पॉपुलेशन मैनेजमेंट की बात करेंगे और ख़ास तौर पर पॉपुलेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट की बात करेंगे। ये कंट्रोल का लफ्ज़ 1994 में 31 बरस पहले ख़त्म हो गया था। तो बराए मेहरबानी ये गुजारिश है फेडरल प्रोविंशियल हुकूमतों से और तमाम के तमाम स्पीकर से कि ये कंट्रोल का लफ्ज़ इस्तेमाल करना बंद कर दें। बहुत शुक्रिया।
मैं आपको भी याद दिला दूं, ये आपकी बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है। मैं उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ख़ुद मौजूद थी मोहतरमा बेनज़ीर भुट्टो साहिबा के साथ जब वो वहाँ पे गईं, और उस वक्त भी उन्होंने ये वाजे किया था कि हम कंट्रोल नहीं करना चाहते। बट आई थिंक यू ऑल्सो हर्ड ऑल डे लॉन्ग वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट डेवलपमेंट रिपीटेडली, demographic development, we've talked about investment in human capital investment. We have talked about women-centered approaches. We have talked definitely about all these areas and managing investment, strategic investment into our people. That's what we have talked about today, so that we have economic growth, because we do have a very large population today, and we should not look at it as a liability. We need to create it into an asset. And that asset means educating them, giving them health care, giving them good housing, transport facilities, and ensuring that women have an opportunity to enter the labor market. I think that was the theme all day long. The finance minister talked about women. Practically every speaker spoke about human investment today. So it's demographic development, demographic science, not population control. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you to our wonderful moderator and panelists for an enriching discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings day one of the Pakistan Population Summit 2025 to a close. Thank you for your time and commitment to this national conversation. We're grateful to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, partners, and participants for contributing to a truly substantive and meaningful first day. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow morning at 9:30 as we continue our discussions on charting a balanced, sustainable future for Pakistan. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Khuda Hafiz.